Go live.
Right, I'll be back. 2 seconds. Right, I'm back. Ooh.
Good evening, everyone, or good morning, or good afternoon, wherever you are. We're back again with the Halloween special. 6 hours of Spa at night in the rain. If you were here last year, you know exactly what we're in for. But I am your commentator, Deep Cuts, and joining me today is someone who I've never actually commentated with before, but I'm very much looking forward to, is James Andrews. James, how's it going, man?
Yeah, it's going good. Looking forward to this. Nice
Yeah.
to commentate with yourself.
Thank you. So, yeah, guys are just wrapping up end of practice right now, so GT4 quali will begin. But of course, we're here at Spa. A lot of rain already. Many weekends have been simulated to try and get the perfect weather, and so far it's looking quite good. James, you know a lot more about the general entry list than I do, so whoops, 1 second. Ugh. There you go. There you go. Sorry, slight technical difficulty there. James, some new names, some stalwarts of RP endurance, as one Porsche goes very wide and into the barrier there. But lots of a good field today, I feel. How much have you been looking forward to this one? And who, off the top of the table and off the top of your head, who do you think is going to be the kind of standout entry today?
Well, I think the conditions certainly will determine how the racing goes. We've got quite a few returning names. The number one McLaren of Missing You, who's known as Daniel Fox in the race, who takes part in RP series. We've obviously got Suicidal Cookie back in the Lamborghini Huracan, an odd choice for himself. Moving down the order, a few names I recognise: Daniel Lura in the Bentley Continental, Thomas Jack driving the number 69 small PP Porsche, as his manner. I think certainly Tom is always someone to look out for. We've also got Victor Borlin in the Honda NSX, who will also be trying to use that power as much as he can around this flooded circuit.
Indeed, the NSX actually, probably I would say this is the NSX's strongest track, certainly in the dry, but it'll be interesting to see how much the wet weather will affect that. But the NSX is a tricky beast to tame, so I'm very much looking. I always love seeing an NSX entry, so I'm really looking forward to that. Somebody else who really stands out to me on the entry list, the old team is back. You may remember them from last year, but Jacob Alacia and Bingus McBongus in the Mystery Machine Chadorati. Fantastic livery, I think. We'll have a little vote later on because there are some very good liveries today, and extra Chad points for not only GT4 entries but for spooky themed liveries, as this is our Halloween special. Pretty much every sim racer's nightmare, wouldn't you say? Lap 1, Eau Rouge at night in the wet.
I'm not quite sure. From last year's race, I think that one might be the easiest case of going up Eau Rouge of the entire race, as you will have to contend with the famous Kemmel River, which will run through the top of that corner for most of the 6 hours. But as you mentioned, yes, GT4 entries as well. Mystery Machine, as you say, is back. We've also got an Aston Martin V8 GT4 with 3 drivers, a Porsche 718 Cayman, and 2 KTMs.
2 KTMs, which, yes. That
hopefully will be able to take some advantage out of the weather conditions. And additionally, we have a Chevy Camaro, which, much like the Bentley and GT3, will sail around here, I think, quite nicely.
Yes. 2 KTMs definitely took me surprise when I did have a quick gander at the entry list this week. You know, it makes me laugh too. The Camaro is actually, you'd think it was a missile in the straight, but in GT4 class, it's actually one of the slowest top speed cars. So it is very good in the wet, I will say that. Suicidal Cookie, go ahead.
Driven the Chevy, sorry to interrupt. Having driven the Chevy, it's quite an interesting car that it's actually, and this is always a notable fact about it, whilst it is obviously a powerful American muscle car, it's actually, its balance of power is actually for its aero more than its engine, which is not something you'd expect from looking at it.
Exactly, and as I was saying, a thumping great V8 in the front, probably one of the best sounding cars in GT4. I think it's very closely tied with the Maserati. But yeah, Cookie, or Jürgen Eschweizen, I have to remind myself how to pronounce it, and then I forget, so I'm sorry, Cookie. But anyway, Cookie and I actually won a mixed condition race at Misano together. It was one of the first endurance races Racing Pals ever did. I think it was actually the second ever RP endurance race, so long before this channel actually started, which is our 1 year anniversary. You may remember from last year that was actually our first ever stream on this channel, and so we're back again to do the second one. And yeah, practice wrapping up right now. It looks like currently raining, light rain, and rain to stop in 10 minutes. I do believe the next session is about a couple hours after this session, so we'll see how much that affects the track, as GT4 qualifying, as always, will begin first. And in the grand scheme of things, I don't think the track looks that bad right now. Like some standing water, but not the river camel that we've seen, that we know, and it probably will get to. Oh,
No, yeah, the
yeah,
track
it's
is
quite bad, actually.
relatively light in its actual conditions right now.
There's
but
definitely
will
some
probably
puddles.
Get worse.
Yes, yeah, definitely some puddles. You just see how much they have to baby it through a Rouge and Radion there. So a good view of the track here. Some spray up ahead. And so with 30 seconds left of practice, I'm actually looking forward to qualifying. Last couple of endurances that I've commentated on actually have the quali battles have been quite exciting, so I hope it can maybe live up to that and maybe keep the streak going, because qualifying is has been kind of really great to watch. It's always really come down to the last lap, and especially if we get a drying track, then it will just come down to kind of track evolution as the free practice session ends.
Yeah, no, that's certainly the case, the qualifying, but sadly due to 6 hours, along with extremely wet conditions that will hopefully come into play, how much it will matter will be interesting to see.
And I'm just hoping to get a glimpse of the Camel corner to see if the infamous puddle is there. Yep, it's there. You saw the wiggle of the front end just as he went through the Camel corner. And I always love Spa because there's about 50 different corner names for every corner. It's great. Oh, there's a McLaren facing the wrong way there. Good on him to finish the lap.
Yep, that looks to be one of the Wivel Whizzers.
Yes.
The two Wivel drivers who are with us in the 957 McLaren.
Maybe I'll probably miss it, but let's see if we can see what happened to him. Oh, it's gonna time out. We're just gonna see him go. We're not gonna see him reach Les Combes. Anyway, back to the pits he goes. I think pit entry is obviously something that's, I think it's very underrated when it comes to what to practice as. Yeah, that's an interesting line. 360 into the corner, keep it going. There you go. Nicely done. hopefully we don't see too much of that in the race, especially on lap 1. And I don't know. I think this whole race is really close. I think you've got a lot of people that are, yes, close in pace, or maybe even far off in pace. But as you said, James, 6 hours with very changeable conditions. Nice drift there. And yeah, I'm very much looking forward to qualifying. Minute and a half left of maximum wait time. And there it is.
And there we go. Before we get into this for a little technical side of things, can you stream to me?
Oh, yes. Indeed.
So I can see through your eyes.
Yes. Do you know what? As I was starting the stream, and many of you may have seen that, because I never get a good amount of time to prepare for these streams. So I do it the night before, and then it's never perfect because I'm still quite a noob at this, even after 1 year. There you go. There you go. I think so not many people out on track right now, it seems. Here's someone. Let's change to the GT4 board very quickly. So Will Stewart, the Porsche entry on his outlap, so we'll see. This will be very interesting. GT4s, obviously no tyre warmers, so every lap you're coming out on stone cold tyres, which in these conditions is not ideal. And these outlaps are good practice actually, because as I was saying, with no tire warmers, every pit stop you're coming out on very, very cold tires indeed. So knowing when a GT4 is on their outlap, quite critical, because that's usually a great time for passes to be made. So strategy will really come into play for the GT4 gang.
Yep, as we wait for them to obviously come round. Much slower outlap, as it will be a much slower lap in general.
Very wiggly there through Paul Frere. So heavy rain, it looks like. Track only listed as wet right now, but I mean, next half an hour is heavy rain. Let's maybe get a good idea of just how wet the track is from the inside of the car. And looking like Stewart is going to line himself up for a nice exit down to La Source. And the first timed lap of qualifying begins. The Porsche
comes down to La Source now, try and take as much of that inside curve as he can. Don't want to take too much though in these conditions with that painted curbing.
Yeah, I feel like GT4s are a bit more, how we say,
nice.
Yes, when you hit the curbs, but lots of brake, it seems, through Eau Rouge. Very late on the throttle. And Porsche exactly not known for its straight line speed. And with so many flat out sections, might be something that Porsche could struggle with, but through the corners, especially corner exit traction is quite phenomenal in the Porsche. Similar to the GT3 in that regard. So There's I know Tom Jack is in the Porsche GT3, and I think there's is he the only one, or is there another Porsche? I think there's maybe there has to be another one. It's the Porsche.
I'll just check the entry list. Yes, there is one of MILF Autosports. That is their actual name. And as far as I can see, though, that is the only two. Those are the only two Porsches on the grid for this race.
Interesting. Usually a popular choice, especially in this series.
I think people will be put off, though, at Spa in general and the Porsche. It doesn't have as much as it has been buffed recently. Obviously, its straight line speed is nothing to shout home about, and in these conditions, rear engine cars not exactly what you want to be driving.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some people do some magical things in the Porsche. You do kind of I feel like you have to be a wizard to be fast in it in this game. Or sim, I should say. Shouldn't say game, because then the sim community will come after us.
I usually mix the two, simulation/game.
Yeah. Well, I don't even know the marketing jargon to fix that term, but anyway. We are all children on the inside, you know. We get together with our mates every weekend and race virtual cars around virtual tracks.
As we see Stewart come around Blanchimont up to the Nouvelle Chicane.
Or bus stop.
To end his lap. The bus stop, the old bus stop, which isn't a bus stop anymore.
A little wide on entry on the left-hander. And Rossi actually has set a time of 2:55. Will Stewart knocks 1.1 seconds off of that. I'm going to jump down to the mystery machine. Bingus McBongus taking qualifying duty. Through Blanchimont he goes. That sounded flat almost. Oh, and a big wiggle there on the entry to bus stop.
As Bandit, actually, in the KTM, just jumped to the top of the leaderboards. He must have missed him.
Yes.
With a 2:51.8.
Bingus McBongus crossing the line. Going second. Only 0.2 behind.
Yeah, now we have the Aston V8 GT4 and the other KTM, both on the same part of the circuit, just coming up to Blanchimont.
Here with Liv AK. I'm going to assume that's correct. Taking chances with the curb there on his exit of Blanchimont. Onto the bus stop. Very late on the brakes, it seemed there. Good entry into the right-hander. Good exit and good line on the through the chicane there. Goes third. 1.2 seconds away from the leader.
And as the other KTM crosses the line, I believe they were invalid.
Yes.
That is unfortunate. But at the end of the day, it won't really matter to them if they come last, as they're only going to be the last of the 6 GT4s anyway.
Exactly. And I think starting at the back is not as bad as it may seem. Gone special. Possibly working here. But as we follow along with Valentino Rossi, much debate as if it is the real Valentino Rossi, but probably I would bet not, because contractually he would have to drive the Audi.
I still want to know if their name is actually Valentino Rossi.
Yes,
it's just a complete coincidence.
Yeah, but their number is 446 and not 46, so that's the other maybe not, because Valentino Rossi's number is 46. But anyway, he is actually 6.5 tenths up on his current best. Maybe enough. I was about to say maybe enough to claim 4th spot, but I think they ended up invalid. Somebody who's on a flyer of a lap is the KTM of Ein Bandit. True racing car, currently a second up on their best right now. Oh, a very square line over the chicane, riding the sausage curbs a bit. Still up on their lap time. They're looking to put a bit more of a gap. Bingus McBongus behind, and they do with a 250.7, so we are into the 250s now for GT4. Back along with the Aston, currently a very good way up on its lap time. 1.2 seconds or so.
Meanwhile, Will Stewart has just gained almost a full second going up Eau Rouge alone.
So a bit more confidence maybe from these drivers as they can kind of get used to the conditions. I mean, it looks pretty bad out there, but at least it's going to be consistent for the next, well, for this qualifying session.
We have a yellow flag for Bandit. I'm not sure where they are. I don't know if they're pulled off or they've gone off.
Let's have a look. Camel puddle? Yep.
Yep, that's the camel puddle. Oh, they hit the rear end as well. That's not what you want to be doing.
It's lap over.
I don't know if they've tried. They should return to garage if they're sensible.
Yeah.
Get a fresh car.
Looks like they're doing a nice in-lap. And, sorry, the Aston, as we peeled away to that incident there up on the Kemmel Straight, the Aston has gone second place. A good 8.5 tenths behind Bandit. Bingus McBongus, I believe, just completed an outlap. Just get a good sound of that glorious V8. Braking and downshifting.
Yep, as also Will Stewart has just gone off the circuit up at what appears to be pit path and invalidated their lap time. Which is a shame because they were 1.2 seconds up on their time.
Yeah.
Which would have put them in contention for the top 3 at the moment.
It's interesting, they're still gaining time even though they've gone off there. So remember, oh yeah.
Another yellow flag for the Aston. They've returned to pits. I don't know if they just pulled over or if they had their own little incident.
I think they have perhaps overshot their entry into.
As Valentino Rossi also returns to the pits in the Chevy. Meanwhile, Will Stewart is about to start another flying lap.
We'll go to the other KTM, Melon Pitch, low fuel racing. In the middle of a lap right now, and about a good second or so up on their previous best, so maybe enough to take that podium. Well, I should say third place qualifying spot from the Maserati. And we can do this chronologically as Bingus McBongus, I think, a little further ahead on track. Maybe not, because Pitch is actually ahead. But I do want to see, this will be an interesting quali battle for third position.
It's certainly looking quite tight. Obviously for GT4 standards in these conditions, only 5 seconds separating the whole pack at the moment. Obviously we know that the KTM of Pitch can probably get at least a second more out of that by their current delta of 1.0. And Bongus and Stewart both looking to be gaining on about a second on each other. Now, we would usually put this down to track condition and track evolution, but I don't think we're going to have any of that here in this particular qualifying battle.
Yeah, as I was saying, rain looking like it's going to be constant throughout this session as Pitch
and
not
Bongus
able.
goes second with a 250.850. That puts them within 1/10 of Bandit in the KTM.
Yeah, and tightening up, as you said. And Bongus looking like he's going for another lap and already up through La Source on his time. Only by about 100th or so, but still, every 100th is going to count when you're only a 10th away. Just want to flip back to Will Stewart, who's also putting up another second on his current lap time. Rear end of this Porsche has been looking very difficult to tame with the wetness. As you said, rear engine car, not what you want to be driving when traction is at a premium.
Well, you would hope that the rear engine would put more weight on those drive wheels and help the power through, but sadly it never works like that.
Yeah, I think it's just a case of the tyres just not being able to keep up with the traction demanded.
Oh, and they go off out the exit of Blanchimont and invalidate their lap time. Again, it's just, they have the time in them, it's just keeping it nice and clean throughout the lap that they're struggling with.
Yeah.
As we also come up to the 15-minute mark in just a couple of seconds, which will mean GT4 quali has ended. Will Stewart will not get another chance as he pulls into the pits. And race control just puts out the message to the drivers that GT3 quali has begun.
So it's interesting, actually. Bandit still on the track, but a second down. Bingus McBungus actually setting a best sector 1 time on that on this current lap, which is he is allowed to finish. He actually just lost a bit of time in the middle sector, which he'll actually end right now.
Hovering around what would be called consistency, dropping a bit but gaining it again.
Yeah.
As he comes through Savilo and Coupe Frere in a second, try and finish his lap time. He will have to look to gain almost his entire lap time either through Blanchimont or through the bus stop itself.
And only 600ths of a second does he need, and he's currently 300ths of a second worse off than his previous best. A dab of brake there into Blanchimont. Very brave, as this car, obviously no ABS, no traction control.
Oh,
just
that's a big wiggle there.
It's a big wiggle. And I'm just trying to keep an eye on my timing screen.
Exit.
Yeah.
He has gained.
Oh, he's gained. Oh my goodness!
He's done it. He's losing time though.
Oh, just.
He just lost it on the exit. Couldn't get the power down good enough. And he'll have to return to pits and take his second place.
That was so close. In the middle of the chicane, he gained 3/10 and lost it all on the exit of. I think he got maybe a bit greedy on the throttle on the exit of the bus stop chicane. But as I was saying, I said at the beginning, these always come down to last laps. Every single time I commentate an RP endurance race, it's always a great quali battle, and we just saw one there in GT4 as GT3 qualifying does begin. We're on with Kyle Busch.
Yep. As the first car to start a lap in GT3 is Thomas Jack in the Porsche. I was trying to work it out as he crossed the line.
So Thomas Jack with small PP. Microsoft Paint livery, always great. Love to see it. Stay away, it says on the bumper.
Yeah, I remember when he sent me that Callum Ilott picture to ask me to cut it into PNG format so you could put it on the hood of the car.
I love it. It's great. Big wiggle through the puddle and he's almost lost it.
Yeah, that's a yellow
Bentley behind doing the same exact thing. That's a sign of things to come, shall we say. I'll have to get the meme from last year. Maybe put that up on stream, but it was like, who would win? An entire GT3, GT4 grid, or a puddle?
Sadly, I think the puddle wins that one more times than not.
Thomas Jack looking actually very, quite composed in the corners. And we saw in practice, Jürgen Zeschaisen had a bit more pace in practice with that green and purple Lamborghini.
Yep, as for the moment, we have nothing to compare them to other than their racecraft.
And I think as well, and I always say this about multi-class racing, but you know, once it begins, once everybody's completing laps and you have GT3s in amongst GT4s. But I think lap times kind of go out the window a little bit once that does happen.
Let's talk about one driver I'm quite interested to see is today Peter Hürtel, who for once seems to not be driving the KTM and instead driving the Audi 147 car. Obviously, famously drove the KTM at Barcelona and has driven it a couple of times before. I think he's driving an RP series, isn't he?
I believe so, yeah. It's a really interesting choice, and I think I love GT4. Most of you who frequent the channel know that whenever I do race, I do tend to pick GT4s. But the KTM's always seemed very, very strange to me. And it's piqued my interest now that a couple of people are using it. I'm seeing it very regularly, so maybe it got some updates that I've yet to check out. But I'd be very interested in seeing what the big fuss is, as Martin Kovacs goes top of the leaderboard with a 237.7 in the 67 Bentley. Thomas Jack about a second or so behind. Sorry.
Jürgens Oosthuizen has just done a 38.277 to put him between Jack and Kovacs.
It's interesting. A dry lap time at Spa is probably about a 2:18 or so, I would say, is very strong pace. 17s maybe after the new update. I'm not sure if that's possible. But interesting that it's not... I thought it would be a longer lap time than a 37.
I think it helps that it's not that wet at the moment. The practice servers have been quite wet for some time. This is just your average wet track, which I believe 37s are probably... 35s are probably possible on a wet-ish track, whilst cars start running around clearing out a line.
Yeah.
Obviously more difficult to do around Spa than it is around other tracks.
And I think it'll be easier with, obviously, the maximum amount of cars on the track, as Thomas Jack is about 2 seconds up on his current best lap time. Everybody up on their lap times right now, for the most part. Thomas Jack with the biggest margin is he has Kovacs actually right behind him. But maybe wondering if Kovacs is going to try and take advantage, as he's also up on his lap time. Actually, Kovacs setting the fastest first sector in this particular battle.
There's a yellow flag come out for the 113 McLaren. It seems like they just had a little moment before Pouon.
Maybe trying to take that.
Peter Hürtel is also off after Pouon.
Interesting. He's actually gone straight back to pits, but I just want to keep up with this little battle, if you will. These guys actually fighting for pole position right now. Thomas Jack goes through, past the line for a 36.9. Kovacs goes 36.4. So the battle continues as Oosthuizen also up on his best lap time. Currently 1 second off the leader. Adamski. We haven't seen this guy, but Bing Chilling Racing, the Mercedes GT3 entry, only 7/10 behind. Oosthuizen now on his way through the bus stop chicane. He'll try and finish this lap. He's still very much improving on his best lap time. And he does, and he puts himself about a 10th behind Adamski in that Mercedes. So a good showing from Oosthuizen so far. He'll look to improve, though, I'm sure. Chris B is back.
Yep, as Chris is up on his lap time by 0.4 of a second. And plenty of time, I'm sure, to be gained throughout the lap if he can keep it on track. As Thomas Jack is also now up on his own lap time, threatening to take the lead off of Kovacs in the 69 Porsche.
Kovacs still following him too. Kovacs actually starting to gain on his best ever so slightly. I think the Bentley in the rain is actually quite scary. It is actually going boating. So an interesting choice to see which of these two very different design philosophies can capitalize on these wet conditions.
As we now see that at least every GT3 has set a lap time, which is obviously something we always have to worry about.
Yes.
Or GT4s at least have to worry about, that GT3s will start behind them. For this race at least, they will not, unless any sort of penalty intervenes, but I don't think there's any coming.
Kovacs actually, again, setting a best Sector 1 time that lap time around, so I think he lost a little bit of time in the middle of the lap.
As we see, I think that's Akash Lovac, who has gone off up Eau Rouge and was for a good couple of seconds there sort of trying to get back in facing the right direction, sitting right at the top of Radion. Not where you want to be.
Thomas Jack taking pole position, provisional pole. Kovacs actually not able to improve on their lap time, so Thomas Jack takes provisional pole with a 36.2, and already through La Source threatening to break into the 35s, as you were saying, James. But back along with Chris B and the Voodoo Boys car, one of the NSX entries goes better, improves on his lap time. That's a 37.9, but still about 6/10 away from Eschisen in P4.
As he himself, Jurgens, comes around the bus stop and crosses the line to go third with a 2:36.8.
Pushing Adamski down into 4th place. I think that was the Withel car. Yeah, that's the Withels Wizards car just ahead of him. Chris B through Eau Rouge and Radion, currently 3/10 up on his best. Not enough to gain a position from Adamski, but still gaining time as this lap progresses. Kovacs actually about half a second up on his lap time as he navigates Bruxelles. He's still got Thomas Jack directly ahead of him.
He's lost a bit of it in the exit there. He's going to have to try and hold that time gain through Speaker's Corner down to Pouon now. It's fascinating. These two are basically just racing right now.
Yeah. It's interesting. You have to race, but you know, it's still qualifying, so it's an interesting strategy. It seems to be working for the Bentley. Interestingly enough, we were saying earlier how the Porsche just doesn't have the straight line speed, but currently sitting on provisional pole as just back down the timing sheet a little bit. Chris B, I'll keep you updated. He is about 6/10 up on his best lap time. Where is he actually? He's on his way to campus.
Meanwhile, Berend van der Wiel is coming down to Pouon now. He's almost a second up on his time in the Honda. Currently sitting at a 39.967. Obviously quite a lot more time to be gained if he wants to be competing with the top few, but he's certainly improving on his lap time.
And the end of this battle as Kovacs looking like he might actually retake pole position. Gotten a really good exit actually out of bus stop. Straight lines it to the start finish line, and he does a 2:36.030. So 2:35's not happened yet. Want to go back with Van der Wiel. Actually, I think Chris B is about to cross the finish line. Might even get 3rd place. Just 4th. Still knocking Adamski further down the line. And Van der Wiel on his way into bus stop.
It looks to me like he had lost a lot of time through there because he just gained almost a full second.
Yeah.
Not even through a corner, through a straight.
Yeah, I must have had a big moment. But 2 seconds up on his lap time, so looking to gain some positions. Actually, just 1 position for Berend van der Wiel.
I think this kind of highlights how a lot of those at the bottom of the order right now are not losing time necessarily through pace. It's through just the conditions and struggling to keep it together.
Adamski finishing up his lap. Lost a lot of time actually through Blanchimont. He was about 8/10 up on that lap, only about 4/10 now, but still regains 4th position. And actually very close to Cookie, only about a 10th or so behind. And Peter
As,
Hürtel.
yeah,
Yeah.
I say myself, Peter Hürtel comes through Piff Baffle as the second up on his time. Looking obviously again to gain on those remaining two other cars in the 240s. As he comes through in a very spookily painted orange and black Audi.
Like that one. Like nice simple color palette, very effective, easy to spot. Can't go wrong.
Yep, as he comes through Blanchimont up to the bus stop, qualifying has now officially ended. This will be the last laps for anyone stood on the lap.
With Kovacs in the pit as well, and Thomas Jack still out there. Kovacs has left it up to Jack to see if he can regain that 2.5 tenths as Peter Hürtel, E7. And Thomas Jack actually crosses the line and does break into the 35s. And I would be remiss if I was to say that's really tough for Kovacs. Not sure if he didn't want to finish another lap, but Jack stealing it on the very last lap. All position in the Callum Ilott small PP Porsche.
And I think that will have given Tom pole unless Cookie can somehow gain a whole second coming through the bus stop now. Out he returns to the pits, Jürgen Seisen, and that is a pole position, I would say, for Thomas Jack.
Got Fox finishing up his lap. Withall actually pulling into the pits. It's not looking like... Well, he's actually gaining some time now, so he may improve. I don't think he's going to improve enough. Well, I should say that. He gains a lot of time through bus stop. And loses a lot of it on the exit, but...
He's still gaining on the exit, though. He's gained quite a bit back.
Not enough to take P9. And that is qualifying over. So both classes again coming down to the final lap of qualifying. My prayers were answered.
So watch out for slippery curves and remember to brake earlier.
The streak continues of last lap quali battles in RP endurance.
So now drivers have 3 minutes to set up their cars, get their fuel sorted, and make sure their tyres are up to pressure as they try to wait for the 6 hours that they're going to have to endure through the night in Spa-Francorchamps.
And there's your pole sitter, Thomas Jack. The Bentley. So Daniel Lochra, who's another regular. Actually, I think races with Kovacs quite often. But both of them sitting pretty on the front row of the grid in P2. P3 Jürgen Sescheisen in the Lamborghini entry, the no livery Keck team car. It's the Bing. I've just noticed the roof of this car and lives up to its namesake. But it's the Bing Chilling Mercedes AMG. The Voodoo Boys in P5. Crispy. Not driving solo this time. I can't remember who his teammate is. We'll find out later on in the race. Van der Wiel in P6 in the NSX. And the spooky themed Audi of Peter Hürtel. P7. With those Wizards in P8. Got Manriquez in that Ferrari just behind him. And Daniel Fox in that McLaren. The Jensen Button McLaren, as I like to call it. Rounding out the top 10. With a KTM on pole position for GT4. Whoops.
I think that's proven the fact that the KTM certainly seems to be balanced a bit by the conditions on the circuit. Notoriously not able to get up to speed in certain places where they probably like, but the rain cancels it all out. And as we were speaking about yesterday, it's interesting to state we did a small little driver information form that 12 of the drivers currently here today filled out, and of those 12, 10 of them, their objective was to survive.
Love to see it. There you go, that's the one I wanted. My goodness, sorry. Looking around cameras like there's no tomorrow. But yeah, Bingus McBongus, as you can see on the bottom of your screen there in the Mystery Machine Maserati GT4. An entry to watch for sure as Thomas Jack pulls away to begin the formation lap. But very much excited to watch the Maserati in the rain. It's such a difficult car to drive. And really rewards smooth inputs. There's a bit of carnage from pole position. KTM there. Lots of clipping through each other. And so, heading into the start of this race, what do you think will be running through these drivers' minds as they try to navigate their formation lap?
Well, obviously, worry and panic, I guess, sets in at this point, where you take Eau Rouge on the formation lap in this wet conditions and probably start to wonder if anyone's going to murder you there on the opening lap. Usually what's running through my mind is to panic about whether I have the pressures correctly set up, which is obviously very important, especially in these sorts of conditions.
Precisely. And probably some people's gripe with ACC is that it does end up being a little bit of a tyre pressure simulator. I find it really hilarious just how bad it can be when it's, 0.3 psi off, and it's a noticeable difference. And I'm sure, obviously I've never driven an actual GT3 car, but it'll be interesting to know if that's actually accurate or not, whether so little pressure difference can make such big a difference.
I believe that the pressure is important, but the AC definitely goes a bit overboard in exactly how important it is to a fast race car. Obviously, I think actually what should be going through Thomas Jack's mind right now is don't spin on the formation lap.
Yes.
Which is something he hasn't always succeeded at in recent events.
Well, I'm going to take a deep breath because things can get very, very ugly. And we actually have the added benefit of James here actually being quite active in our stewarding. So what's the deal with first lap incidents in RP Endurance, James?
Well, generally it can go both ways. First lap stewarding is by the rulebook treated harsher than second lap stewarding, the argument being that you need to be cautious on the first lap and not be, let's just say it, not be an idiot, basically.
Yeah.
You've got to be a bit more careful of other cars, but then again, at the same time, sometimes it goes the other way, where a first lap incident is just caused by cars being in collection. Being very tightly packed, and that can obviously cause incidents of its own, which can't always be so much blamed on one individual driver. But if there is blame, it will probably be bumped up for first lap. And I'm sure that we'll probably see something here in a second.
Yeah, these guys approaching Blanchimont on their formation lap. About to start 6 hours of Spa. It will get dark.
It will get very dark.
A lot of people actually arguing that, well, I know some people will argue that nighttime racing doesn't make much of a difference for visibility. But at a track like Spa with not a huge amount of lights, the dark and the wet together does actually really affect visibility here.
Yep, I've driven a little bit of this track through the night with some of the drivers who are taking part, and it can get, especially in the darkness, with especially when the track is flooded, you can basically not even see the brake lights of the car in front at certain points of the track.
Indeed.
Due to the combination of the spray and obviously the darkness of the Ardennes forest.
Yeah. So
as the cars roll down to the source, ready to start the first lap of probably a couple of hundred, which starts in the middle of the downhill.
yeah, and I'm very glad that the rolling start starts here and not on the entry to the source F1 style.
I don't know if they were sensible enough. I think it'd probably start on the Kemmel straight.
Yeah, especially in these conditions as we approach the line. Green flag drops and Halloween Special 2 is underway. Kovacs not able to get the jump into Arouge, but everybody babying themselves through. Lots of wiggle from Thomas Jack ahead.
As we've got yellow flags towards the back of the grid, but I don't think anything has happened. I think that was just a lot of people close together and ACC freaked out a bit.
And Kovacs actually looking like he wants to make the move into Les Combes and not able to do so.
Oh, as Daniel Fox goes deep into the chicane, now he's off the track, going to have to rejoin, probably behind every car on the track.
And it looks as well that Bandit and Alacia have been battling it out, as I'll get the overall screen up for you. Fox losing out on some position there. Kovacs still not being able to make it past Thomas Jack. It is only the first lap as they get very close on their way into Pouan. And quite a...
Colin just spinning off. I don't know if he had contact there. You want to check that out. Oh, and almost collects a GT4 Aston on the around Pouan.
Look, it's not showing up on my race control.
Well, he was definitely spun around a little bit. I don't know if you can go back 30 seconds and see it.
Let's try 60, just in case. This is Ball-in coming through Bruxelles. And as you said, there was an issue going into Pouan, making a move on the other McLaren entry. Oh, and they're very close side by side. Looks like he wants the inside, maybe outbrakes himself. Oh, just very greedy on the power, it seems.
Yep. And then the GT4 Aston almost goes wide and clips him again. As whilst the replay has been happening, Kovacs is now being massively chased down by Jürgen Zuschleusen, as he had a little squirrely moment through Blanchimont which left him drifting. He managed to save the car, but he is now right in front of Jürgen's orange Lamborghini.
I'm just waiting for the replay to finish up. And there we go. So now we can see this battle. Looks like Escheisen may have dropped back a little bit through a Rouge.
Interestingly, seeing all the cars going up a Rouge, we're already working out that track limits are more of a suggestion up there again.
Yes.
In these wet conditions.
I'm not sure. I didn't catch.
As Victor is off. Victor is off again at the top of Radion. He looks to have damage on the front of his car.
Oh.
And GT4 Aston is also off at the top of Radion as well.
Try and get a peek at what happens. So it looks like Ball-in actually lost it over Radion. Didn't go back quite far enough. Was this a bad rejoin? No, the Aston just Aston had some issue there as well. Lots of damage on that Aston. He'll have to pit, I'm sure.
It looks like I was mistaken. Ball-in doesn't have damage on the front of his car. When I first saw it, it looked like he had, but I think it's just the odd shape of the Honda's front.
See if this works. Oh, I might just miss this. I hate the replay function in ACC in this.
Yep, Tobman currently, Tobyman even, sorry, in the, he's been having trouble with Lacombe as well with that damage. He's going to have to return to pit as soon as he possibly can, I think.
And Ball-in making his way past Valentino Rossi in GT4, so it just gives you an idea of how far back they are. A little bit further down, we've got Zach Manriquez chasing down the Withers McLaren. Only 2/10 or so behind as they go around Corbeil Paul Frere on their way towards Blanchimont. And we've got lots of battles happening as Kovacs obviously gaining on the straight on the entry to bus stop. And Porsche's superior exit traction really helping out here. As back with Zach Manriquez, not able to make the move, but Lovash is actually trying to make the move on that McLaren also, and he's also got Fox right behind him. To give you an idea of the spray as these guys cross the start-finish line and head on down to La Source.
I think Daniel Fox is making a move. He makes it. He almost gets clipped by the other McLaren there, but manages to make the move and he's ahead of Lovatz.
And just up with Kovacs as he's actually trying to make a move down the Kemmel Straight. As the inside line, not always the best. But gets the move sewn up under braking. Fine move.
Again, that comes down to the Porsche lacking that power at the end of that straight. And the Bentley just managed to sail past, in some ways more literally than figuratively here.
And this battle still not put to bed as Loas is trying to make the move into Les Combes, doesn't get it sewn up. And I'm sure that McLaren ahead, the one with the green wheels, is quite happy to let to see those guys battle.
I think the 850 KTM of pitch just got caught out by the Kemmel puddle and was doing a little bit of mowing down the right bank after Radion.
That's pretty much best case scenario if the puddle gets you. Not a huge impact into the barriers, so hopefully he's still able to continue.
Lovatz has gone off at Speaker's Corner, and I believe he hit the wall.
Let's see. Yeah, some front end damage there. But I do want to go back up to this battle real quick as Fox is trying to make a move into... Which quarter is that? Oh, that's Campus. Sorry. Tried to make the move there. The car ahead of Mika Sartoth. Doing very well to defend, keeping the inside nicely there. Two McLarens battling it out.
Yep, as Thomas Jack is trying to regain his position for the lead of the race against the Bentley, was very close to him a second ago. He's remaining quite close. He'll want to get the move done soon, or he will lose out a bit more back on the Kemmel Straight.
Oh, and very wide there. A good battle here for P10 in the standings. Will there be a move into bus stop? Car ahead defending very well.
Of it.
Oh, a bit deep though into the bus stop, and it looks like, oh, that's a shame.
As the that is unfortunate. The Aston Martin, or GT4 Aston Martin, is currently trundling down the pit lane, as you can see there in the background.
Yeah.
Having finally pitted to repair that damage, or currently pitting to repair that damage. Shows you how long it can be if you get damage around here to get back to the pits and then get through the longest pit lane, possibly in the world.
Yeah, I would say so. Good thing if you're a solo driver, because you do have the massive pit lane to take a break, not just a 30-second pit stop. So pit delta here, quite a significant amount of time. And I do want to go back to this battle. So it looks like Fox gave the position back, which will help.
That is certainly, if there's not too much damage, that will certainly, in terms of stewarding, possibly get him away with just a warning.
Yeah, it looked as if the green and black Aston of Sarthoff didn't get as good an exit as the Jensen Button McLaren that we are following on with Daniel Fox.
I think back on the discussion of the Porsches lacking pace around here, I think it was proved a second ago, as on the Kemmel Straight, Kovacs managed to extend the lead to 1.2 seconds. It's coming back down again through the more cornery sections of the circuit. as Tom is now still within that 1 second gap to the leader.
These guys heading now on their way towards Blanchimont, and might see some of that flat out speed happen here. So the gap currently 6/10 as they head towards
As
Blanchimont.
Daniel Fox gets past Sartov, as Sartov went wide, I believe that is at Puon.
Have a look here. Oh, Sarthoff goes very wide. Both of them using full limits of the track there, and it looked like Sarthoff actually had a big moment on the exit.
As Tobyman has returned to the circuit and just had, I think, also got caught out by a camel puddle. Thankfully, doesn't seem to have had any damage on that after his repair pit stop.
Yeah, big moment there. So the puddle continuing to catch people out.
As we now have another, here we are, tightening battle between Manriquez and Wivel. The Ferrari versus the McLaren, both in a beautiful red livery. I don't know what happened to cause the gap to tighten up, but certainly be interesting to see.
Just get an idea of the spray through Eau Rouge. Could barely see the curbs. And the Ferrari looking like it got a much better exit. See if any of them get caught out by the puddle. No.
The McLaren did look to have a little bit of a wiggle there, but managed to keep it together. But the Ferrari obviously not having that helps the pace through, but I don't think it's going to make it through Lacombe. He might try and move down to Brazil.
And there's so many opportunities to overtake on this track. Just knowing where the traction is right now. Very difficult. Only 12 minutes into this race, about 4 laps or so. But Keith Withell in the Withell's Whizzers car at the moment. I believe they're brothers.
I believe so. I can try and have a check. I don't believe they submitted an information form.
Interesting. I'm going to go back to this as Borlin making his way past the GT4. This is for position. And he makes that look easy, because it is.
The only GT4 left for Borlin to pass is Jacob Alacia in the Mystery Machine Maserati. As Thomas Jack once again within 0.5 of the Bentley in first place, up into the bus stop.
Wonder if he'll look to get the better traction out of the exit and try and make the move into La Source.
Realistically, what he wants to do is try and make the move some point after Lacombe to not allow the Camel to be his downfall again.
Yeah. Not able to have a look there. Good traction on the exit.
For all of its faults, the Porsche does have good traction and acceleration, but just can't maintain it.
Both of them look quite tidy there through Eau Rouge. Thomas Jack going a little bit wide, as you see Jürgen Zescheisen has been keeping up nicely. This battle behind still happening between the Ferrari and the Withell's Whizzers McLaren.
They are incredibly close at the top of Eau Rouge. I think if the Ferrari can hold it, he might have the acceleration on the straight. Yeah, look to move on the inside, possibly. No, the McLaren goes to defend. And the positions hold for now.
Noticed Victor Borlin has gotten past the GT4 leader. These guys still going at it. Enriquez seems to be a lot faster through the corners, the slower to medium speed corners, but the can't seem to keep up in the faster corners. I think Puon might show this quite well. And the gap stays relatively the same through that corner.
As Victor Borden just brought out another yellow flag, I think, but he seems to have continued onwards.
I think a slight moment there as he maybe at the Camel.
He had a very slight drift through Radion, or through the Camel corner even.
So Thomas Jack still hanging on to the rear of the Bentley ahead of him. Jürgen Scheisen actually behind has kept the gap quite similar, only about 3/10 off of Thomas Jack's last lap time was Cookie. But he does now have Adamski quite close behind, gaining time. Last lap round actually about 0.6 of a second quicker than Scheisen. Don't think he's going to be close enough to get a significant amount of slipstream. Adamski actually lost a lot of time there through the first corner. These guys still within half a second of each other. Just see the spray, you can't even see the Bentley behind, barely. But Kovac's actually pulling out half a second on the Kemmel straight alone.
Yep, most of the looks like most of the field have spread out. There's a yellow flag once again at Kemmel. B. van der Wiel had a little moment but maintained his position. But he has put himself within touching distance of Hurtle. He's going to try and make a move into the Cum. I don't think he's going to risk it. He is risking it. I think he makes it.
He does.
That was a well-made move. I think Van der Wiel saw it and went a bit deep as well, which certainly helped him out.
And I was concentrating on this battle actually directly behind with the GT4 in between for good measure.
Oh, as Van der Wiel has another moment, GT4 gets past, as do Wivel, and it looks like Manriquez is going to make it as well. I'm not sure if Van der Wiel has damage. I don't know where he would have picked that up.
And we see a 5-second penalty for Daniel Fox, probably for bumping the other McLaren at the exit of bus stop earlier. But Manriquez still chasing down Keith Withall, as Thomas Jack still hanging on the back of the Bentley ahead of
Daniel
Kovacs.
Fox is round at Speaker's Corner.
Ooh, and that's not ideal. Not a good way to...
a 3-point turn, but luckily there is no traffic coming out behind him.
I think he just took too much of that entry curb on the outside of Speaker's Corner there, or no name. He's still trying to get round. Meanwhile, Manriquez looking like he wants to make the move into the bus stop at Blanchimont.
If he's going to try and make it, this is probably one of his best opportunities for a couple of laps. I think he lost quite a bit of time through Blanchimont there. Went from 0.1 second to 0.3, now down to 0.5.
And these guys still insanely close to each other. Only 0.2 of a second right now as they both go through a Rouge. Radion. Porsche looking very tidy through there. Big wiggle from the Bentley. Enriquez just hanging on to the back of the Withall car. Van der Wiel into the pits.
Yeah, but he must have had some damage along the way, and that's why he jumped out of the way of the battling cars behind him. The car looks okay to me, but seems to have a little bit of damage on the front end.
Yeah. I just clicked away there because ACC's lying to me, but Withall actually getting a move done. Let me see if I can see that. Sorry, Enriquez got the move done. Oh, well, that's not okay.
No, I think the
The stewards will have a look at that, I'm sure. Not, you must keep the car on the racetrack to make a move. Whittle still behind Manriquez, so I'm sure a penalty to come there. Thomas Jack has a big moment on the exit of Stavilo there. And a reminder, there is a 75-minute stint timer for today's race. So a driver can only spend a maximum of 75 minutes on the track for one stint. That timer ends when you enter the pits, I believe. But the stint timer has thrown up some problems for people in the past, some gifts for some other people, depending on your perspective. But it'll definitely play into today's strategy, especially with changing conditions, although right now it does seem it's all rain for the next 15 minutes.
Yep, and just have a look. At the moment, there are 6 drivers today who are solo drivers. Those are Daniel Fox, Jürgen Scheusen, Thomas Jack, Victor Borlin, Akos Lovac, and Vales 46. I'm not sure what his name is. The Chevy.
Yeah, Valentino Rossi.
Yes, Valentino Rossi. Yes, of course.
Valet.
Oh, I see. Vales fail.
But interestingly enough, his team name is Tavulia Racing, which is Rossi's hometown. I believe it's somewhere in Tuscany, but maybe that's why I'm like, it is him. But if it was actually him, it would be 46 and not 446. Then his name is Valet 46, but it's weird. Don't know. We may never know.
Meanwhile, 3 teams are running 3 drivers. Actually, sorry, no, 4 teams are running 3 drivers. The Low Fuel Racing KTM, the Cloverfield Lane Aston Martin V8 GT4, the Voodoo Boys and the Honda NSX Evo 2019, and the No Big Deal Audi, currently being driven by Peter Hurtle.
Stamina-wise, 3 drivers the way to go, but then you have 3 potential disconnects or hardware/software malfunction. The dark side of sim racing, as it were.
Well, I mean, also you have 3 different potential levels of skill, which certainly can make a difference to a team's successes.
Indeed.
I mean, you have to ask. I mean, Thomas Jack might get tired towards the end of this race, but Kovacs' teammate might not be, as up to pace as Kovacs himself, and it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Certainly has been seen before at Watkins Glen and other races.
Borlin actually losing time to Fox ahead on the Kemmel Straight. Up ahead, Thomas Jack again within half a second of Kovacs ahead. Goes very deep into bus stop.
That comes back to the discussion about the how tired Tom is going to get if this is the entire race for him.
Yeah. I mean, you have to remember too, with the amount of sliding going on, these drivers are very busy with their hands, trying to keep the car pointed in the direction they need it to be.
However, some relief will be felt as the weather is looking like it's going to get a little bit less wet in 15 minutes time.
Interesting. Still rain, but rain decreasing. Definitely not seeing a dry line right now. Van der Wiel actually for position on Valentino Rossi. Thinks twice about making the move there and just have it on the exit. Good patience from Van der Wiel. A lot more GT4s to clear for this NSX entry. And Jacob Alacia in the Mystery Machine currently sitting P1, so we must have missed the battle, or the overtake at least, to put him up into first position. Qualified second, remember.
I think pitch might have had an issue at some point, as I did notice a few laps back. Will Stewart was very much in contention with them again, but it didn't look like any natural time gain.
Yeah, and it was Bandit who's had a pole position in GT4, currently 4th in class, but putting in some good lap times actually. Jacob Alacia actually putting in a 49.9 for their best lap so far, and Bandit not too far behind with a 51.2. Steward's last lap, so ahead of Bandit, was about 4 or 5 seconds off the pace. It must have been an issue, but a long time to go. Only half an hour or 25 minutes have elapsed so far.
As I believe Akash Lavach has just succumbed to the puddle at Radion once again. I don't know if he hit it, he got that damage there, but certainly had a moment going through that corner.
I missed it. That was needed to go back about 45 seconds, not 15. Oh well. We won't catch everything because the replay system's quite difficult to use.
As the drivers begin to spread out a bit again, Thomas Jack, though currently within about 1 second consistently of the leader.
And let's just let them cross the line. Last lap for Kovacs was a 36.2 and a 35.9 for Thomas Jack. So quite similar on lap time. And now we see traffic starting to play an issue, as that KTM of Bandit splits the 2 GT3s through Eau Rouge, and that will help Kovacs out immensely. Great spot to overtake him there. You see Thomas Jack trying to just straight line the speed, straight line the Kemmel corner, so as not to have any steering input should he hit the puddle, because that's when it all goes wrong and you end up in the barrier.
Poison actually enters the side by side with KTM. That's not going to help his lap time.
No.
He'll be hoping that Adamski can be held up a bit more as well through Bristol.
And last time around, Adamski putting in a 36.1 and Shizen putting in a 36.2. Their best laps, actually, Shizen's best lap is the 36.2. A very similar pace here could end up being strategy or stamina. Adamski having another driver to hand off to during.
As Manriquez is off, I believe, into Piff Puff, is that? No, the Cum, sorry.
And let's just see. Takes the curb, and yeah, I think.
Oh, that's unfortunate that he had to hit the front end of that Ferrari like that. He's probably going to have to repair that for damage. Pit that for repair for damage.
Whether he'll pit early or just wait for his pit stop. If he has any steering damage.
He also has received a 5-second penalty, and I'm wondering if that was for his overtake off track at Eau Rouge.
It was. I'm just in the steward's channel now. 5 seconds for leaving the track and gaining an advantage.
That's not one we see very often here.
It's not. Could be the first.
Well, usually ACC is pretty good at picking it up, but in wet weather, it's notoriously not always as you would like it.
And there was talk last year of how easy it is to avoid getting the in-game track cut penalty. Obviously, because the game can't see everything and it bases it off of your kind of. I think it bases it off your fastest lap. So to just lift and go through Eau Rouge, for example, or at the top of Radion. The game won't always give you a track cut for it, so I'm not sure if the stewards have been told to keep an eye out for huge gains made, just like we saw Manriquez make on Withall. Shizen actually has clawed back a little bit of time to Thomas Jack, was actually a second faster than Thomas Jack on the last lap. As he has that KTM ahead of him to try and deal with. Manages to pass it before the braking zone, which is ideal.
As we see, no one really close to another within 2 odd seconds now. The field has spread out quite a bit, except for those being lapped.
Yeah, and I think a lot of these drivers know that there's a long time to go, and it's just best to try and settle into a rhythm as quickly as possible, knowing that gaining 2 seconds on a pit stop is not really a tall order, and strategy will come into this a huge amount, especially later on in the race. All in still at the back of the GT3 field. So interestingly enough, not sure, where did they qualify? Qualified 19th and they're now 12th. Maybe we didn't catch them.
Right.
I know, I was saying maybe we caught them not qualifying, or we didn't catch them not qualifying. Which is weird. Yeah, it's true, because Tobyman in the GT4 still carrying that front end damage. A lot of it. Bonnet looks like it wants to come off. But Toberman has actually lost 4 positions as they started 15th. So, yeah, Borlin must have not qualified, or maybe forgot.
According to my qualifying, he got a 2:42.0. Which definitely would have put him ahead of the GT4s.
Interesting. Okay, well maybe it's
If
my race director not doing so well right now.
As we are now 30 minutes in to this 6-hour race. It's currently 7:19 p.m. in game time.
Sun likes to
get
set
dark any second now.
Yeah, I was about to say, sun likes to set really around 8 o'clock or so. I can't remember if this is 2 times time scale. I believe it is.
Yes, I think it must be, because
Yeah.
I believe we started around just after 6 p.m.
Oof.
in game time.
A big slide there from Thomas Jack at the end of campus.
And as we come to that half an hour, I shall be back in 2 seconds.
Okay. Shizen still about 2 seconds behind Thomas Jack. Gap has been very consistent throughout the whole race. Their last lap's actually identical. Shizen's best lap actually faster than Tom Jack's. This is a battle we could also see, as well as the battle for first place. Actually, Kovacs, Jack and Shizen's last lap all within 1/10 of each other. A great pace from all of them, as Van der Wiel has to navigate GT4 traffic for position. So the 2 NSXs not doing so well. Borlin actually making it past. Borlin making up some positions and trying to make time up on Fox ahead. Looks like he's carrying a decent amount of front end damage too. This is Van der Wiel through campus. Try and look to make the move as effortlessly as possible. KTM not really defending, not moving off its line. Doesn't have to move off of its line, remember, in GT racing. Blue flags are advisory, if you will. And good patience from Borlin as he waits to pass the GT4 on the high-speed section. But a
I think you
yellow.
might have spoken a bit too soon there, as Victor Borlin has just gone off.
Let's try and see. Let's try and catch that. Oh, it looks like he lost it on the exit.
I think you might have just got confused between Van der Wiel and
Yeah. Sorry. This is balling.
2 Hondas.
Yes. I'm just having a look at the timing screen. GT4 pace, very similar to the top 3, all within the 50s, 250s. So while the field has spread out, everybody is kind of quite similar on pace, those that are in close battles. But this race definitely not over, 5.5 hours left to go. Let's just talk about Chris B. And interestingly enough, P5, P4 and P3 in GT3, that's all where they qualified, so good job for those guys, not losing or gaining any positions, which is totally fine. I'm sure Cookie will be delighted with running in P3 at the minute. Just want to
yellow flag for Manriquez. Not sure exactly where that is. It looks like they've had a moment. Again, at the same place as last time. As we get another yellow flag for Damsky. He seems to have gone off just after Savalo sort of area.
have to wait for this one. Let's see.
You're not going to like this. There's
Was
another
that-
yellow flag for Lovac.
Oh my goodness. Well, Manrique is making a mistake we've seen before there in 2 Le Con.
Yeah, the Adamski one looked a lot worse. It looks like he has got some damage from his adventures.
Yeah, some front end damage for sure. Not going into the pits. And Loash was the other one going off.
He went off at Lacum, but that's interesting because that means that CB is now back within 3 seconds of the go ahead, down from about 10, but it looks like Adamski might not have had too much damage to prevent him from running away.
Yeah. And about half a second difference of these guys' best laps. Crispy about half a second behind Adamski in terms of best lap pace, as Ballin is in the pits, probably repairing some of that damage. And
I think that was a return to pit as they went off. I'm not quite sure where that was on track.
15 seconds they were still in the pits.
But they will be held and will be down a lap by the time they get out.
Wanted to hear the roar of the GT4 Cheddarati. Such a great sound. Struggling a bit with rear end traction, as is traditional with this car. Still leading GT4 is the Mystery Machine team. I was saying while you were gone that Ashaizen has kept the gap to Thomas Jack around the 2-second mark pretty much this whole race. Looking like the pace of the Lamborghini, especially in a straight line, 244 kilometers an hour through the speed trap, which I believe is somewhere at Kemmel, compared to the Porsche's 236, so a whole 10 kilometers an hour. So basically DRS advantage of straight line speed. Thomas Jack clawing back some time. Vandervelde back again, having to make moves past the GT4's 4 position. Not where you want to be as a GT3 driver, but a lot of time left to make that deficit up.
Yep, as Thomas Jack once again sets a 2:35, fastest lap of the race thus far, I believe, 2:35.902. Kovacs on his previous lap also did a 2:35, but on this lap he's only managed a 36.715. Tom clawing back a little bit at him on that last lap.
I was going to say, over the last couple of laps or so, Thomas Jacks actually gained about a second back on Kovacs as he gets a track cut there. His time invalidated, but straight line speed of the Bentley pulling out the gap again once they do get to Kemmel. And of course with Verschuizen just lingering in the background. Back down in GT4, Bandit has clawed back a lot of the deficit to Stewart ahead in that Porsche. Like there's a Ferrari car in there for good mix to hold up Stewart.
And that is the Ferrari of Manriquez, I believe.
I just want to see. So top speed through the speed trap for Bandit was 210 kilometers an hour, while Stewart gets 224 kilometers an hour. So the KTM suffers in the straight line speed.
Kovacs is making a move. The GT4 gets out of his way into pit path. I thought for a second the GT4 might hold him up, but got out of the way quite well and good.
And this battle still going on. Fox has caught up to the back of Sartov. I think Sartov actually lost a lot of time somewhere in that lap to allow this to happen. These two McLarens have been battling. Fox with that 5-second penalty to carry, remember. And Van der Wiel making his way past Jacob Alacia. Poor position once again. So Van der Wiel has cleared the GT4 field and sits in last place, apart from Victor Borlin.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, whilst we're discussing these back markers, Victor Borlin did manage to get out of the pits and repair the car, and is now behind all the GT4s except for Toby Man, who had to do the same earlier on.
Yeah. We've seen some high damage crashes already, and that's just within the first 40 minutes or so.
Well, with this being the sort of first set of crashes, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. They can still make a nice pit delta for themselves to get to the end of the race without needing to pit too much more.
And with that,
if more occurs, then they're going to have more problems.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think an incident here at the beginning of the race, not necessarily as race ending as something 5.5 hours in. Obviously, we do enjoy watching people try to finish, but it's hard. It's hard to do that sometimes when you've got so much damage.
Just gotta remember.
Yeah.
First, you have to finish.
Exactly. I'm saying in terms of race position and finishing well, I think these early incidents much easier to handle than a later incident.
It's certainly true. You obviously have to adjust your strategies and everything, but in these cars with 75 minutes, you can arguably get 1 or 2 crashes out of the way and not have to pit any extra. Get lucky with timing, especially. You'll lose time in the pit stop, but from the repairs, but it won't matter too much as Daniel Fox makes the move on Sartov through Blanchimont. This is and he gets ahead of him, but will there be a play back on him into the bus stop? The bus stop, I hate calling it a bus stop because it's not a bus stop anymore.
It's not a bus stop anymore, exactly.
It used to be an actual bus stop. Now it's a Nouvelle Chicane.
Yeah.
Oh, he goes deep.
Yeah, Fox goes very deep.
Almost coming back on him. Can he get a good exit here? I don't think he can from that angle. But certainly will try to hang on.
It looks
of
like
course, he knows if he stays within 5 seconds, and he still has the pace on him when it comes to the pit stops.
Yeah. I was going to say, it looked as if Sartov had to actually back out because Fox kind of came back onto the racing line somewhat after going wide. I don't think it was cause for the stewards to have a look at it.
Should also note, just before it gets deleted, well, not deleted, but the fastest lap of the race now is a 2:35.565 from Kovacs, who did it on his last lap. This lap only manages a 2:35.6 5-2, and as I say that, Thomas Jack does a 2:35.537, taking the new fastest lap of the race.
By like a couple hundredths of a second, so
They are gaining each other very, very, very slightly here.
And fastest lap honors switching back and forth very regularly between these two, so it's almost like a repeat of quali, isn't it? They just so you went wrong when you said that they were racing.
I want to see now old CB 1 second off of Adamski still. He has not dropped back as much as I think Adamski would have hoped. Possibly that damage playing a little bit into Adamski's suffering, I guess.
Yeah. I was going to say, the Voodoo Boys Audi, sorry, I'm so used to seeing these guys drive an Audi. Voodoo Boys NSX looking relatively damage-free thus far.
And actually, CB did his fastest lap of the race last lap with a 2:36.355, which is a good 4 tenths quicker than the current fastest lap. No, sorry, not 4 tenths, 6 tenths quicker of the fastest lap, or last lap, sorry, of Adamski.
There's a good look at a little bit of front end damage. Not as much as I thought. Let's see if he's got some steering damage. Maybe? No, I think he's okay. No steering damage, but definitely down on pace since the incident that we unfortunately didn't see.
I'm trying to have a look through the order, but right now I don't think anyone is too isolated anymore. And obviously gaps have started to be created, but there's usually little clusters of 2 or so cars driving around. CB was, before Adamski's incident, quite separated from any other car, but now is obviously gaining on Adamski in the Mercedes.
And I think that's just showing how important consistency is going to be today. You could have a 5-second gap, but due to the nature of the mistakes you can make here, one off can cost you 10-15 seconds trying to get back onto the track.
Fastest lap.
Thomas Jack.
2:35.022 from Thomas Jack, as he has gained almost a full second on Kovacs, or a full second on Kovacs that lap.
To say 36.0 for Kovacs. I wonder what happened there. We'll just hop back with Chris B, as he's also made up a lot of time, going almost a second, 9/10 faster than Adamski that last lap around. And within a second gets a really good exit actually from the source.
I've got to feel bad for Tom a bit here. He gets onto Kemmel after doing such a good effort and is already back again by another 0.5.
Yeah. Not ideal. I know what he'll be saying to himself now. Like, why did I pick the Porsche? No, I don't think he'll regret it too much, but if he was in his normal car, his normal main, which is the McLaren, then I think he'd do a little bit better down the straights. I just want to point out, actually,
we have a yellow flag, sorry, for Withel. Let's see what happened there. He seems to be round at the bus stop in the 957 McLaren.
You greedy on the power? Oh, just got onto the sausage curb. Just onto the sausage curb there. Just want to go back with Chris B, as he's now only half a second back from Adamski.
That spin also means that Manriquez takes 7th place from Withel.
So that battle's still happening, with lap times looking very similar between those two particular cars. Meanwhile, up ahead here, Chris B trying desperately to pass Adamski, I think. I think he's actually pushing now, as Thomas Jack up ahead gained some time through the final sector on Kovacs. This fight definitely not over. And we kind of already know who's going to win the battle to the braking zone of the Nouvelle Chicane. Thomas Jack going very deep again. Seen him do that a couple of times now. Chris B chasing down the rear of Adamski still.
As that lap, Kovac's not a fastest lap, but fastest lap for himself, a 2:35.5 dead. And Thomas Jack a 2:35.55. So 0.05 off that lap was Thomas Jack.
Chris B actually lost a little bit of time there through the chicane. Looks like he may have overslowed into the first right-hander. And here we'll get kind of a good sense of just how... Oh, and Kovacs has gone round! Oh, it looked like he went round then.
You were watching.
From the helicam, it looked like he spun around, and we had that last year. Like, the helicam through that corner as Kovacs takes the esports line directly over the curb. And has lost a lot of time.
Squirrely and has lost time to Thomas Jack.
Thomas Jack now only 7/10 behind. Wonder if Kovacs did have a moment through there. Chris B also catching up to Adamski behind. They make their way through Les Combes. A lot of apex curb there for the NSX, which is quite brave because even in the dry, the NSX doesn't really like curbs. Adamski goes a touch deep on the entry.
As we see now that actually with all this fighting he's doing, CB is 40 seconds clear of the rest of the field. We are really sort of seeing the dividing line.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Hurtle himself is sort of in no man's land at the moment, which is what I was trying to talk about earlier, where he is 40 seconds back from CB, but 20 seconds ahead of Manriquez.
Definitely a nice, easy cushion for him right now. Manriquez's and Hurtle's pace seems quite similar. Their last lap, only 0.2 difference between them. Adamski is still trying to give himself a bit more buffer. I wish he would have that kind of buffer to Chris B behind, who is looming, seeming quite patient.
There was a yellow flag just out for Jurgens of Schoisen, who had a little moment and he hit the wall out of Blanchimont. That is unfortunately, hit it very much square on with the side of the car. Hopefully not too much damage there.
Looked like he had an issue into bus stop too. Or maybe not. The Scheiser now 9 seconds back from Thomas Jack as Chris B is still on the back. Fastest lap of the race for him so far on that last lap with a 35.6.
Meanwhile, Thomas Jack has gone exactly 0.01 seconds closer to Kovacs on that lap. These two are really closely paced together.
And these guys as well, actually, their best lap's only 100th of a second off. Exactly 100th of a second off. Chris B very close behind. He'll be getting a good amount of tow for sure. You just see the amount of spray he has to deal with. Having to judge when the braking zone is.
Yellow flag for Sartov out of Speaker's corner. Just got on the painted tarmac a bit too much and hit the front end and sort of wall on the left-hand side.
Looks like he's carrying quite a bit of damage. Let's see, hasn't pitted yet. Might need to think about making that soon, and with the hour mark approaching, a lot of drivers do prefer to try and pit around the 1 hour mark into the stint.
That's especially true for teams running multiple drivers who obviously, as well as wanting to get a good strategy down, want their drivers to have sort of equal amounts of time in the car at least more times than not.
Exactly. And I think, yeah, those teams with 3 drivers, of which there were 4, I believe, they'll be wanting to employ that tactic. 6 hours, very easy to divide by 3.
Not as easy as you might think. I remember my first 6 hour race, 6 hours of Imola and RCI with Thomas Jack co-driving.
Okay.
I may or may not have accidentally took one of his stints off him at the end of the race. We checked all of our pit stops, and the one thing we forgot to check was the driver swap.
There you go. Well, it just shows you how easy it is to make a mistake, not even in the game. And I've just noticed, Thomas Jack's wing. Hold on. Supreme.
The great Supreme. Thomas Jack, actually, that lap invalid, but a 2:34.8.
Wow.
But invalid, so
Invalid.
that's you gotta wonder about that one.
And very, very, very close, actually, to Kovacs ahead through Eau Rouge.
Is that Bentley having to break up the court? Up?
Yeah.
Up Eau Rouge. That is terrifying. Sorry to see.
You just saw Thomas Jack kind of slow down very suddenly, so I think it might just be a lift for Jack at this point. But Chris B also still close. Not as close as he was. Back up ahead. This is where the Porsche begins to claw back some time.
Yeah, Thomas Jack much closer than he has been on previous laps.
A little bit deeper there. Into Brazils, and through No Name they go. You see both of them babying it over the exit curb there.
Tom just needs to try and hold it around here, not make any mistakes.
0.2 of a second is the exact same gap as Chris B is to Adamski. Some GT4 traffic, that's the 420 KTM of Bandit. He's gonna get himself in the mix to spice things up. Looks like he'll split the two GT3s. No.
I don't think he's going to.
Slows up to let the battle happen. That's very respectful of Bandit. Bandit actually only 3 seconds behind Stewart, who this pair will pass quite quickly. It's the next GT4 in traffic to pass. There he is. So these guys will look to make that happen around Blanchimont. Here's the worst time to catch a GT4.
That's going to play right to some hands, but they're going to be very difficult to make a move after that. That Porsche sort of.
Porsche's outbraked itself. Porsche outbrakes itself.
Out of the way. They're going to have to wait on the exit.
Oh, that could have been much worse, but that's really opened the door for Tom Jack. Will he look to make the move into La Source? I don't think so. So close, nose to bumper.
Pace into Eau Rouge.
Just a quick flick back. Chris B and Adamski still at it. Just want to see these guys go through Eau Rouge. Tom's kind of learnt where Kovacs is breaking through there, not able to close the gap at all.
As CB is making the move around La Source, but I think Adamski has a better exit.
No way, these guys... Oh, there's contact! I look like there was a little bit of contact there.
There was from my perspective, but it was close.
It looked like there might have been, but these guys are very close together. Adamski having to cut Eau Rouge.
Very different lines, and CB gets ahead.
Just want to see that again if we can. Yeah, looking like Adamski not able to navigate Eau Rouge properly and loses out, having to overslow. Meanwhile, Tom Jack.
We both agree that has been a long time coming.
Yeah.
Here's another one that's been a long time coming but has not quite made it yet. Thomas Jack currently lapping around 2/10 quicker, but obviously traffic is playing a part in that now as they get past GT3 cars. I believe that is Satov who just got past, and now the GT4 KTM of not Bandit, the other one, Pitch.
Back markers and GT4 traffic handling themselves quite nicely, it seems, this race so far. I do not want to curse anything, but I hope that continues throughout the race. And you see now just the power of the Bentley on the flat out section. Still no dry line, and rain decreasing in 5 minutes, decreasing further in 15 minutes. So the rain is loosening up. And Chris B has actually already pulled out a second on Adamski in that short space of time, about half a lap or so.
Yeah, obviously Adamski's car we know is damaged. I would not be surprised to see him pit very shortly, repair that, and hope to make up some time. I don't know if he has a second driver to put in the car as well.
And
Give
I
himself
wonder,
a little rest.
is this Kovacs taking up a defensive position into Eau Rouge? Oh, as the Aston Martin
Before
there.
leaving the pits.
It's the Toberman Aston Martin GT4.
I think he might have just forced Tom into a wider line.
It looked as if Kovacs was actually defending quite hard into down the start-finish straight, or I should say the starting straight. But Tom Jack through this sector has been much quicker overall.
As both of the leaders are now coming back to the back of Valentino Rossi in the Chevrolet, who is currently just coming through Speaker's Corner. And after him, Jacob Alacia, actually, having just lapped their fellow GT4.
So a commanding lead, about 18 seconds or so is Jacob Alacia. Looks like Tom's trying to make the move into Pouon, thinks twice. It looked like he stuck his nose up the inside and had to overslow as he didn't have the car in the place he wanted it. Late on the brakes into Piff Paff. And there you see the Valentino Rossi.
As Wivell in the McLaren comes into the pits now.
So it looks like Akos Loash might make the position up. As I said, it is around the hour mark, so pit stops will begin to happen en masse.
But Akos is currently being caught by Daniel Fox by a couple of attempts at a lap, it seems. We'll have to contend with the Jenson Button Team Rocket McLaren very shortly.
Tom Jack has been really close for a really long time. There is the Mystery Machine, splits the GT3. Looks like Kovacs goes very deep into bus stop, has to cut the track. And I wonder if that would be gaining an advantage. You see just how wiggly the Maserati was through on the exit of the Nouvelle chicane.
Yeah, I think he will, with the amount of time gained, will have to give some of that time back.
It looks like he has, as the gap is back down to half a second. I wonder if he was very, very conscious of that. Might have someone in his ear saying that the stewards have previously given a penalty for leaving the track and gaining an advantage.
And if you want an example of how long this pit lane is, as I mentioned a couple of seconds ago, it feels like minutes now that we've all entered the pits. He's only just actually entered his box.
So yeah, a monumental pit delta. Let's have a look. Actually, I can see Van der Viel's pit delta was actually 2.5 minutes, but he was stopped for 1 minute and 14 seconds to repair damage. So
can obviously, that pit delta can, in terms of stewarding as well, create some conversation amongst stewards.
Yes.
When giving out penalties. Obviously, a drive-through generally is regarded as a 30-second penalty. Around here, it's quite a bit longer.
Yeah. Just a drive-through even is longer than a stop-go 30. So a lot of these drivers
you might see some more 40-second or 45-second penalties given out at some point, possibly if anything major happens, rather than a drive-through, just because of how much longer it is.
Yeah, and Fox there looked very late on the brakes, perhaps a bit too late. But still has the gap less than half a second.
I think, yeah, both of these drivers seem to be currently making a few mistakes every now and then, but Daniel certainly seems to have the advantage. As
Point out.
Adamski has also entered his pit box in the. Go back to that one. I like that. I prefer that camera view.
Being chilling.
As Kovacs has had a moment and Thomas Jack has got past him. I do not know what happened there. I just tore the yellow flag.
We will look.
I think it's his painted
Oh,
strip, is it?
yeah.
Well, he deja vu. And gets bit collected, but that certainly plays well into Thomas Jack's hands. An unfortunate incident there with Kovacs.
I mean, looks like, yeah, he lost it on the entry curbing on the outside of the track. Whether there'll be ramifications for that contact, it looked like there was contact as Thomas Jack goes into the pits.
Very deep on the brakes to the source, but maintains the position to Lavats in the car ahead. Valentino Rossi has just gone off at Blanchimont, but seems to be still driving a straight line.
Oh, yeah, Thomas Jack into the pits. And let me just see. Adamski's pit delta 1 minute 59 seconds. Richard Withall's pit delta 1 minute 50. Withall taking a 36-second stop time stopped. So I'm not sure if he had 6 seconds of repairs or it's very easy to balk the pit box entry.
As one of the fun little bugs with ACC happens, CB gets past Thomas Jack and then gets repassed by Thomas Jack as Thomas Jack technically re-enters the circuit in the middle of the pit lane.
Love to see it. Passed on pace alone, right?
Reminds me of, what was it, the 24 Hours of Le Mans with Jimmy Broadbent passing Max Verstappen on pace alone as Max's car was DNF'd in the pits.
Ah. Fox hanging on to the back of Loash very nicely, still about 4 tenths behind. They head into campus. He looks so much
Fox
later on the
really,
brakes. Yeah.
Really, yeah, there's a few moments here where I think they're going to have a collision because he is braking extremely late in some of these corners. And to be honest, it's not really helping him in some of them.
Yeah. I accidentally hit 30-second replay instead of TV1 cam. I don't know why they put those buttons directly next to each other. We may get to see the late braking. Yeah, far too late on the brakes.
Yeah, he goes deep, but
Whoa.
oh, hello.
That's not right.
The underworld. Welcome to hell, ladies and gentlemen.
As Fox is going to make the move into the Nouvelle chicane. It looks like Loash slowed himself through Blanchimont.
He is going to hold on to it, but it'll be funny if he just dives into the pits.
Yeah,
he doesn't.
I was about to say.
Maintains. I think, yeah, you can't go wrong with the pit lane here. It's very easy unless you're past the Maldonado.
Yeah. Exactly.
Was it past? I can't remember actually if it was. Who was it? I think it was, wasn't it?
I think it was, yeah.
Caused a massive collision because he just couldn't work out how to get into the easiest pit lane in the world.
Yeah. Hurtle in the pits. Manriquez currently in the pits. So we've got another.
As is Jürgen Zishuizen has just pulled into the long entry to the pit lane.
Hear the puddle through the corner there. Hear the car
I also think
aquaplaning.
it's nice to draw attention to the fact I don't think we've actually lost anyone yet.
No, we haven't. Still,
Still have the same number of cars we started with. It's also
yes.
interesting. It's always a fun little part of this, especially when we allow 3-car teams. That whilst there are only about 19 cars in the
Whoa.
grid, there are something like 50 drivers currently entered into this event.
that's a great attendance. 50 drivers as Fox puts his nose on the inside down towards Brazil's. Loash not particularly fighting it too well, too hard.
Sartov just got past Hurtle on the pit exit. Well, got off past him on the Camel after the pit exit of Hurtle.
I'm back with this because I don't think Loash is happy to sit back, even though 5 minutes left or so on their stint timers. A bit of front end damage on the Porsche. Oh, sorry, the Audi. Just a touch, not a huge amount. Dyson still in the pit lane. Thomas Jack looking like he may overtake him for position.
I think he will
Yes.
comfortably. I'd hope so, but something's gone very, very wrong for Thomas Jack as he comes down now and passes him. There we go.
There you go.
Quite comfortably into third place.
So Kovacs and Chris B still to pit. And as I said, 5 minutes left in this stint, so that will be coming very soon. You see actually Kovacs right there behind Loash right here.
That'll be the big one to see how much has Kovacs been able to maintain.
So someone who we've been keeping an eye on a little bit, Ballin, after his pit stop. Still having to pass GT4's 4 position. We've got 3 drivers right now. So Alex Wendell, who's the other Bing Chilling racing car.
Yep, as both Kovacs and CB continue to drive on, do not come into pits this lap, which they've not got much time remaining. As just Kovacs stays ahead, sorry, of not CB, I meant, I can't remember the car's name now, Lovac.
Yeah. Passing the back marker nicely, looking like a fair amount of respect there as Sartov enters the pit lane.
Yep, and now CB decides not to enter the pits. But they have until, I don't believe either of these people have pitted.
They have not.
They have until 45 minutes to make their pit stop. Which, considering the length of a lap in these conditions, you'd think they'd make it this lap. Otherwise they are risking a penalty.
Yeah. Well, the timer ends when you enter the pit lane, I believe. So, based on their pace, 2:35 or so, I think they'll be okay. Should have about a minute to start. You have to. They will have to pit this lap. Kovacs as well.
You want to be safe with it, especially. You don't want, in case, especially these conditions, you don't want to go off and run out of time.
Yeah, precisely. And Bandit also entering the pits as we speak. Oh, twisted packet. The other black Porsche GT4 driver in the car, looking like they may be able to pass Bandit under pit stop. They have pitted, so only Pitch and Alacia left to pit in GT4 class. As
Victor makes up more places, passing cars in the pit lane.
Nice. Van der Wiel making his way past Sartov. I believe Van der Wiel has pitted, yes. So a double stint for him. And obviously layout of the stint's quite important too. Go ahead.
So Thomas Jack right now coming down through Lacombe chicane. Kovacs meanwhile coming up to the Nivelles chicane. And this is probably, I think, what we have been waiting for. Is he going to peel into pits? He peels into the pit lane, does Kovacs, and now we get to see, as does Daniel Fox right behind him, and now we get to see exactly how much Tom's efforts have played off. As Lovac also comes into the pit lane.
Fox right behind him, Loash behind them. Thomas Jack now on his way to Pouan. But this will be very close indeed. Just want to hop
CB
back.
also coming up to the Nivelles chicane and also peels into the pits. So those are the order leaders now pitted.
Wise. Like we said, kind of mandatory as their stint timer, and Richard Withall actually in the car taking over from Keith to hunt down the back of Kyle Busch, not the NASCAR driver. Driver we haven't seen a huge amount of. Actually, Kyle Busch, he's actually been by himself for quite a bit, as Thomas Jack now on his way towards Blanchimont has, I believe that's Ballin ahead of him. Is it? No, that's the other NSX.
It's very easy to get confused between them, even though they are coloured completely differently.
Yes. So Thomas Jack, on his way, goes very deep again, making a bad habit of that.
As we see, Kovacs is in his pit box. CB has not yet actually reached his box, so will definitely be passed by Thomas Jack. But Kovacs may have to repair, and that's where the difference will come in. But I think Tom also had to repair from there, the dual contact earlier on.
Kovacs released from his pit box.
He's leaving the pit box as we speak.
And there goes Jacob Alacia into the pits also. I think Thomas Jack should have this sewn up.
He's going to come out very close behind if he can get back on that power. As they have to go the long way round to exit the pit lane. Thomas Jack comes out ahead of him by about 2 seconds.
Chris B has been in the pits for quite a long time. Time stopped there was actually only 33 seconds, so maybe my mind is playing tricks on me. Just want to go back down the timing order just a little bit, back with Richard Withall chasing down that Ferrari of Kyle Busch.
As Jürgen Zeshuizen gets past CB out of the pit lane.
So the undercut looking quite powerful then. Staying out long, not looking like the best way to do things, but I will only, of course, base that off of one pit stop.
We say that, but I think in that period of staying out longer on low fuel, Kovacs actually managed to do a 2:34.627 lap time at some point, so there might be something to be said for it.
3 seconds is the gap now from Tom Jack and Kovacs. Those two have been at it since the start of GT3 qualifying, and they haven't really let up yet. So about an hour and 15 minutes gone in this 6-hour race, Withall actually gaining a fair amount of time and then losing it actually through Blanchimont and then gaining it back. So yeah, all over the place.
Let's have a look as well. So CB's former car has been now taken over by M. Dizon. Mark Dizon, another driver who's been present at a number of different races, at RP Series and Endurance.
And they've always done really well too. If I recall correctly, I think they've pretty much always finished in like the top 6 of their class.
I think they, I might be fair. No, I'm thinking of someone else. I think they have finished very well in the past. I was getting confused with Denny Zenon, who actually won Pro last season.
That's right.
And A. Wendell has taken over from Adamski. Tiggy from Hertel. Bush from Enriquez, as you mentioned. And I can't actually remember if the Wivels have changed.
They have, yes. Keith started the race, and now this is Richard. But looking like he just put his nose on the inside there with that KTM on the outside. Did Richard Withall. Let's see, last lap, Kyle Busch a 37.5, Richard Withall a 36.5. So this battle will come to fruition, I'm sure, within the next couple of laps as Busch goes very wide into Bruzel's. Manages to keep the McLaren behind into No Name. And the run out of Pouon will be critical. Another big wiggle from the hips. And that will allow Richard Withall to put a nose ahead into Pouon. Oh, and there's contact. Not sure if that will be a racing incident.
Once again. They just seem unable to avoid each other.
Let's have another look at that. I think that will be a racing incident. The Ferrari just kind of turned in there with the McLaren.
Like a warning, but yeah, like you say.
The McLaren had the car alongside the Ferrari as the Ferrari turned in, so I don't think too much will come of that. Just want to point out last lap, Kovacs. His outlap at 4 minutes dead, and Thomas Jack's outlap, I believe, was another 4 minutes dead. So their outlap's very similar, as well as their full-on race pace. These guys still very close together. Kyle Busch wanting to get that position back. See, everyone
Busch,
has pitted.
whose objective for this race was to stay on track and Ferrari strategy. Well, staying on track has certainly worked, but Ferrari strategy maybe not so much right now. I think they've been too good for that right now.
Yeah. Still a lot of time to go, and when you've only got a second between the two cars, sounds like a lot if you're especially used to watching open wheelers and Formula One, but in a six hour race, 1 second is really trivial amount of time. Little cut there through a rouge for Kyle Busch. Bingus McBongus now at the helm of the Mystery Machine has about 20 seconds to the car behind. That's Fletch 416. That's got the who's the other driver of this car? Can't remember.
Give me a second. That is
Melon
the
Pitch. That's
and
right.
Spud.
That's right.
Spud, who we haven't seen yet.
The Withall already pulling out about 2 seconds to Busch behind.
Should we know Jürgens Voisen has done the fastest lap of the race.
33.937 for Eisen.
Definitely proves, with full respect to his own abilities, that the track is getting drier.
Yes. Rain decreasing, still decreasing, so we might even get some dry running. This is a good time to talk about setup. Really.
I'll be annoyed if there's dry running. As
Yeah.
someone who drove this race last year on a dry setup,
Yeah.
I'll be very annoyed if we get dry running this year.
I will say, last year I think the weather was too consistent. It rained too much, or it didn't rain too much, but it just rained and it stayed at the same level for 6 hours. Today we've seen actually a bit of variability, which is nice, and I think that was always the brief, if you will, with the weather, the weather menu for today's race is that we wanted mixed conditions and not necessarily a straight downpour, because mixed conditions is much more of a nightmare than consistent rain.
As we actually have someone in the interview waiting room. Mr. Jake Relacia driving the Maserati. Do we want to bring him in?
Yeah, let's do that. Do you have permissions to drag him?
I think I'm pretty sure. I think
You
you'd
should.
be surprised by the permissions I have after Cookie did something the other day. Hello, Jacob.
Hello.
How goes it, sir?
Oh, it goes well. I had about a perfect stint. I'm very proud of my driving for my team today.
Yeah, and a good quality battle for you guys too, obviously with McBongus in the car, but so close to getting pole position, but I guess in the end it wasn't absolute, as you now have a comfortable 30-second lead, or sorry, 24 seconds to the car behind in class. So yeah, great start from you guys, and we did actually miss how you guys got past the little KTM, so do tell us about that, if you would, please.
Sure. Well, we were just, we had finally gotten in a line, and we decided that we were just going to follow the KTM until things calmed down. And then we hit the big camel puddle, and the KTM wasn't able to hang on to it, unfortunately.
So Camel Puddle striking hard once again. We haven't seen too much chaos from the puddle this time around. Qualifying, it caught a lot of people out, especially on their first couple of laps. So with the rain decreasing, have you felt the track get any better over the course of your stint today?
Yes, the rain was slowing rather slowly throughout the stint, but about 45 minutes into my stint, I ran a fastest lap, and it really caught me by surprise because it had been changing so slowly. So it has been getting quicker, and I think if we actually see some dry running, the change in the strategy is going to be really incredible.
James actually remarked how he didn't want to see dry running. He said he'd be, quote, "I'd be quite upset if there was dry running, actually." But I'd just like to get your thoughts on that. Are you hoping for some dry running today based on your setup or strategy?
Well, I think our setup's really strong for light rain, sort of like we're seeing now. But the Maserati's pretty strong in dry running, even if the setup's not attuned for it. If there's anyone that wants to see dry running, it's McBongus. My whole stint, he kept complaining about how the rain was going to end up just like last year. He was going to write a strongly worded letter to the developers of the game for not getting their variability correct. So I think if anyone wants to see it, it's him.
That's right. And as I said at the beginning of the race, the beginning of the stream actually, we'd simulated a couple thousand weekends using a tool we have to simulate weather. And I can't remember the exact figure, but it was something like 80% chance of mixed conditions. So I know that's what we kind of set out to do last year, and we are definitely seeing much more variability already than last year.
We are definitely seeing improvement as Victor Borlin just puts in the fastest lap of the race. I believe he stole it very shortly from Thomas Jack. A 33.157 now.
Okay, Kovacs had it the lap before with a 33.7, and then the lap after that, Jack actually managed to get a 33.6, and Borlin all the way down on 33.1. So we definitely haven't seen the last of him yet. Back with Jacob Alacia, though, I'd just like to ask how confident you feel about being able to hang on to P1 in class.
Well, if we see more dry running, I'll be a little more confident. This car having no traction control and ABS can make running in the rain extra dangerous. But when we're seeing drier conditions, it's a little more consistent and something we can lean on. So the wetter it gets, the less confident I'll be. Be sure of that.
And it looks like we'll definitely have a chance of dry running, as the rain has actually forecasted to stop in 15 minutes. So Bongus's wish may yet come to fruition, as he now extends the lead over the car behind to 30 seconds. And really good pace from him, actually, 44.9, so by far and wide the fastest GT4 lap so far. I'm not sure if that was your lap, Jaker, or Bongus's lap, as it doesn't differentiate, but a stonking time nevertheless. How does the car...
We'll say it's Jaker's. Well done, Joker. Good lap. Fantastic. You're fantastic, driver.
I was just about to ask Jaker, Eau Rouge and the Kennel Puddle specifically, how is that feeling in the car? As Bongus looks like he's actually looking to cool his tyres.
Yeah, we made a setup adjustment right before the pit stop to add some pressure to the tires, expecting it to get cooler. But now it's going to go drier and drier. We might be in some trouble here with the stint, but we'll see about that.
Yeah.
The puddles absolutely bite this car. There's actually a puddle right before, I believe it's Piff Puff, the braking zone, that's always giving us struggle. We actually have to apply throttle through the puddle, even though it's in a braking zone, to keep the wheels from locking up and sending us sideways through the turn.
Yeah, and very easy. It's really easy to lock the fronts in the Maserati, so obviously in the rain with no ABS, very difficult indeed. So I can see why Bongus would love some dry running. And yeah, like I said, we may just get that with the rain ending in 15 minutes or so. Does look like a dry line is beginning to appear on the track. And Yannick, Mika Sarthoff's teammate, into the pits. So I'm wondering if that was heavy damage or something else. But Jacob, thank you for popping in and updating us on the track conditions and all of that. And hope the rest of the race goes as smoothly as as it already has.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Keep up the good stream.
Thank you, dude.
Thank you. Good luck.
Yeah. That was Bingus McBongus' teammate, Jacob Alacia, who begun the race in the Mystery Machine Maserati. good update on the track. So definitely improving, and I'm really excited to see the rain stopping as we get a nice earful of that glorious Italian V8.
I think also whilst we were speaking to Jacob there, Borden, despite setting the fastest lap, had a rather large contact, which is on the contact screen if you want to replay it, with a back marker. He went a bit deep into a corner and spun himself around.
Let's check that out. Oh yeah, outbroke himself, careened into the GT4 there. Not great.
We also now have 3 yellow flags in 3 separate parts of the circuit. One was Lavat's, one was Kyle Busch up at the Nouvelle Chicane, and one was Dizon, I believe, just before Pouon.
If we can see what happened to Dizon.
I think Dizon had, yes.
Yeah, Dizon and Loash. A big contact there, I think.
He's looking at a penalty there.
Yeah, it's just see if we can see that again. We'll be able to see it again actually after this replay ends. My goodness, give me a end replay button, please.
Kyle Busch, meanwhile, I think may have collided with the wall at the end of the Nouvelle Chicane, the middle of the Nouvelle Chicane, and may have some damage from that.
Oh, so yeah, you just saw it there. Loash, just 2 cars trying to occupy the same stretch of road.
Dizon is having trouble getting back to the pits.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a lot of damage. No steering damage though. And this car's still in the pits. Has been in the pits for a very long time. 4 minutes.
By another GT4.
I'm
assuming they are definitely repairing a lot of damage, but I don't know if they towed because we didn't see it. They may have towed back and be waiting for the. Which again, much like everything at Spa, it can be extremely long because it's based on the distance from the pit lane.
Yeah, exactly. But time stopped for them has actually been 4 minutes and 40 seconds. So that's the time from when they enter their pit box. That's when it times that. But Dizon crawling into the pits. I'm sure Tiggy now on his way up to up through Blanchimont and towards the bus stop. Or he's going to get that position back. So a good showing from this team. Already gained a position from the start of the race. So it looks like they'll gain another one with about half an hour to 45 minutes left in this stint. I would say probably the full 45 minutes, as they're already 24 minutes into their current stint. Meanwhile,
I think interestingly though, Victor Borlin, whilst invalid on the last lap, did manage a 2:32.9.
Wow. The track seems like it may be improving. Maybe an adjustment to tyre pressures. Yeah.
2:32.8.
8.
Well, 2:89.
Meanwhile, that last lap for Kovacs was actually a 33.257, which was his fastest lap of the race. So Dizon looks like he's missing out on about 5 or so positions. It looks like Kyle Busch will get past, as well as Van der Wiel behind him.
Trying to look if there are any good gaps forming, but everyone again quite spread out. Except for the occasional passing of Dizon in the pit lane.
Yeah. Yannick Coopers is actually in the car right now. I know it says Mika Sarthoff, but still in the pits are they, and they're actually 4 laps off of the lead GT3 car. So I wonder if we're seeing a retirement here from this car.
Oh, I don't know. If you had seen a retirement, you think they would have left by now.
Yeah.
They should know how long it's gone. I hope they stay to the end. I always hope people stay to the end.
Yeah. And Kovacs still I mean, they're 3 seconds or so apart, but Thomas Jack and Martin Kovac still going at it in terms of lap time. He's on back out onto the pits.
Yep.
He just got passed by Loash, literally coming out of the pits. And there's Valentino Rossi ahead in that blue Camaro. Valentino Rossi is actually 2 minutes behind the next car, which is that 420 KTM.
This is not what you expect from the multiple biking champion, whatever the series is called.
Yeah. And Yannick Coopers still actually makes his way out back onto track. They've lost themselves a lot of time. They're actually a lap down on Bingus 2 laps down, I should say, on Bingus McBongus. A lot of work for them.
Loas gets caught up a bit by a back marker of Valentino Rossi, and Dizon is catching a little bit.
Yes. About 1 second now, the gap between Dizon and Loash.
And he is going to be hungry for this, given his reasons for having to enter the pits.
Yeah.
Which I believe has any penalty been given for? I haven't seen one yet.
Seen number 78 and 114 warning, so I believe that might have been the big contact we saw earlier. Yes. But 114 is Victor Borland.
Yeah, we'll be waiting for one between, I think, the 805 and I can't remember who the other Honda was.
Look how much less spray there is now too from the inside of the cockpit here. Beginning of the race was really hard to see a car, even if it was half a second up the road, as these two are. Loash going very deep there into bus stop.
I am slightly surprised how light it still is on the track.
Yeah.
Being 9:27 p.m. in a track time.
It must be summer in game then. And Loash much slower on the brakes there than Dizon. Both of them stream down towards Eau Rouge. As there you see Van der Wiel in the pits. Now you see the lights come on, at least on the cars. Not just the rain lights, but the bright lights too. As 5 more minutes for the rain to stop. We're at light rain already. Oh, and Dizon kind of outbraking himself there into Lecom. Gonna cost him some time, surely. Couple of tenths he's managed to lose himself there to Loash ahead. Meanwhile, Kovacs retakes fastest lap of the race at 32.075. Thomas Jack, that was the last lap. And Thomas Jack's last lap at 32.095. So only 0.02 of a second separating them for both their last laps and best laps so far. So track definitely improving without a question. And,
yeah, very shortly, I think we're going to see the rain actually stopping, which certainly will really make a difference for those who are perhaps driving slightly different setups, as we mentioned. Those driving more dry-based setups will gain a lot from that.
Lost my timing screen there for a second.
We have a drive-through for Loas, and I assume that is for the contact, which I believe took place between them and the 805 of Dizon.
Yeah.
As the stewards are currently typing.
I see that, yeah. We await with bated breath. Probably just causing a collision, I would imagine.
We need to know what's happened. Yep, there we are. 444 and 805 causing a collision.
He'll serve that straight away, and that gives Dizon
really
P9. Yeah. And as you said earlier, drive-through, quite brutal here, as it takes a long time to go.
Actually, we can measure it, can't we?
We can. I think we can. Let me see.
Where's my statistics tab? T-pit.
Yeah,
Yes.
T-pit. All right, okay. Anyway,
For
last
the
time
next few
around.
minutes, I'm going to ignore everything else except for this T-pit.
Yeah. Last time around, Kovacs with a 31.527, fastest lap of the race so far. Last time around,
Plus 31.
Thomas Jack 31.59, so only 600ths of a second behind them. 3 seconds is the gap right now, but here we see Thomas Jack, and it is now getting quite dark, I would say.
Yeah, these two are incredibly evenly matched. It'll be interesting to see how exactly they who comes out ahead by the end of this race, as Loas is now coming up to 55 seconds, trundling through the pit lane. Still the entire second half, or half the second half now to go.
And am I right? Am I
Slowly
right in
comes up the
saying?
Audi board.
I was gonna say, am I right in saying you get a stop go 30 for track limits, or is that a drive-through?
I
believe it's a
you get
stop go 30.
I think it's a stop go 30. I
The-
really can't remember. I haven't gotten one for a while. 113, by the way, for Levats for his drive-through.
Okay, stop go 30. You're looking at almost 2 minutes of lost time.
If I remember rightly, though, we both got one last season RP series at the same race.
Yes, I believe we did. I'm
I
quite.
believe it was Silverstone on like the
yeah.
last lap.
I'm quite good at getting those, especially at Silverstone. And yeah, no question about it. Top 3 cars all well within the 31s. Last lap around 31.382, but Victor Borlin again setting the fastest lap with a 31.0.
Yep, and
So-
as the one of the drivers of car 805 has written in the chat that they were having a nice race and then got taken out by 444. They lost a whole lot of repairs and are now behind them, although due to that was obviously written before the penalty, as they are now back in front of them.
And yeah, the drive-through was indeed for causing a collision, so a lot of time lost. Meanwhile, Richard Withall in the Withers McLaren. Sorry, Withall's Wizards McLaren. they got me. Chasing down the back of Tiggy. Aaron Tiggy in the No Big Scare Audi. Last lap around, Richard Withall actually about a second or so faster than Tiggy in the little Audi. And track definitely improving. Looks like it might have even stopped raining. It has stopped raining.
Yes, it seems to have done so.
And the track has actually also just ticked over to damp.
Well, that's certainly going to be very interesting to see where people go as they think about the next tyre change.
I mean, if the drivers could stretch this set of tyres out another 20 minutes and try and just pit on the hour, I don't think that would be the worst strategy to do.
I think the strategy will be to wait until it goes dry. It's
Yeah.
More a question of if anyone needs to pit due to timer, due to damage.
Or fuel level,
what
they
they
might
then
not have
do.
the fuel.
As Victor Borlin actually, once again, setting a fastest lap time of 2:31.01. It really is quite a shame the race that Victor's had thus far, because his pace is definitely up there to be running
Yeah,
much higher than he is, which at the moment is behind every GT3 bar one.
he is 3 laps behind
We also
the
should note,
leaders
as
of
I
the
think
race.
We might have missed this, that the 113 car is once again driven by Sartov and is back on track.
Yes. He's been out now for, let me see, 8 minutes or so. 8.5 minutes. Richard Withall getting very close to that car
Oh, and there's
ahead.
been a contact up Radion.
Oh.
Up on the Kemmel Straight. You might have watched that back, and I think there might have been some connection issues from the KTM.
Oh, don't show me that car.
No, this is the car you want.
Is that the KTM? No.
Ah, never mind.
That's weird. The race control was being... Oh. It says contact, but... There was that car off on the Kemmel Straight.
On the 420 and then goes to replay, it will work.
And it only just gotten back onto track. Oh, it looked like connection issues, yeah. You can see
I
it rubber
think they're
banding.
having big connection
Oh,
issues,
yeah.
and that has caused quite a hefty incident. with the 127 car, the Honda driven by Dennis Wallendorf.
You just see if there was indeed a little bit of contact here. It didn't look like it, but there is that KTM. Oh, it looked like it collected Van der Veer as well. Maybe the server having a spot of connection issues also. But we are going to keep with this battle. This is a replay, so it will skip back to itself momentarily. But we did indeed miss all of this. So Withall very, very close to the back of Tiggy now.
We also have a new fastest lap, 2:30.030 from Kovacs.
I just want to
who
point
is now
out.
gaining to about a second.
That's right, and I just want to point out Thomas Jack's last lap as well, 2:30.8. So losing a little time on that lap as Withall very close.
Once again, Victor Borlin sadly spins coming up through Stavro and loses more time again. This is not the race that he wanted to have, as the new fastest lap of the race, 2:29.672 for Kovacs.
So great lap time. We're seeing the 29s now. So let's see if we can see what happened. Oh, just catching the end of it here. And yeah, as you said, the rear end just came around into Stavolo. Loses even more time.
Again, it's just so unfortunate because you know he has the pace for it, but these little mistakes are just adding up.
Yeah, but as you were saying, Kovacs well now into the 29s. No other driver actually in the 29s right now. And I do want to just go back here. Whoops. As Kovacs is now caught right back up to Thomas Jack within half a second now. And a lot of traffic up ahead. That's actually that battle directly ahead. So you can see Withall trying to fight Tiggy and Kovacs trying to fight Jack all in one group. Kovacs actually dropping a bit of time.
Kovacs has got the pace.
Oh, and
Really.
it looked like Richard Withall actually just gave that up into Puon. It's quite interesting because he had no obligation to do so, and lost himself actually about 2 seconds or so, about a second and a half there or thereabouts. Kovacs now only 0.4 second. There is that Audi. That's the Tiggy Audi being passed by Kovacs. And now Kovacs gets to stretch the legs of the Bentley on the run down to Blanchimont. More traffic up ahead, as you can see. And he might be able to get a move looked at on the way into bus stop.
As you can really see the darkness descending.
And the Porsche looks almost invisible in the rain. Thomas Jack not going that deep. Oh, loses the rear end on the exit.
He lost it a bit, but it kind of saved him.
Yeah,
Very slightly.
Kovacs actually doing really well to keep out of the throttle there and not spin Tom around. I think that would have been a racing incident either way.
Tom's
as
very concerned now coming up to the Kemmel Straight.
It was the Porsche GT4 looked like they went around at La Source.
If the Bentley gets a much better exit off top of a Rouge, Tom and Kovacs are side by side.
And Kovacs will probably have this sewn up. Camaro dives right out of the way, very respectful once again to let the leaders battle. I'm sorry, I was just going back. Kovacs has that move sewn up before the braking zone into Les Combes. Thomas Jack not going down without a fight. Look to fight back in this sector as we've seen. No, I did it again. I hit 30 seconds instead of TV1. Or you can see that pass again.
Well, as I can see,
Yeah.
Thomas Jack now sitting behind Kovacs and is going to have to try and make a move at some point, but again, much more difficult for the Porsche than the Bentley around the Spa.
Yeah. Still very close to each other, I will say.
Yeah, but Thomas Jack is yet to do a 2:29, still sitting his best lap 2:30.637.
Someone who's got a really, really nice gap now. 30 seconds is the gap or so to Thomas Jack, but he has about a minute behind him to spare, as Thomas Jack is losing time a little bit to Kovacs in the final sector of this lap.
Cookie at the moment doing what used to be, or I used to refer to as the Max Verstappen, which from around 2018 through 2019, when he used to just sort of sit in third place and battle with nobody.
Yeah, battle himself.
I think actually the race that I started calling that was at Spa, where he was just sitting here, not really with anyone up in front of him, no one behind him befriending him.
So still some puddles around. I wonder how many people. I assume everybody's still on wet tires, but these guys very close to each other now. Both of them looking to maximize the exit out of the Nivelle chicane. Leaders just ahead of them, and Withall lapping about 2/10 faster than Tiggy on that last lap around. Kovacs last lap at 2:28.
The KTM of Arndt is in a barrier down at what I believe is pit path. He is on the dry tyre apparently.
Oh, and we just catch the end of it again, as we've seen that. That is Lecom, I believe. No, it is Piff-Paff.
No, that is Piff-Paff.
Yeah, we've seen that issue happen with the Ferrari a couple of times already this race.
I am wondering if that is because he was on the dry tyres, as is apparently Wallendorf, according to the ACC. He is also on the dry set of tyres.
Interesting. So maybe later in this stint, a lot more cars coming alive, as I do not see.
I believe
Kovacs
has just had a disconnect.
Oh my goodness!
As everybody, I thought my race control had bugged out. As everybody gained a place.
Yeah, and that is so. We only have 18 cars to log.
That is unfortunate. Whatever that was.
Yeah. Car disconnected, Martin Kovacs. That is very unfortunate. I don't think they can get back. Well, they can get. They are back in.
They can get back in.
There they are, back in.
They're back in. That is unfortunate.
That
is unfortunate. Where are they?
Kovacs is in the pit. Thomas Jack is on his way through Stavilo as we speak.
Well, that drops Kovacs to third and likely to drop to at least fourth before whatever time they have to wait to actually rejoin this race. That is unfortunate.
Kovacs now in P4, and he may have to battle these two. May have to deal with these two coming out of the pits. Let's see. 47 seconds, so yeah, I would expect to see. Oh, and Withall almost loses the rear into the bus stop. Well held. Still within a second.
Well, I have pinged Kovacs and his teammate to see if we can get some sort of explanation of what happened there.
Okay.
I mean,
willing to bet it was a disconnect.
That is very unfortunate for them.
See if Kovacs is still in the pits. Yep, you can see him there, yet to be released from his box.
He is currently now back down in 6th place, and again, I don't know what the timer is. I don't know how long they have to wait for a tow. Depends on where it happened on track, I guess.
And we've got a battle at the back of GT4. The Cloverfield Lane Aston Martin did actually make the move to unlap themselves from the True Racing KTM. Valentino Rossi currently in the pits, and as we approach the 2-hour mark, I'm sure we'll see some other pit stops begin to happen. These guys still following each other around.
Kovacs is leaving the pit lane now.
Wow.
He said that his internet cut out for a second. That is
It's a shame.
very unfortunate. It's a good thing that he could rejoin.
Yeah.
With the timing though, hopefully, I mean 4 hours 6 minutes remaining, he should not be too far off once pit stops happen in short order.
Yeah, and his stint timer will reset, and it's a rather convenient time for that to happen, given that the hour mark is approaching. So, I mean, worst comes to worst, he gets a big undercut on the car he's now having to battle, which is Tiggy and Withall.
Yeah, he is on lap 42 compared to Laura. Laura has taken over the car, and they are on lap 42 to Thomas Jack's lap 43, which is about to become 44.
So Thomas Jack actually into the 29s, still not able to break the 28s. But Scheisen actually hovering around the 31.8 mark on his last lap.
I think Laura just had a moment as well. Yellow flag came out for a second there. As they obviously, he has to jump in the car after that happening. Yeah, he got onto the painted tarmac around Pouon and saved the car, but he's trying to get up to speed and recover as well at the same time.
Now has Fox to deal with right on the rear end of the Bentley. Got some penalties.
Penalties?
15 seconds for causing a collision for Loash. That was probably the incident into Pouon. And 420 and 127.
That is the KTM that had the connection issues.
Yeah. Must have caused a collision on the Kemmel Straight, so they've got themselves a 30-second penalty. These guys trying to get by each other. Just wanna...
Wibble is... he backs out of it just before Speaker's Corner. He was looking to make a move. Surprised he didn't try and stick it. Now we're in dry conditions, well, greasy conditions, you can try and make that move a bit easier.
Fox there looked like he had the better exit out of the bus stop. Clinging onto the rear of the Bentley. Will he try and make a move around Eau Rouge? Are we going to see it? No, a lift early.
Backs out.
Quite wise. Oh, and Laura there.
Willendorf he's going very slowly on the side of the track. I'm not quite sure where he is. I think on the entry area to Blanchimont. He has stopped on the side of the track. What happened there?
No engine. Let's try and see. Oh, he's still stopped here.
Has he blown his engine? I mean, we have seen this before with Hondas.
Disconnecting, maybe. Look at his mirror.
No,
There's nobody behind him.
Stopped going again. He seemingly restarted the car as his lights flickered on and off for me.
That's interesting. Didn't look like he lost a huge amount of space. Oh, and Withall there. Looks like he got the move done at some point. Withall behind Tiggy in the Audi. Outbrakes himself a little bit. Manages to get the car slowed down, but on throttle throws the back end around, and into the pits goes Tiggy. Maybe looking to pit to overtake. Fox now still behind. Lohra has lost actually a little bit of time. And Cookie now actually last lap at 29.8 as he crosses the line. So actually into the 29s is Cookie for the first time. Lohra goes very wide there. And Fox takes that position with ease. Round Stavolo looks like he's having some issues with that inside curb as Kyle Busch is in the pits. Loash in the pits.
We are clearly entering our second pit window here.
And with Fox still to pit, I don't think Lohra will worry too much about losing that position. He essentially has the undercut on him. Goes very deep, does that Bentley into the bus stop. Lots of drivers struggling with bus stop, it seems, today. Tiggy goes into the pits. Bush into the pits. Boash into the pits. Looks like they'll be actually ending their stop quite soon. But Fox and Laura will both pass Tiggy. Lots of cars in the pits getting service, as you see. And we've got a drive-through for BAK. Maybe speeding into the pits.
Possibly, but they're not in the pit lane. They would have got that immediately. I don't know if we just missed it, but I think they might have been given that.
Interesting. I'm not seeing anything in the stewards channel. Could it be track limits?
Possibly.
I thought track limits. Maybe it is a drive-through. I always forget.
I don't know, knowing ATC, it's probably inconsistent. It's probably a drive-through in some circumstances and a stop-go in others.
And we do actually have a stop-go 30 for Kyle Busch, who's out of the pits now, actually, just leaving it. So that will be speeding in the pits.
Yeah, again, there is a line, isn't there, where it goes from being a drive-through to a stop-go 30. I don't exactly remember where that line is, but you don't want to cross it, as it will add a significant amount of time.
We're back up with the leader of GT4. Actually has a GT3 behind him. Good measure. In Wallendorf. 43 seconds now.
Wallendorf's still in the pit lane. Don't really know what happened to him, and couldn't find his teammate's name in Discord to try and ask.
So Manfred Steiner actually taking over drive duties for the No Big Scare Audi. And yeah, I'm guessing the drive-through must be for track limits for that 19th placed GT4, the Aston Martin.
You'd have to assume so. As Wallendorf returns out of the pit lane again, no idea what happened to them. I reckon there was some sort of technical issue in one of their, or in Wallendorf's setup.
Maybe. Track has ticked over to greasy. Clouds are decreasing.
I like the way that it gives you cloud with the sun, despite the fact that it's the middle of the night.
Yes. Unos UI department, not really their strong suit. As we well and truly know it, as Keith Withall back in the car, taking over from Richard. Leaving the pit box, starting the third hour of this race. Lohra back into the pit so soon, so I wonder if that's a setup change mistake. But probably, well, Manriquez is actually back in the car and has entered the pits also, so Lohra...
I'm wondering on Laura if he
had wet tyres.
If he had wet tyres, yes.
His last lap was, even, I mean, it was an in-lap, but 3:03, so...
Yeah, he is on wet tyres at the moment, according to the UI.
Okay. A bit of technical error there, as Thomas Jack is also coming into the pits. Livery man makes me laugh every time. The gold chain.
You don't know the effort he had to put in to try and find it again.
So yeah, Thomas Jack in the pits.
As Lovats is off on the exit of Brussels.
Have a look, see what
Sorry,
happened.
the entry of Brussels, actually.
Oh,
who was that?
That's the Audi.
That was Steiner.
I wonder.
I've gone back 60 seconds. I want to see what happened there. As we are both on replays, the race commentary comes to a halt.
Interesting. Okay, I have no idea what happened there. He just stopped in the track.
That is a very odd.
Well, Victor Borlin is actually now just made the move on Loash there. You see the mystery machine, Maserati.
Yeah.
Borlin actually making the move. Loash losing a lot of time. Shizen also into the pits. Thomas Jack just out of the pit box. There goes Fox. Shizen should be out of the pit box in any second now. Has a really comfortable gap to Adamski right behind. Back with Akos Loash. Very deep into bus stop. And Victor Borlin actually crossing the line. And these guys will try and go side by side into La Source. Last of the late breakers is Loash.
Oh, maybe not.
Oh, bit of Rubbins racing there. Yeah,
yeah.
A bit of Rubbins racing.
I think the whoever that is on the inside saw that and went, oh, he's okay. He's left it open for me.
Yeah.
Decided to go for it. At the same time, the other car goes, oh, he's not going for it. Let's go.
You see how quickly the track has dried.
As Laura has just gone off again at exit of Pouon. He's now on the dry tyres, and I'm wondering if it's just track surface being greasy, and that can really make it difficult to drive anything. As he pulls off to the side of the track, and I'm half expecting a return to pit lane right now.
Loash flashing the lights for some reason, not sure why. Maybe he just wants to let him know he's there. Forces the issue into Bruzel. That was a fine move.
So Lura currently sitting on the exit pivot. He's now returned to pits. I think he couldn't get going again for some reason.
Interesting. Bingus McBongus also into the pits. Shizen's 36 seconds back from Thomas Jack after their pit stops.
Considering it's not raining anymore, it's very odd some of these incidents that are occurring.
Yeah. I mean, it's only greasy. I mean, maybe a lot of people haven't had greasy running racing because greasy really is the last really slick part of the track, especially on dry tires. Greasy on dry tires, you can actually get away with under pressured wet tires on a greasy track. So,
or maybe the track is just haunted.
Yeah.
It's Halloween.
Maybe.
We've got to remember that.
And Victor Borlin actually pulling out a little bit of a gap. Wallendorf right now has the fastest lap of the race with a 2:28.5. Not sure how much that will change.
Someone has left, and I think it is again the same car.
It is. It's Laura. Check the log. Disconnected.
It
Yep.
is.
Whether they come back or not remains to be seen.
Unfortunate as Jacob Alasia got forced off at Lacombe. I'm not sure what happened there. I think he just outbraked himself.
Yeah.
He almost has a spin, manages to correct it and save it. Has to have a little fun bump over the bump.
Still.
I think I once again have to mention Victor Borlin, fastest lap of the race. 2:27.082.
So lap times beginning to tumble. Surprised we haven't seen that kind of time from Thomas Jack or a Shizen. Steiner too has good pace, it seems. Thomas Jack having to navigate past back markers.
Okay. Laura has written in the endurance chat the cars had to pull out the race. Kovats had a disconnect, and apparently his wheel was having some issues.
That's a shame.
That is very much a shame, especially to happen to two drivers like that.
And a little KTM battle here. But not for position.
Okay. Also, according to Peter Czar in the YouTube chat, Steiner had issues with his view and
Ah,
had to stop.
interesting.
Whilst I can understand wanting to correct your view, I feel like there might be still a penalty incoming there, as a better spot probably could have been picked.
Yeah, and still no rain forecast as Fox comes into the pits. Steiner with a drive-through. I wonder if that's for
I think it might be.
track limits or Manfred Steiner. Manfred.
I would wait. I'm gonna have a check. 'Cause I think yes, one of the stewards is typing. I think that might be the penalty given for that stoppage before Brazil.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we are.
Dangerous driving. Yeah, I
according to
wondered
the
why
stewards.
they just stopped in the track.
Well, I mean, yeah, you have to obviously stop to pause and fix your whatever's going on with your monitor. I guess sometimes, but
Yeah.
especially at Brazil, you could definitely make it so run off before you start doing that.
Yeah, so Jürgen Schaeisen actually lapping about 9/10 of a second faster than Thomas Jack that last time round. About a second off the best lap of the race was Suicidal Cookie in P2 currently. So some good pace at the top of the field. Victor Borlin has a lot of time to try and make this up. I wonder if we could potentially see an all-solo driver podium in GT3 today.
I think as much as Victor definitely has the pace, he has not shown yet the consistency. The dry running might help him, but as the track is now green as well, but he just has not had that consistency to make it all the way up there. And he is currently he's on lap 47 compared to Thomas Jack's 49. He has to gain 2 laps before he can even think of a podium.
It's a lot of time to make up. Steiner finally makes his way to their pit box after all that time. Fox is released from the pits and in the process loses the position to Matthew Marlowe in the Voodoo Boys NSX. Almost said Audi again, but it's the NSX. So a good race from them so far. Anybody? It's the 850 KTM is the only car yet to pit, and they'll probably do it at the end of this lap. Well, they have actually 20 minutes left on their stint timer, so they can go a little bit long here.
As very shortly, once they enter the waiting room, we're actually going to get an interview with Laura and Kravets.
As we see Scheisen there sending it into bus stop on the GT4. Wants to clear it as soon as possible. I do not see anybody in the waiting room.
For some reason I can't link it in the chat either.
Yeah.
I love how eclectic this Discord is sometimes with actually trying to
It's bad.
put the hashtag. I don't know if Kravats is going to join him, but I'll move Laura down now, and if he joins, we'll pick up with him.
Okay. I will be right back.
Hello!
Yeah, sorry, we have to leave the car 6-7 into the box. Yeah, what happened was the Kovacs actually had a disconnect out of nowhere because like I was constantly with him talking. So like the disconnect with him was completely random because like his internet connection was fine, mine too. So I don't know, it was probably server side or was from ACC itself. And then we got back into the race. And then my wheel fucked up because I crashed a little bit into the wall because like it was my tires weren't warmed up and everything. I was a little bit going too aggressive on the gas. Crashed a little bit into the wall, and then my wheel was 45 degrees to the left. I thought like, okay, I repaired it, and it was still 45 degrees to the left. So I actually had like some issues with my wheel, and with that we lost pretty much everything.
No, that is unfortunate. Have a double sort of technical issue. But obviously, I mean, you were running extremely well there. Obviously, your teammate was running extremely well there, especially for those first stints of this race. Yeah, I think you overtook Thomas Jack twice, quite comfortably through the Camel. As
Yeah, we had a
Laporte
little bit of we had a little bit of problems first because there was so much rain on the track and everything. We had like a little bit of problems with the rain itself, with the puddles even, and like we tried to keep our pace up and everything, and it was fine. We just kept the pressure up and tried to stay on front. And yeah, as soon as the rain got even less, he got really into it and got even more on the pace. Even though our tires were a little bit high pressure, but it was fine for us. The Bentley still felt good, so he was still pushing. So like that was actually a really well driven stint from Kovacs.
No, yeah, we noticed that for quite a few laps there, you and Tom were trading fastest laps with only Victor Baldwin really coming in to beat you, but being further down the order.
Yeah, I was like really smiling all over the face because like it was always the switching between his fastest lap and ours. So like I had really a big smile on my face.
Obviously, when you got back into the car though, after the disconnect, you must have. What was that like for you? Because I was talking about, obviously, you know, he's had 2 hours in the car at that point. But also, you've now got the added pressure of having to try and make up what you know that car can make up.
Yeah, it was like really like I was fine with the disconnect, and he too. Like it was fine. We said like, okay, it's fine. We can like make the best out of it. We try maybe go on the dry tires and everything, which was actually normally would have been a smart choice because we already had a dry line. But yeah, I thought like I drive then the stint, and then my technical issue happened, and I was like really disappointed and mad even because that happened. And then we thought like, okay, there's no point if I have to fix everything, we lose too much. So we said we'd retire that.
Yeah, no, that's unfortunate for you. But before you go, obviously, who do you think? I think I know the answer to this already. Who do you think is your pick to win this race going forwards?
Probably Jack, but let's keep it interesting, I would say.
I'm hoping for a Baldwin resurgence as he continues to hold the fastest lap.
Yeah, and for the GT4s, I hope that Bongos will win.
Bongos is obviously, I mean, they won last year and are looking good to win again, but the KTM's been giving them a hell of a fight down there.
Thanks to him for driving the Maserati, honestly.
I don't know who to feel worse for, the Maserati without traction control or the KTM now that the track is dry.
I don't know, honestly. Like, they were actually a good pace, the KTMs, in the qualifying, so I was wondering where they went, actually.
I think the concern for them now that it's dry is that their deficits are going to really come into play, as I think Bongus is about to get past them as they trundle through the pit lane.
Yeah,
but, commiserations on your unfortunate technical difficulties for both your drivers, but thank you for joining us for what has been, for you at least, the 2 hours of Spa-Francorchamps.
Yeah, thank you for at least getting this event rolling still.
Yeah, no, I hope that you will join us again at some point in the future.
That for sure. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Well, nice to speak to them after their unfortunate race end.
Yeah, tough one for them. As I was saying at the beginning of the race, it's kind of the dark side of sim racing. It happens to rear its ugly head every now and then.
Every now and then, as they say.
Just,
I don't want to sing the song, we'll get demonetized.
Yeah. And I was just about to say, Daniel Fox keeping a nice gap, keeping it reasonably manageable to Matthew Marlowe ahead of him.
And Victor Baldwin, once again, a new fastest lap with a 2:23.077.
Thomas Jack
Again,
also into the
further down.
23s as well, so...
Yeah. Oh, never mind.
Never mind.
22s now.
22,992, yeah.
There we are.
So, yeah. it begins. Track has ticked over to green, I've noticed. And
Yes, yeah, it did that, I think, just before you left.
Yeah.
And it's just a matter of time, I think, before it becomes optimum, with cars very much spread out around the track, laying down rubber. And then it'll probably rain again, and we'll get back to greasy, damp, wet.
See if Jürgen Scheisen puts his way into the 23s almost. Was a 24.047.
Yeah, but as I was saying at the end of that interview, I'm concerned for the KTMs now, as they have lost what I think was much of their major advantage around this track, which was that the wet weather. What was that? A massive? Was that a snap, or was that a massive bit of
like a lag
echo?
spike? Have a look
Well,
here.
back, because it almost looked like they got hit, but
We just lost the front end.
they
It looks
just lost
like
it.
front end
Again,
washed out
much
on
more surprising
turning.
in the dry.
Yeah.
As we have another slow car at the source, Will Stewart. I do not know what happened to him. Have a look. He had a spin and hit one of the barriers that divides the extended pit lane. This race is really spread out now due to the unfortunate loss of the Bentley, the only Bentley in this race.
Yeah, there's not many other solo car entries. Well, there actually is. Only one Porsche GT3, only one Lamborghini, only one Ferrari, and then of course only one Maserati, only one Porsche GT4, and only one Camaro and Aston Martin GT4. So a lot of diversity in today's field. No car really able to exercise its biggest track condition strength for a long period of time, with obviously not regarding the KTMs, which, as you said, will start to suffer given that the wet conditions are pretty much non-existent right now. Hoping to see more rain pop up on the forecast there in the top right of your screen. I hope that we can get some more wet running in.
Bonkers is getting increasingly angry at the lack of variability that's currently seen.
Yeah.
If he had his way, it'd be every lap would be a different track setting.
Yeah.
It'd be green, optimum, greasy, wet, damp, optimum, green, damp, wet, greasy, damp, optimum.
Yeah.
As we see a new fastest lap. Victor Borden with a 2:21.972.
The 21s are a thing right now.
Full second faster than Thomas Jack's fastest lap right now. I mean, 3.5 hours to go. I think Borden can make it back up.
I think he could make it back up to fight for P5 easily.
I don't know.
I don't know about finishing higher than that, though.
All it takes is for Tom and Cookie to have a few little issues. And as we all know, Tom is a very good driver. I'd never say anything bad about him. I don't want to use the W word.
Water? Washed?
Similar.
Washed.
Well, he should be very well washed, but sadly the rain has abated for now.
Yeah. And that is Steiner right ahead. You see Victor Borden behind, wants to get past.
While we have this lull, shall we? Let's make this race something a bit more special. You know, it's the second run of the Halloween race, but why don't we make this also the 100th anniversary of Spa?
Oh, indeed. Yeah.
1922 August. I mean, we're in October now, but close enough.
Close enough. We're well into it. We're past it, so we're in it.
That's right. First ever hosted a Grand Prix. Well, not really. It depends on how you
Define Grand
Negotiate
Prix,
the
yes,
rules.
yeah.
A car race, I believe it's listed unofficially.
Motor.
A car race.
A motor race, yeah.
Yes, Toto, we went car racing.
What?
And
Wow.
100 years since the opening of that original 7 kilometer. 7 kilometer? No, it's longer than that. 7-mile circuit.
Yeah.
No, it's 7 kilometers now, isn't it? What was it originally? I have it written down somewhere because I'm like that.
I have.
14.1 kilometers.
There you go. There you go.
8.761 miles.
Okay, so yeah, a bit of a mammoth track length, a little bit shorter nowadays.
Well,
But,
the first actual Grand Prix wasn't held until 1924, where it was won by one Antonio Ascari, whose son Alberto went on to become the first Formula One world champion.
interesting.
Although the first Formula One Spa Grand Prix was won by Fangio.
I was going to say,
1950.
Fangio won the first one, didn't he?
Yeah, in 1950. Although before the 1949, it was won by a Frenchman whose name I forget.
And Cookie, actually, the gap has been consistent to Thomas Jack behind. 37 seconds or so.
Yeah, Cookie is again just sort of sitting in the middle. I think he might win this race if Tom has a problem just by the pure consistency.
I know, yeah. Monster consistency.
Driving as well, a car I have never seen him drive before. A car he definitely has not had that much practice in either, as he only decided to race a couple of days ago.
I know, it was very last minute for him. And just want to point out, Jackie Stewart said that the Master Kink, which is I believe, I know, yeah, the Master Kink, which is basically what Campus is now, after Malmedy or Buzel or whatever you want to call it.
A couple more miles away from current Campus.
Yes. But Jackie Stewart said it was the hardest corner in the world.
Which anyone who's ever driven the old Spa mod will
Yes.
know.
Yes.
It is a very difficult corner. As we see, who's this behind Jürgens now? It's can't tell.
That's
One of the Hondas. It's
Ballin. That's right. So
trying to unlap himself, and certainly seems to have the pace to do it.
yeah, flashing brightly. This would, if Ballin makes this pass, he's still one lap down behind Cookie. So Cookie doesn't lose a huge amount by letting him go early, but as I said in the last endurance race, come here to battle, and battle they will, I have a feeling. They're both through Eau Rouge. All in taking the NASCAR line.
Discussion about the old circuit. The cars here, especially in the weather conditions we have had, must be very happy there are no houses on the side of the track
Yes.
anymore.
Or
That's always the fun part about. That's what part of the made. Oh, as Ballin goes deep, almost collides, but Cookie makes it round all right.
GT4 traffic there behind, as Ballin gets very liberal with the curb. Taking some liberties and upsetting the car very much so there. As here's the last place GT4 of BAK.
Yep, in the Aston Martin.
Keeps
Is it
to
the
the
only
inside.
GT4 car to be... Oh, as he makes it, that was late on the brakes but goes wide. I think Cookie's going to hold on. I think Jürgen's going to hold on to this. There might be another move coming into Piff Paff.
Oh,
Yes,
that's a
there is.
send. That's a full
Oh,
send.
as he slides, I think if he does not get that place back, that might be a penalty because he sort of slid into Jürgens and forced him to back out of that.
Gonna look at that again. Yeah, just slides, lost the back end. Little bump into the Lamborghini there. Ballin still ahead. I wonder if the stewards might look at that. He didn't really gain a huge amount.
It was a very good move from him, to be honest, until they had that little snap.
The move
really played that well.
The move into Puon before, as he he threaded the needle in between Cookie and the GT4. I thought that was quite a good move too.
Yeah, I think, Jurgens really put the brakes on much earlier than he probably should have there.
Yeah, and I just want to point out too, Borlin 4 seconds behind the car he's actually fighting for position with, which is Manriquez ahead. He's closed that gap significantly. Manriquez's last lap actually a 26.8. His best lap a 26.7. So yeah, well off the pace in terms of Borlin's pace, which is, as we've seen, probably cream of the crop right now.
I've also just noticed that the solo drivers, the 4 of the solo drivers we have with us today, are all sitting in one channel, including Victor and Jurgens.
Okay, I was going to say...
a few things to say to each other.
Yeah. Yeah. Both of them quite vocal, but, you know, they race with each other often. They kind of... they are good friends, so I think it'll all be lighthearted. Yeah.
Series regulars. What I might call main cast members.
Yeah.
Obviously, Jurgens is supposed to be one of the directors as well, along with yourself and the other 3 noblemen.
Noblemen. Just on the wing now with Zach Manriquez, and you can just see that behind them is Borlin and Scheisen. Thomas Jack now into the 222s. Only just. Still a second off, yeah.
Oh, that's what I was saying earlier. I was saying about the GT4 Aston. I think it's the only GT4 car to be the actual same model as its GT3 counterpart.
I believe so.
Quite interesting.
Less
fact.
aero
and
a less aero, much less aero, and a limited engine, I believe. Same with the
GT4 car.
So
I am not biased at all.
The Maserati, actually from the road car. And that's a big shunt from Borlin.
Oh, that's unfortunate. We need to see that back.
Yeah. Borlin just far too late on the brakes.
He goes
far too deep.
He gets spun around himself. That is, again, that just comes back to it. He has the pace, but needs the carefulness at this point.
The consistency.
To, at least when it was raining, you could have put some of it down to the weather.
Yeah, looks like as well Manriquez had a lot of difficulty getting back on track, maybe. The gap between Borlin and Manriquez actually 12 seconds now.
Yeah, I fully expect a harsh but fair penalty to be coming from the stewards.
Just want to point out too, fastest lap. Last lap was this man, Matthew Marlowe, with a 22.0. Only about 2/10 or so off of Borlin's best lap time. He's definitely got some pace on Withall, who is right ahead of him, actually about 1.2 seconds or so. Last lap does get in a 2:21.992, so 200ths of a second slower than Borlin. So Matthew Marlowe coming alive in that Voodoo Boys Audi. NSX, sorry, I said it again, god damn it.
Should also note that Thomas Jack, with Cookie being caught up in that in those battling with Borlin and having to sort of wade through the incident, Tom has extended his lead to 40 seconds. And I have to wonder at this point how much of Tom's not setting of best stats is just him sort of taking it a bit calmer.
Matthew
Marlowe
Marlowe
doesn't have to push anymore. He can sort of just sit there and
back.
Chill.
Yes. Matthew Marlowe getting the move done on Keith Wizzle there into Les Combes. Went a bit deep but manages to make it stick. Now with Withall behind. Check out their stint times. Very similar actually. Withall pitted 3 minutes and 30 seconds before Matthew Marlowe did. Or left the pits, I should say. Very similar on stint times, so the undercut could be on for either one of these cars. And this battle's Withall's Wizards have done really well actually this race. They started 8th, now 5th. They've made some good headway through the field.
As we wait for the stewards, I'm sure are quite annoyed at Victor for making them wake up and do some work. As we always are. Stewards always are. You know, it's like, oh, we've got to do something now.
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll get that penalty, as I think there will be soon enough.
Yeah. And I think the stewards have been overall quite quiet today.
There hasn't really been too much to look at. They've looked at what's needed to be looked at. They looked at the incident at Rouge, the overtake off track. They looked at the slowing down into Bruxelles.
Yeah.
Haven't actually been too many major penalty-needing collisions in this race.
Seems like everyone, for the most part, being quite well behaved. Not a lot of ammunition for the stewards.
It wasn't too dissimilar last year, if I remember rightly, where it was more people killing themselves than, which it has been, to be honest, today.
Yeah. It's just unfortunate when the killing of themselves collects other people, and then the stewards have to get involved. Withall pulling out, falling back behind Marlowe about 5 seconds already within the space of 3/4 of a lap.
And I've only just noticed that Adamski is 2 minutes behind Lustois.
Yeah.
That's quite a significant advantage those two leaders have, which, once again, I have to say it, Borland should be up there with them.
Should. Yes, Borland also has to...
Had the,
hasn't had the consistency.
Mm.
I was about to say, too, Borland actually has 1 minute to make up before he can pass Daniel Fox ahead in that McLaren. Daniel Fox currently on his way through to Brussels. Borland just finishing up his lap, so it gives you an idea of just how far away these drivers are from each other. Scheisen doing his best lap of the race, a 222.1, about tenth and a half behind Borland's best lap time. So Cookie looks to be firing those tyres up nicely on the second half of his stint. And
the closest battle we actually have at the moment is in GT4. Stewart is... Oh, Jacob Lacey just went off at Lacombe, and that has allowed... Actually, it has, it's a back marker. They continue onwards quite nicely in their dominant position.
just going straight.
They go behind them, but we have Will Stewart only 7 seconds in front of Arndt, although Arndt has got the 30-second penalty.
And Arndt as well, actually, on the lap prior to Stewart. So not for position, but definitely close.
Yes, that is true. Sometimes it doesn't give you... That's one of the problems of race control. It doesn't give you the gaps as they are, as Lovaas is off at the top of Radium.
Let's have a look at this.
I think he must have just lost it.
Oh yeah, takes the grass on the inside. Has no trouble. Has no option other than to slam the brakes on.
Yeah, and honestly, he probably did the right thing, that spin, rather than hitting that outside wall, which, as we know, is not there anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least not in the same place it was due to the 2022 revisions to the track, which I'm sure we will never see on ACC.
Yeah. I just want to point out too that Scheisen keeping the gap to exactly 40 seconds over the course of 3 or 4 laps or so now. Very, very similarly paced to Tom Jack is Jürgen Scheisen. Now 2 minutes to the car behind. 2 minutes and 4 seconds to the car behind. So Scheisen has a nice little lonely... It'll have been a very lonely race for him.
again, you got to give a lot of credit to his ability
Yeah.
as a driver, because it's a car that he just doesn't drive. I don't think I've ever seen him drive it.
I don't think
know
I've
about
ever seen
yourself.
him drive it. No.
And it's not exactly famously. I know it's been buffed a little bit in recent updates, but it's not exactly a famously dominant car
No.
in this. Although I think it was, as I remember rightly, the first car released for ACC in those early days. If anyone else can remember the release of the ACC Early Access, with about
Yeah.
2 tracks and 2 cars.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, it's come such a long way since then too.
It really has. I think it was Monza and Hungary, I think, if I remember rightly.
Oh,
were the
okay.
first tracks,
I know
and,
Monza was the first one. Yeah, typical
that's where I see
Italians.
Korea, and I think it was,
Yeah.
I think weirdly, I think it was. I know the Lamborghini was one. I think the Jaguar was another one.
It would
which
make
is a very odd
sense.
thing to say, given its
Yeah,
lack of popularity.
doesn't get used much. And a 15-second penalty for Victor Borlin for causing that collision with the 98 car, which I believe... What's the 98 car? Oh,
The
Manriquez. That's
98 car
Manriquez.
Is...
The Ferrari.
Yes.
Let's see. Can actually get a replay of this. And yeah, that's the one where Borlin was very late into the bus stop.
So yeah, Victor Borlin, 15-second time penalty applied at next pit stop.
So
Or
Manriquez.
end of the race, but I think we know which one's going to come first.
Yeah. I think Manriquez will be happy about that. He'll definitely be able to take that position back.
Yeah, I think 15 seconds is fair, considering the Borlin obviously had the pace on him, but the gap at the time after the incident was 12 seconds, so
Yeah.
that is an immediate reclaim of time. Whether he takes his place back, I don't think he will. I think Borlin is quicker, and the pit stop delta, he will still lose out, but
Yeah.
that is a good penalty to give. Oh, as Will Stewart just, I think, had a spin after the bus stop and hit the wall on the inside there.
Looks like a fair amount of damage on the Porsche. From what I can see, it's very hard to see given it being black at night. But there's a battle of some sorts heating up for P5. Daniel Fox actually putting in his fastest lap of the race. 23.7, and last lap was 6 seconds faster than Keith Withall ahead. Makes his way into bus stop as we speak. Some GT4 traffic in there. That's the Aston. Only about 6 seconds behind Marlowe is Withall after that move, but Fox now crosses the line and still about 5 seconds a lap faster, 5.5 seconds a lap faster than Withall ahead. So Withall hemorrhaging some pace, it seems. Struggling to keep this, struggling to pass that GT4 on the outside. Not sure why it's taking him so long.
He's made it now, but has another one right ahead. Hopefully we'll get him down Kemmel though, shouldn't be much of a problem.
Not as much.
Daniel Fox has gained on him a little bit during that lap.
Yeah, he's got about 3.5 seconds now. Withall getting caught up in the traffic where he didn't want to. Meanwhile, the McLaren, the FPRL Racing McLaren, still fighting its way past the GT4 field for positions. Actually a lap down on Jacob Alacia right now. That will tick up once they go through. Jacob Alacia actually fastest lap of the race with a 37.7. By far the fastest lap so far in GT4. Actually, as I say this, BAK, Live AK, sorry, trying to make his way past Rossi. Actually has the fastest lap time, a second faster than Jacob Alacia in the Aston Martin. Makes the move around the outside. Liv AK still 1 lap down. Daniel Fox now only 2 seconds behind Withall, and Withall losing time to Marlowe ahead of him.
Yeah, I think it's only a matter of time before Fox gets Withall.
Exactly, and Borland sets a new fastest lap time of 21.8. So still got some grip left in those tyres. Still looking to climb the ranks even with that 15-second time penalty. Both of them head into the bus stop. Another 15 minutes or so and the midway point will be upon us, and in 15 minutes the rain is due to begin again. So pit stop strategy is going to be everything here. I want to stay out as long as you can on those dries. Let me just see. Pretty much everyone is good to go for another half an hour or so in terms of stint timer.
Yep, as we are not even at the halfway point of this race yet. Still 3 hours and 15 minutes to go.
Looking like Fox had a bit of an issue through the top of Eau Rouge there. We've got the rear end a little bit loose. But still about 3.5 to 4 seconds faster that last lap around. Daniel Fox was then Keith Withall.
Is he going to try and make a move into Brazil? I think he looks at the inside but gets covered off very nicely. But Withall makes a mistake. And
oh, bit of contact.
That was... Yeah, I think Withall tried to make the fence, realised he'd gone too deep and just lost it trying to get back around.
Let's have another look at that as the trees get in the way. Yeah, I think you're right there, James.
I mean, it looked to be a very late but very, very good defence,
Yeah,
to be honest.
yeah.
Until he decided to go that deep. Gotta give it to Daniel as well. I mean, he he saw what was happening and immediately backed out of it when he needed to. And has gained the place in doing so.
D Fox now only 15 seconds behind Marlowe ahead. Marlowe actually a lot faster on track at this moment in time, and so far only Thomas Jack and Jürgen Zerscheisen on the lead lap. Adamski finds himself 2 minutes and 11 seconds behind Jürgen Zerscheisen.
Yeah, and Jürgens himself 36.6 behind Thomas Jack. Slowly gaining, but again, Tom is not doing laps that I think he's capable of in these conditions.
He's doing 23, mid-23s, while Scheisen sits himself around mid-22s. Yeah, Thomas Jack's last lap at 25 as he just crosses the line.
I think it's interesting to see, as we now see rain in 15 minutes again, we haven't seen any majorly fast laps from anyone thus far, and that does raise the question of what the conditions are really like at the moment.
As you say that, Borland's last lap was actually a 21.3, which is the fastest lap of the race again.
Yeah, but again, 21.3 in good condition racing. I mean, it clearly shows there's still problems. I mean, track's only fast, but in good condition racing, Borland and Tom especially, and people like that are usually not doing, above 220.
Yeah. Track is still fast and not optimum. I can understand your will for not no dry running, but I hope we at least don't get any optimum running. Optimum running at 19 degrees Celsius, things tend to get out of hand pace-wise. But now we see Borland has found his way back to the rear bumper of Cookie. Borland still 2 laps behind Cookie. And Borland actually making up a lot of ground on the Kemmel Straight.
He's going to want to make this move, especially if rain is coming in and he needs to pit. He probably wants to get past him under dries and not have to pass him under wet.
He does have that 15-second penalty to serve, though, so whether that affects his thinking, maybe.
He's a quick driver. He can make it.
I mean, if he just wants the bragging rights of Trek position, I think, you know, it's not out of the realm of possibility. Someone like Ballin.
I can already hear Victor in my head saying to Cookie right now, "I'm coming for you, Cookie."
Yeah. So more rain, or rain begins in 5 minutes, and more rain 10 minutes after that, as we approach the halfway mark of this race.
There's nothing more terrifying in any race than being on a lap in a quali and hearing behind you, "Andrews, Andrews."
I'm coming for you.
So yeah, 5 minutes till some rain, which certainly should spice things up.
And now that we do have no standing water on the track, fastest car through the speed trap is actually Matthew Marlowe in the 805 Audi, the Voodoo Boys one. Sorry, NSX.
Acura.
Yeah.
Oh, as the rain is going to increase even more in 15 minutes.
Okay, so this is what now Bongus will be happy, because this is what he wanted. We've gone full wet to full dry, and it looks like we're going to go back to full wet. Like, so if he's not happy after this, I don't know what he wants. Ooh. Ballin taking a line over Eau Rouge there. That's a line. Keith Withall.
In the chat, the 420 car has apologised to the 127 for that crash quite a while ago.
Is that the
I believe it was the lag.
Yes.
Connection problem.
Yeah.
As Withall is off, what has happened to him in what I believe is Piff Paff?
Here he is exiting Puan. That's a bad camera angle.
That's good enough.
Just looks like he lost power there. It wasn't
I think he just lost it.
sure if his pedal stopped working or what, but the downside of it for sure is that Ballin now only sits 24 seconds behind with a 6 second a lap pace advantage, so it's going to come down very quickly, and Withall will have to deal with Ballin, and that will be for position as they are on the same lap.
Yep, as the rain has increased its pace, we are now on to harsh rain in 5 minutes.
And then increasing after
Moderate rain, I
that.
guess.
Moderate
At what point does the
rain,
lightning
yes.
come out?
I think thunderstorm, I'd love to see it. I think it wouldn't be... It would literally come down to, can you survive a lap of Spa during a thunderstorm? Because it floods the track very quickly.
And as anyone who drove the practicer will know, the flooding becomes more dangerous. Jacob Alacia earlier mentioned the puddle into Piff Paff. Well, when you get really flooded, there's a puddle into Lacombe.
Yeah.
Which is even worse.
Yes.
For locking up that high speed. And Blanchimont basically becomes impossible. With all the standing water around there. I see Victor about to pass a KTM. I think that's a KTM, isn't it? Yep. As Deep tells everyone that he loves us all, as he should.
My mic was muted, so my wife brought me lunch.
It was.
Yum.
Not much
Scheisen's,
actually happening at the moment. Everyone's very much spread out, except as I assume you're about to say, Schleisen getting slowly gaining.
yeah, Scheisen back onto the rear of Borlin. And Scheisen's actually cut the gap down to Thomas Jack, down by about 5 seconds, which is quite impressive. Maybe Tom Jack just standing off a bit their last laps. Tom Jack 2:23.6 and Scheisen a 23.2, so not sure if that's down to Jack realizing he has such a big gap and just wants to take it easy.
We have a new symbol on the weather panel.
Oh, what?
I think that's even more rain. I'm not too sure
What is that? I've never seen that before.
Is that snow?
I was gonna say, it looks like sleet. But I don't think this game has sleet. It doesn't have snow either.
Quickly, someone get the chains out.
Yeah, what is that? Track has gone down to greasy. Track temperature is down to 18. I believe we started this session as Borlin into the pits there. Withall also into the pits. Borlin will serve his 15-second penalty. Now I'm really curious.
I'm
And I would like...
I'm looking it up. I can't find it on the wiki. HUD icons explained. Reddit.
Yeah, if anyone in the stream chat knows, let us know. And
Please tell us.
yeah, please tell us. We're balling into the pits. Withall into the pits. So Manriquez looks like he might take... Well, he'll definitely take Borlin. Jacob Valencia also into the pits. The next car behind is this man as he gets entangled with Fox there at campus. Not looking like Spud will, as Bingus McBongus back in the car for this stint. Withall might actually get past Borlin here. Yep. We're Borlin with yet another overtake to take care of. And Fox into the pits as well. Matthew Marlowe also in the pits, looking like yet to stop, but they have entered the pits. Cookie's last lap, a 2:27, so we're seeing the rain begin. The rain is indeed here. See the wipers on, spray up, lap times beginning to fall. Manriquez into the pits directly behind Borlin, and so too does Thomas Jack come into the pits. The pit window well and truly open. James, who is your driver of the first hour of this race, or the team I should say?
First hour?
Sorry, first half of the race,
Oh,
I should say.
I was like, well, we it feels like 3 hours. I mean, I think, to be honest, this is going to be a weird one to say for the first half of the race. It's got to be Kovacs and Lura.
Yeah.
Even though not in this race anymore, they had a comfortable lead and multiple occasions took the lead again from the current leader, Thomas Jack. I mean, they drove extremely cleanly, and until they had their issues, they were really going for it.
Yeah. And bit of a pit stop battle here for P2 as Adamski comes right into the pits. Comes into the pits right behind Cookie. And same here. Marlowe overtaking Fox in the pits as well, while Fox just coming in a little bit later. Stewart makes the position on DC Spud. I think DC Spud will actually be released from the pits a lot sooner. So we have the top 3 cars all in the pits. Thomas Jack on his way out, just released from his pit box.
Oh, as Wollendorf has a massive incident up at the That looked very bad when I went on board. He must have absolutely slammed into that wall. Let's see what happens here.
Oh my god,
He
just
goes
didn't
deep
break.
and
Just didn't break.
Oh, that is...
I'm not sure if that's like ping related or what, but it just didn't just didn't break. He's still there, look.
If that was a real crash, I'd be very worried about that driver. At some force
Yeah.
which he hit that metal
Yeah.
barrier.
Say it's like the top speed of the car that is actually possible.
You know, he almost sort of slingshotted around the wall, sort of carrying his speed into it. He's still not moving.
Here you see the leaders of each class sharing the same bit of track. Oh, Bongus doing very well to avoid Porsche on the inside. I just want to point out that Escheisen has come out behind Thomas Jack with the exact same gap as they entered the pits with. It's 35 seconds.
Wollendorf has still not moved. He's now moved. He's back
he's
to pits.
teleported back to pits, so I think that's... I mean, he'll be in amongst GT4s for sure once he does make it out of the pits.
I was concerned for a second there that he had I don't know if he had a direct drive wheel and had harmed himself, because that was a long period of time sort of just sat there.
Wollendorf actually...
Unless he had a wheel disconnect, which could explain the incident.
Well, Wollendorf actually has now a drive-through penalty, so definitely would have the game would have sensed him gaining an advantage through Les Combes. Doesn't matter how he did it; it's still an advantage.
Is it raining? It is.
It is raining. It has been raining for the past 5 minutes or so. So the track is officially wet now. Actually, it moved from...
what that symbol means, and I still don't know.
I know. It's looming. Wonder what it is.
Why is the cloud so much bigger?
I know, and it's like a different shape. Is that less rain? No, because it's like longer. The lines are longer.
It's the attack of alien spacecraft in 15 minutes.
Not sure why, but Wendell was flashing down the run out of Corbeil Paul Frere.
Corbeil.
But about 8 seconds behind Escheisen. Actually managed to gain some time on that last pit stop.
Daniel Fox also now he brings that yellow flag into the Coombe. I'm not sure what happened with him, but he seems to have kept going.
Yeah, just late on the brakes.
Too much rotation as well.
Saved the back end though. Not a huge amount of time lost. Could be worse. So Arndt in the pits, he'll be serving a 30-second penalty, which has just been served there. I think now the service on his car can begin. Wendell's outlap quite slow actually, about 11 seconds or so slower than Escheisen, by 9 seconds. So outlap critical on these long endurance races, especially when you're trying to pit to overtake. But Borlin now has to pass Withall once again, has to pass Fox once again, following that time penalty that he had. Let me have a look. Ooh, race control, I don't have it. There's a 10-second penalty for the 147 car.
We have lost another driver, and I think it might be that car which we just saw going off at high speed.
Oh, that was Is that the NSX?
Need to remember.
I can't remember now. Or is it the one car? No, the one car is still in. Okay. Oh well. We're down to 17 cars now.
For some reason I can't see it on Race Up. Or whether that have got a different name on Race Up. It might have been the 127. Is that on track?
It is not, I don't believe. Yeah, the 127. Yeah, it's not on the track because it's left. I can actually see it in the log. Yeah, Wallendorf.
Yeah, that must have been then a disconnection issue or something for them. Which it caused that crash, and then obviously they can't fix it.
So we've got that symbol happening on Wendell into the pits. What's their stint time? They've only done 5 minutes on their stint, so I wonder if they've come out on dry tyres. Which might explain why their outlap was so slow.
Now, according to this, Wendell is on the wets.
Interesting.
Into the pits, so unless they had an incident, unless they went off track.
Didn't see anything. But I was saying, whatever symbol we have coming up in 5 minutes on the weather. Got someone in the chat saying, car 127, we're done. Throttle issues kept being stuck. Third time this has happened, so.
I've been asked to read the YouTube chat, yes.
Yeah, the third cloud is heavy rain with probability of flooded track, says somebody in the YouTube.
Yeah, so that explains the big crash and why they must have had to leave.
Anyway. So with more heavy rain in 15 minutes, then maybe we will see that flooded track. I'd love to see a thunderstorm because it looks really cool. Especially when you have the reflections turned up to epic. Looks quite good on a wet track. So last time out, last lap, fastest man on track was Thomas Jack, doing 41.5s. Scheisen behind, doing 42.1. So got some pace deficit. Ball in last lap 43.7, but I think he can go a bit faster than that. As the Voodoo Boys NSX, not the Audi, find themselves up into third place with the Mercedes in the pit lane. They've now gained 2 positions since the start of their race. Wendell still in the pits. Been in the pits for 60 seconds now. Wonder if they're having issues as well. And Withall's come out of the pits only about 5 seconds or so behind Wendell. 4 seconds now. He will be gaining. Oh, and that's who was that?
That is Lovats at the top of Radion. He managed to spin it around quite nicely and recover the car, but that was unfortunate.
Oof. Lucky not to collect. I think that was Withall there. And there goes the mystery machine through.
I think we're going to see a few instances of this
Yeah.
as people get used to the wet running again.
And that's it. The heavy rain started. If YouTube chat is correct, then the heavy rain has started, and we're going to get more of it for the next 15 minutes. It will increase for the next 15 minutes. So Richard Withall back in the car. Only 5 seconds behind Wendell, Be interesting to know what Wendell's pit stop was for. Because he'd only been out for about 5 minutes or so before coming back into the pits. So clearly an issue with the car or the tyre choice maybe. Or you said he was on wet, so not sure exactly what happened there.
As Kyle Busch has a moment up the top of Radion as well.
Oh, and the puddle got him.
Oh, that's... Yep. The puddle has claimed its first victim.
In the race session.
I believe so, yes.
It did collect somebody in qualifying.
That's true. In the race, however, the first actual victim was the puddle.
Yeah, here's the moment at the top of Radion. Manages to save it quite nicely though. And then yeah, puddle just yeah.
This is the biggest problem of going from dry to wet, is so much of wet running around Spa when it becomes really wet is just remembering where all these puddles are.
Yeah.
And you just forget that, you get out of that habit, and that's what happens.
Whoops. Here you go. Kyle Busch now running P8 after starting P9. Has been a little bit further up the grid. And Withall actually catching up to Wendell quite nicely now. His last lap was not really comparable because Wendell's last lap was an out lap. But 2 minutes difference. The ball-in was the fastest lap, last lap, 44.2, so the lap times are getting worse. You can see the amount of water on the windscreen there, outside of the range of the windscreen wipers.
Also, according to, as Alex Wendell goes off again, according to one of their drivers, they actually had a crash which we caught on stream. And that's why they had to come into the pits.
Okay.
I'm not always actually watching.
Okay, I know, I was too busy.
Several other things going on.
Yeah. And Lecom, we've seen that incident at Lecom so many times, just on the brakes. And the car just fades to the right. No, I was looking up to see what the weather icon was. And then I was also trying to read the chat too, because everybody was having a go at us for not reading the chat. So
yeah, when we're watching, you have to say I've got like 3-4 different windows open, and I'm not always. I can't watch a stream if I'm trying to read something. So
you know,
don't always notice everything.
Please note that also I have to try and control cameras and read the timing screen and read the YouTube chat and make sure that the sound levels are okay.
As we say, I'm not sure if this is my race control getting a bit bugged, but every time the 78 GT4 Porsche, currently driven by Twisted Packet, goes up my route, it gives it a yellow flag.
Interesting.
It doesn't have anything that makes it clear. Carl Busch now has a yellow flag as well for me. Oh no, he did have a yellow flag. I was on a replay. I think he went off at Radion again.
Yeah. Oh, he's done the same thing. Yeah, he went off at Radion. Almost got collected by the puddle. Look. Went round again at the top of Radion. Nice 360. Not a huge contact at the rear. Still quite unfortunate. Withall has actually gotten past Wendell.
Yeah, Wendell had that moment up at Lecom that probably allowed some advantage to Withall.
That's right. The ball in now. 3 seconds off of Thomas Jack's pace last lap around. The ball in, definitely one to keep an eye on. Still, he's actually 3 laps down from the leader, but only 1 lap behind Chris B.
Oh, Kyle Busch goes absolutely spinning through Pouon. He recovered very nicely, but did what was an old sort of Charles Leclerc style move back in his Alfa Romeo days. If you want to go on the rewind there a little bit.
There he goes. He's trying to get past that spooky Audi. Oh yeah, I just lost the rear on the midway through the corner. Big 360.
Pick it up perfectly.
Stops that nicely.
And for better or for worse, the rain is going to lessen again. After it gets worse, as I believe Wendell has just gone off again at Lecombe.
Good, he's lost about 4 seconds or so. You can't see that. Oh, he's just going straight across it, so I think he might have outbraked himself there.
And Lovats also has an issue at the same part of the track. Again, I think, yeah, this is where we get flooded track is official now.
Wow. Oh, it's
We
ticking
are
over. There
now
you go.
in flooded territory. There we are.
Up on board with Cookie. You can see how much standing water's on the track. Here he is at campus. Having to be so gentle on the throttle. You see this car likes to swing around at the hips. Still braving that curb into Paul Frere.
Something else happened to Kyle Busch again.
Same spot. I'd be willing to bet it's good old Radion once again.
Radion. He kept it going, but yeah, he saved that much better than on previous occasions.
Yeah, good save. Almost gets caught out by the puddle, it seems. Just a little bit of wash
how
there.
Carnegie Hall.
Yeah.
Practice.
Practice, practice, practice.
And he has certainly had a lot of practice at the top of Radion this race.
Yes, exactly. Wendell still within 10 seconds to Withall. This car, believe, started third, fourth. Well, they'll want to finish as close to fourth as they can.
Flag for a second, but I don't know what that was for. I think my race control must be having some issues with yellow flags right now in GT4.
Bingus McBonga still. Well, yeah.
As Kyle Busch.
Oh no, what? OBS says it disconnected.
Oh.
And it's reconnected, and the reconnection is successful. Yeah!
Hooray. We're back.
We're back, boys. There you go. So it's just saying Bingus McBonga still with a huge advantage over Melon Pitch. Oh, and very, very squiggly Rougeau Rouge. See, just have a quick gander at the timings. Thomas Jack was the fastest car out last time round. 2:48.8. Nobody else actually in the 48s. Meanwhile, GT4 times begin to go the wrong side of the 3-minute mark. Fastest lap was Bingus McBonga. Sorry, was actually Melon Pitch with 3:02.6. It looks like they actually had a little bit of an off there.
It looks like Withall has had an issue. Not quite sure what corner that is from my angle. But he was pirouetting off, and Wendell has now got past him.
Check out with Richard Withall exactly what happens. Very deep there into Stavolo. Oh, sorry, into Campus. Just, yeah, lost the rears. It seems like a lot of people's brake bias may be a bit too far back. But as you said, that does allow Wendell to come all the way through. Retake P5. And it's now past midnight in game, so yeah, we're definitely on ×2 timescale. It's flooded track, so everybody probably being as careful as possible right now because one spin can cost you so much time. Withall's actually clawing back some time. Clawed back about 4 seconds or so after rejoining the track.
as Jürgen Zerscheusen gets past the Ian Bandit car, who is currently running second to last in GT4.
And that was the car that was on GT4 pole, remember, so so far disappointing evening for them. Just want to see how much water is on the track.
Oh, that's not good. Yannick Cooper has his own pirouette just before the bus stop.
Oh yeah, might be a big puddle on the ground there, but actually keeps it together quite nicely.
Wendell has just hit the wall on the entry into the com. I think I'm definitely going to read the YouTube chat this time, but I think they might have got caught out by that puddle.
Let's have a look here.
Wibble gets past Wendell again.
Flashing the KTM there, trying to let him know he's there, and just loses it offline. Just suddenly
There's
spins.
a lot of standing water at the end of that part of the track when the track gets flooded, and I think they just got caught out by a bit of it. As Jacob the Snack says on YouTube, it's wet AF out there.
Despite being a lap.
Oh, contact,
down.
I think, between Daniel Fox and I'm not sure that
that's
GT4 Aston.
That's the GT4 Aston, yeah. Let's go.
I saw the green and I was panicking it was Cookie.
Oh yeah, it looks like two came into one on the entry to, I think that was Paul Frere there. Both of them getting a bit too greedy. I'm sure the stewards will be taking a look at that. See if we can't get another good look at it. Just real quick. Oh, and Daniel Fox actually onto the grass there on the inside. Maybe standing water being an issue again, as he's off once again at bus stop.
Yeah, I think he missed. I think he missed the pit lane there.
Have a look. Yeah, he just
Went deep and
outbraked himself.
Now that is the Pastor Maldonado way.
Yes, yes.
Oh, I think he thought the turning was, or does he have? I assume he has steering issues, but he almost turned into the wall.
Yeah, it looks like he might have steering issues.
As Kyle Busch has just had what appears to be a spin up at Le Com.
They never go back far enough, but they see Tom Jack actually going through. So more space for Tom Jack. The only other person on the lead lap is Cookie. All in passes Wendell.
As Wivell has certainly benefited from the misadventures of other drivers right now.
Yeah, and with Fox in the pits as well, Borlin will actually move himself up to P5.
Now the 113 McLaren, which is still to overtake on track one GT4 car, comes up to the rear of Bingus McBongus. And Victor Borlin goes off on the downhill towards O'Rourke, right in front of them.
See that as Bingus McBongus making their way around La Source.
Victor got past Daniel Fox in the pit lane.
Borlin actually, there you go, Bongus letting the McLaren through. McLaren just has to keep it together. I have a feeling that car is supposed to be red. Maybe not though.
As Peter Hurtle is around on the exit of the bus stop, just gets out of the way in time for a passing car coming through.
It's
hard to keep track of everything that's going on.
There's too much happening. Jump on with Fox, who is directly behind Wendell. Jacks have dropped, he goes. And passes Wendell in the pits. And or probably with some damage to repair, I'd be willing to wager. Tobyman in the pits. A good 4 laps behind Bingus McBongus. The lead of GT4 class. So lapping about a second a lap faster right now is Mr. Pitch in the low fuel KTM. Currently 14 seconds behind Bingus McBongus, so we might see a battle happen just yet. And as you were saying earlier, with the rainy conditions, now the KTMs might be able to come into their own, as Daniel Fox has a drive-through penalty. Wonder if that was speeding into the pits, or is that stop go 30? I can never remember.
Depends on speed.
It's true.
I don't see anything in the stewarding logs about it, so I will assume that it is... No, never mind, there it goes. Causing a collision between the number 1 car and the number 10 car.
Interesting.
That was that collision with Toberman we saw earlier.
Yeah. Just got onto the grass, didn't he? And just lost it and careened into him. I think maybe moved to the inside to give the Aston a bunch of space, and didn't realise there was a massive puddle there because the track is flooded. But I bet that's what happened.
It certainly seemed to be.
Meanwhile, Kyle Busch actually catching up to the rear of Daniel Fox, only 3 seconds or so behind now. Be very interesting to see. I mean, their pace difference right now, obviously with that incident, Fox's last lap was 3:24. And Fox back into the pits. Current stint only at 2.5 minutes, so I'm not sure why that is.
He'll be serving that drive-through as soon as he possibly can.
Okay. Yeah, I forgot he had that drive-through. But that will allow Kyle Busch through.
Meanwhile, Victor Borland running 5th.
Yeah, great from him. And
There's certainly gain from others' misfortunes right now.
Yeah. Hopefully he can bring some more consistency, as right now Borland sits 30 seconds, 27 seconds or so behind Richard Withall. Believe Borland's last lap. Yeah, his last lap actually quite slow with a 3:01. Oh, see how just unpliable the car is. Bruce Davilo.
I will be back 2 seconds.
Okay. With Fox in the pits, still yet to reach his box, Adamski approaches La Source. He'll probably get past 2 would be Loesch. Maybe Hurtle. Adamski only 2 seconds behind Fox, will gain. I believe that's Richard Withall. It is. Adamski now has caught up to Daniel Fox. A lot of damage on the front of that car, you can see. Oh, a huge amount of damage. That hood is not wanting to stay closed, but gaining anyway. Adamski into Brussels makes the car not hook up at all, both of them. Kind of aquaplaning straight after the braking zone. And this is for position. These guys are on the same lap. Looks like Ballin maybe dropping off the pace a little as the first top 3 cars right now all within the 48s. Dembski losing out in this twisty section to Fox. I don't think Fox has as much damage. But this track looks really difficult to drive right now. Also down in GT4, Ein Bender is actually only about a second and a half or so off of the rear end of Valentino Rossi. You can see Rossi just ahead. Just see how much water is in the air as they move through one of the fastest sections on the track, braking very early for Blanchimont. Bandit looking like he wants to get a move sewn up quite quickly. KTM looking very strong in the rain.
As we see, Yannick Kuppers went off just now, I think at Blanchimont, before Blanchimont.
Bandit showing the inside up to La Source. Looks like he'll have kind of victory by default. Camaro tries to squeeze, but KTM gets the move sewn up very nicely there. Good move in the wet.
KTM, the other KTM was just sort of sat off the track. They had a spin into Piff-Baff.
It's a shame because they were actually starting to catch up to Bingus McBongus. Rossi's actually not letting this battle die down anytime soon. Not able to be close enough to make a move, and as I was saying earlier in the stream, the Camaro kind of actually struggles on the straight. It's not you'd expect it to, but the traction control in the Camaro isn't the best, and with strange kind of gearing anyway, it can make it quite difficult to manage in the rain.
And Jaker in the chat suggests the GT3 leader had a moment, but I don't think they did. Tom still seems to be ahead of Jürgens by 45 seconds.
He's actually gained time. I do want to hop a little further back up because Adamski is still trying to catch up to the rear of Daniel Fox. I'm not sure if you missed it. He has a huge amount of damage on that front end. Not helping with straight line speed, I'm sure.
Lobas is not having a good lap. He's had a few little moments now and just had a half spin at Bruxelles.
Catch that. Here he comes on the way down, hits the braking zone. Maybe, oh yeah. Just lost the rear, and that's a really unfortunate spot to find yourself in. Don't think he had too many cars behind him.
He managed to get out of that quite well.
And Adamski now is less than half a second behind Fox. About a second faster that last lap around than Fox was Adamski. And yeah, you can just see the amount of damage he has based on the windshield. Or almost has a bit of a wiggle there out through Radion. And rain to stop in about 15 minutes. And more changeable conditions.
Melon Pitch is in the pits, likely to repair any damage they had from their collision.
Oh, and Fox went straight on almost there at the chicane. And that allows Adamski straight back through. I do want to see what happens right there. It's like he just outbraked himself. Has to take the sausage curbs, which you have to take slowly.
As I think Withall has an issue actually at Radion as well.
He's very slow. It looks like Twisted Packets come out of the pits at the same time that Melon Pitch did. Has that move actually taken care of? Outbreaks himself? Doesn't. Nice job there. And we've actually got the Camaro of Rossi joining that party a little bit too. Bingus McBongus, Twisted Packets still to pit for this stint. Not letting this battle stop anytime soon. He seems like he's pushing, could probably want to push, seeing as he is on cold, wet tyres.
KTM seems to let the Camaro go.
Yeah.
Maybe he just broke earlier. Oh, he almost made contact.
Not sure if the Camaro can just brake a little bit later.
I think it's the problem with Puon is you have to brake a lot earlier on the inside line.
Yeah. Especially in the wet.
You can't really round it so much.
Yeah. Especially in the wet too.
As a yellow flag with Victor Borlin around Stavilo, they're just passing him now. He's right there. He seemed to have a spin, possibly hit the wall.
Oh yeah. Only tapping the wall. It looks like he lost it on the entry there. And you see that battle happening as I do want to get back to this. He's made the move up the inside to Blanchemont. This is crazy. The GT3 there of Borlin, yeah. Oh, and Borlin. He's taken out Twisted Packet. Stewards are going to have a good look at that, yeah. And that's that battle over. I'd be interested to see.
And that obviously will be treated quite a bit more seriously if Borlin is found to be at fault.
No, I think Borlin is already there. And the Porsche has a little bit of a moment and pulls back into the middle of the track.
As the Whipple is off. Again, Kemmel.
Yeah, just
Paddle, I think, again.
Yeah, there it is. Yep. Yeah, that's a shame. Withall looking like he might actually lose out to Borlin at this rate. Borlin now only 12 seconds behind Withall. Both Tom Jack and Jürgen Zerscheisen in the 46s. Crispy actually pulling off a 47.3 that last lap around, so a little bit off the pace, about a second or so. It looks like with 45 seconds gap between P2 and P1 in GT3, it's might take some penalties for Tom Jack to be taken down a peg.
It's a shame really, because there was a while in the dry there where Cookie was starting to catch.
Yeah.
But we come back to the wet and Tom clearly has had the advantage thus far. As Carl Busch is off, and you'll never guess where.
Is he ready on?
It's nothing against Carl Busch here, it's more that he's chosen to drive the Ferrari. And of all the cars that wouldn't be too great here, he almost loses it through the camel puddle as well.
You know, in the grand scheme of things, that loss he had at Radion, not the worst way that can happen. Let me see. Someone else who is actually pushing some good lap times is Adamski. 47.4 last time around, actually almost identical with Chris B's last lap. As Borlin is trying to make his way past the Aston Martin GT4. Don't know where Borlin expects him to go there. Gets the move made around Blanchimont. Not sure why that GT4 Aston is able to keep up with GT3 traffic so well.
Probably the wet track through these conditions.
Yeah.
And through corners as well. On a straight, you'd have no chance, but... As Wibble is off after the source, he again appears to have collided with the barriers dividing the pit lane. And has to get underway with possible damage.
Oh, yeah, I just lost it on throttle there. Looks like he might have touched the painted line.
Yeah, there are a few pockets of standing water that start to come up around there as well.
So Borlin actually only 5 seconds now, 4 seconds behind Withall. And Borlin still having to deal with GT4 traffic. Nothing in the stewards channel regarding a penalty for Borlin on the incident with the Porsche GT4, who is now in the pits.
No, but I would be very surprised if there isn't something coming soon.
Yeah. We've got rain to stop in 15 minutes. Track is at 17 Celsius, which is quite cool. It won't get much colder than this, I don't think. We might see a bit of sunrise at the end of this race as well, given that we are on a 2x timescale. Borlin finally gets past the KTM. And fastest man on the track last lap out was actually Adamski. Oh, sorry, no, it was actually Cookie, but only by a tenth or so. Cookie finding his pace in the wet. Rain is going to decrease from now, and track is no longer flooded as well. Is Borlin.
Peter Hurtle has gone off at Lecom. I think he hit that barrier on the rear of his car as well.
That looks like Adamski there. Adamski there going past Hurtle. So, yeah, top 2 cars, or top 3 cars, still very similar pace. Kyle Busch, meanwhile, 3 laps off of the leaders and a full minute or so behind Borlin. Borlin still working to catch up to Withall once again. Borlin looking like he may see himself into P4. Has a huge amount of time to reach Chris B, however, so a podium might not be on the cards, but top 5, top 4 definitely, all to play for here with 2.25 hours left. Twisted Packet in the pits.
Withall has had a moment out of Radion and will likely be overtaken, and he is overtaken by Victor Borlin.
Let's just try and find out what happened there.
Victor's still likely to get a penalty, I think, for the collision with GT4. But if there is that possibility there.
Yeah, big impact too for Withall. Commentator just lets Ballin through. Ballin now sitting in P4, but 2 minutes. He's got to make up 2 minutes if he wants to challenge for a podium. Well, that's even just to get on the same lap as Crispy. So, Tom Jack and Jürgen Scheisen both sharing the lead lap right now, and Chris B finds himself 2 laps down from them. Just goes to show you there is a clear defining line between these top 2 and the rest of the field. Chris B also enjoying a 2-minute gap to Ballin behind him. I feel like there's still lots of other little battles that can happen, especially with 2 hours left.
2 hours and a drying track.
Drying track, precisely. 5 more minutes until the rain stops, so they say. Just want to go check out Iron Bandit. Clawed himself back into the podium positions for his class, GT4 class. Putting in some good times actually, faster than McBongus in the Maserati right now, by a couple of tenths. Nobody else under the 3-minute mark in GT4 apart from McBongus and Bandit. Both of those guys in the 58s, everybody else flirting with 3:01 for Pitch, 04 for Rossi, 03 for Tobyman and Twisted Packet. Still, I think this is his outlap. Yeah, I think this is his outlap.
Try to see Wivell trying to also continue to gain on Victor Ballin after his own incident. He doesn't appear to be clawing too much back, but isn't dropping off.
Oh, so he's so afraid of the puddle. He's doing a full lift through not even a corner.
Quite a bit of time through that as well.
Yeah.
Behind him, who is that? The I can't tell that is the back marker McLaren.
It's yeah, Yannick Coopers. 113 McLaren. Down in P11. He's currently 1 minute and 5 seconds behind Peter Hürtel. Actually, 2 laps down from Peter Hürtel. Bit deep into Brussels there, but should be able to get it hooked up for the exit.
Oh, as Lovas is off into the Cum. I don't know if he collected a GT4 a little bit there, but that looked very tight between him and the GT4 car.
I think the puddle. There's a puddle on the inside here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. I'm not sure if that was the puddle that made his car change trajectory. Still, Loesch finds himself now losing time to Hürtel behind him. And just looking at the times, Adamski still the fastest man on track right now. So Adamski doing really well, actually. Yeah, they started P4. So this team now in P7. But currently the fastest people on the track as it stands. Only 13 seconds behind Bush, and Bush, as we've seen, has not been the most consistent with this heavy rain, semi-flooded track, if you will.
Well, as the yellow flag comes out, P. Hürtel, he was sat right in the middle of Lecombe, causing Daniel Fox to have to go around him, cut the track a little bit.
We've seen that again. People just losing, nowhere to go.
Yeah, that's not the way you want to be sitting when you come out that corner.
So Hürtel actually doing okay to get himself back onto track. Lost a lot of time to Loesch in front. So, talking about Adamski again, do they still have that front? They still with that huge front end damage. Lapping fastest right now, I eat my words, as Tom Jack moves into the 43s. The rain has stopped falling, but more in 15 minutes. Just heavy cloud right now, but Adamski currently lapping 6 seconds a lap faster than Kyle Busch, and 15 seconds behind currently. Withall is actually keeping a good distance to Ballin. Gap's never really been over 5 seconds. And then not too far behind Adamski is Daniel Fox. Only 10 seconds behind. Similar pace to Adamski as well. Oh, and very wide through Blanchimont.
Oh, as Kyle Busch is off again at La Source. Has a spin on the exit.
Yeah, it looks like he mounted the sausage curb on the exit and that threw the car around.
Adamski is coming up with the source now, and he's going to hope to take advantage of their lack of pace for the next, well, for the Camel basically.
Yeah. Two downshifts now. Oh. Sounded like a downshift for the Camel Puddle. And Withall losing a little bit of time there to Ballin ahead, about 2 seconds a lap
Busch
faster.
is off again. Busch is off at the com.
You just see Adamski there in the background looking to capitalize. This is for position. They're on the same lap.
If you're Adamski right now, you got to think that Busch is trying to do everything in his power to give you that place.
Yeah.
Loras has also had an off at Pouron and now rejoins the track with plenty of time to spare to hurdle, but you don't want to do it too many times, as Borden just picked up a yellow flag at the chicane. I'm not sure what for.
Not sure either.
He went deep into
okay.
it and had to take the escape road, and then broke to give himself some time gain, which is very kind of him.
Yeah. Adamski really sounds like he's pushing now. Wants to get this position sewn up, perhaps before the next round of pit stops. See the stewards typing away in the Discord, adding something. Adamski now
flag
has...
for Jürgen Zischoisen, but I think he might have just got a little bit wide after Blanchimont.
Yeah.
As Wivell is off. He Kemba puddled again.
Puddle's taking him. There's Chris B. And Adamski now, the gap only down to 0.8 seconds as these guys head through Blanchimont on their way up to bus stop. Kyle Busch, who's been a bit all over the place within this last hour or so, in a struggle to keep Adamski behind. Adamski losing a lot of time in the braking zone, though. That front end damage not doing him any favours.
If you're Adamski, you want this place more. After everything that's gone on the last few laps, you want this place more than anything ever.
Yeah.
You probably feel you deserve it. You feel you're owed it. But he also appears to have some damage. One of his front lights flickering into some of the zones.
Not sure if you can see, but his bonnet doesn't want to close. Yeah, that's a good view of it. It's permanently up.
They're just testing out a new aero package.
Yeah. And Adamski maybe with some slipstream here probably doesn't want to move to the inside. There is a big puddle there.
Make it into the corner, okay.
Oh, and Kyle Busch goes a little deep into the braking.
And we are now without rain, but we're going to have more in 15 minutes time.
Not long until that will show 5 minutes. Adamski getting really close now, only half a second separating them.
This could very well create a very interesting greasy period.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Adamski's last lap was the fastest lap we've had for a while now, a 42.6. So we haven't seen a 2:42 lap time for at least 45 minutes. As I say that, Tom Jack actually puts himself into the 41s. Oh, and Kyle Busch went deep there. I think that was that's Kempis.
I think that's what Adamski's been waiting for. He's seen that car making a few little errors every now and then. And the Bingling Red Bull Mercedes, the most cursed car on this track, except for maybe Tom's. Oh, as he goes off.
Ooh.
Adamski, whilst you're watching this replay, Adamski himself is off and into the barrier. And Kyle Busch gets back past.
Let's see if it will show Stavolo. Oh, you see the car getting very, very loose there, and we're back live. So I imagine it was probably around the Blanchimont area.
Yeah, he hit the tyre barrier, I think, on the exit.
He's lost 8 seconds to Kyle Busch. Heartbreaking after being that patient and waiting for that long. And Withall is actually in the pits coming up towards his box now. Means Busch and Adamski and maybe even Fox. Fox has kind of caught up to both of these drivers in the meantime. Only about 7 seconds or so behind Adamski. Got some good pace right now too. 44s. Not as fast as Adamski.
He's off at the top of Radion. And I think Adamski is about to retake that place.
Yeah. So yeah, I just lost it at Radion once again. A little bit of contact with the barrier.
Oh, and he loses it into the camel puddle as well and hits the barrier on the right hand side.
So Fox overtakes Kyle Busch to take P6. Kyle Busch down into P7.
As Victor Borden runs wide, he is now behind the leader, Thomas Jack, not for position, but to try and unlap himself.
Yeah, and he'll have to do it 3 times, well, twice. He'll have to do it twice if he wants to be on the lead lap. A lot of work for Borland to do. Kyle Busch still trying to chase down the back of Daniel Fox. Not really happening.
Akrosh Lovats is had a little spin as well at Pouron again.
Okay.
There are key points of this track.
Yes, yeah.
Just
about to say, we've got very, demarcated spots on track.
There's there was a yellow flag for a second there for Thomas Jack. I'm not sure what that was for.
Maybe a moment at Radion.
It doesn't seem to have impacted his lead at all. As Hurtle is off at Piff Paff. And he's back on track and going again.
Just lots of people, I think, are just struggling with the brake balance and the standing water that's constantly changing every lap. There's some big gaps now between a lot of these drivers. Adamski's still the fastest person on track. Sorry, Thomas Jack, still the fastest person on track, back down into the 240s, and with the hour mark
actually has gone faster at 240.4.
4/10 faster than Thomas Jack.
I think very shortly we will return to the 230s, and then we'll quickly get out of them again as the race starts up again.
In 5 minutes, so track not going to have an opportunity to dry out again like last time. However, pit window will be opening very, very soon. Let's see. stint length. So top 3 drivers top 4 drivers all have about the same stint length at about an hour on track currently. And then Adamski and Fox both are on the same strategy, it seems. Both of their stint timers currently sitting around the 35-minute mark. Withall has just come out of the pits. Withall's actually... Lovesh. No, it was Withall. Sorry, Withall's just come out of the pits. And just finished his outlap. Living dangerously on that sausage curb on the outside of La Source. Tom Jack actually into 38s now. 38.2 was his last lap.
As Wivell is off at the puddle again.
I can hear. I heard the car. Oh, was he beat? It seems like he might be beached. Okay, I heard the engine revving and I didn't see any movement.
He stole the car.
Oh!
That is
okay.
going to be looked at.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh,
more
another
contact
one.
too.
Was that Chris? That was Chris B and Victor Borland caught up in that. Victor has returned to the pits.
Oh my goodness.
I think whilst he's towing, he might be putting a ticket in. Chris B is going to try and continue onwards. That was just... don't know what Wivell was doing there. I think he was panicking, trying to get back out of the way as soon as possible. He is now... oof.
Then Chris B comes through and gets collected as well. Not what we like to see.
Chris is now trundling around the track, as is Wivell, whilst Borland has just taken the tow.
And Borland did so much to get himself back up into the top 5. So here is Chris B kind of slowly, very slow. I'm sure he has a huge amount of damage. Yep. Oh, look at his wheel. It's level right now to turn right around Brussels. Look at that, 90 degrees to the left to go straight.
Oh, as we have a yellow flag for Bingus Bongus after what looks to be Blanchimont.
Oh, might have hit a puddle. Yellow flag, but keeps it going, keeps it pointed straight.
Doesn't hit a wall, that's the important.
Yes, yeah. Not losing time. And Chris B actually has caught up. I think actually just got past. It said he was close to
I think it's because he is the car behind. Jurgen's got past him, lapped him again.
Yeah.
And the way race control tells us, it doesn't...
This gives us
so
the
long as
relative.
someone is in front of the other in position, so second or third, it will give us the relative to them no matter how many laps down they are, which is a bit annoying, but it's usually not that much of an issue.
Yeah. So this is Bush into the pits. You can see Ball in ahead.
As Peter Hurtle is going very slow on the exit of Brussels.
Seems to be doing okay. But to say Withall, be wondering if Withall would be in the pits, and I think I didn't see who that was.
Melon Pitch has also gone off at the exit of Pit Path.
Yeah, I just saw that yellow flag on the radar as I was following along with Withall. Yeah, it looked like Pitch may have had a bit of a mix-up into that corner. Withall still out on track. You can see he's got a lot of damage on his front end.
There are a number of cars here. All Chris B is having trouble with cars passing him at racing speeds. And yep, he has now been passed or unlapped by Adamski, who
goes a
will
bit
hope
deep.
that this unfortunate incident will allow him to gain some time.
Yeah, and that's Withall into the pits there on the left-hand side of your screen. So looks like some damage repair.
As is CB.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Victor Borland still sitting in his pit box, having towed.
Lengthy penalty for him for teleporting back into the pit. So Loash goes past Withall and will pass Bush and Borland to retake P6.
It'll be interesting to see who comes out first, Borlin or CB.
Yeah.
Both of them were caught up in that incident.
Bush now leaving the pits. Car taken back over by Zach Manriquez. Doesn't lose it on the Camel on his outlap. Oh, and that was Fox in the background. Getting very loose through the puddle. Will lap Manriquez once again.
As Borlin leaves the pit lane, by towing, Borlin has actually saved himself time.
Yeah. Chris B actually only coming to his pit box now.
Although Borlin also gets very loose on the exit of the pit lane itself.
Oh, and the puddle almost catching him out. Nice save. Did really well there to prevent himself from spinning the car. See Tom Jack, still the fastest man on the circuit right now. Last lap a 39.6.
And we are due more very harsh rain in somewhere around 15 minutes time.
Chris B still in the pits. I wonder if Withall will be released before Chris B.
Oh, Twisted Packet got caught out by the puddle, is in the wall at the top of... Oh, and hits the other wall. He rebounded.
Let's have a look at that. Comes round the Camel corner. Oh, and back just steps out immediately. And
Can't catch it.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's some huge damage. Oh, the little black Porsche. Meanwhile, new fastest lap of these conditions, I shall say. 39.000 from Jürgen Zerscheisen.
That was a very nice lap time to look at.
Yes.
Meanwhile, this is only played in the hands of our two leaders, Jürgens and Tom Jack,
Yeah.
who are now 90 lane on lap 93 to lap 90 of Adamski, who's just passed CB in the pit lane.
Adamski actually with two
As
GT4s.
CB gets overtaken by Daniel Fox, but it's leaving the pit lane himself now.
Oh, Daniel Fox having a bit of a moment through the Camel corner. Mark Dizon takes the reins of the Voodoo Boys NSX. More front light blinking. Maybe it's a bug. Quite a few cars actually doing it as Peter Hurtle tries to make his way through in the no big scare Audi. Thinking Jacob Alacia back into the Mystery Machine, Maserati.
Yep.
Melon pitch.
We also have Manriquez back in the Ferrari after a couple of stints of Carl Busch.
Yeah.
He's clearly returned to prepare for the race this weekend.
Yes. Pitch still in the pit. Stop time has been a minute 30. Oh, that's his T pit. So his T stopped is actually only 26 seconds or so. So not too bad. Adamski looked like Adamski has repaired some of that damage they picked up earlier. Actually, almost was the fastest person on the track this lap around. So this Mercedes actually doing very well in the wet conditions. As you were saying, he's now 4 laps down from the lead 2 cars as he goes very deep into bus stop.
And Withall gets a drive-through.
I did see that. Drive-through, unsafe rejoin and unsafe reversing.
Yeah, that'll be for the big crash.
Yes.
Let's say.
It says racing incident, though, however, between Matthew Marlowe, the Flyboys NSX, and the same incident that occurred just after Ballin being taken out.
I think that will be because the Wivell car, I believe, was stopped and still at the time of contact, and they just couldn't see him due to the car ahead.
Withall comes into the pits to serve that drive-through immediately. And then meanwhile, Victor Ballin.
Yeah, I mean, I said earlier I thought Victor would actually save himself for the tow, but I realised he hasn't because he loses a lap because of it.
Yeah.
By taking the tow, you stay on the same lap as you went in. You don't cross the line, and obviously,
yeah.
Well, you literally don't pass go and don't collect 200 pounds.
Yes.
That was a very Brundle-esque phrase, wasn't it?
Yeah. I swear, every time I watch F1, I need to get like a bingo card out.
Well, you know, he was a day late and $1 short.
Yeah. Thomas Jack actually into the pits right now.
Dizon in the 805 Honda is currently scraping the wall of the Kemmel Straight. I think he must have some. Does he have steering damage?
Puddle got him.
Yeah, and he has got large steering damage. They will need to return to pit again. That is incredibly unfortunate.
That's
rough. Let another car through. I think that was Victor Ballin who just unlapped themselves against them.
But Tom Jack comes into the pits. Jürgen Zescheisen chooses to pit also.
As Lovash is off at pit path. Another one, I think he just went deep again and lost it.
I think we're finally seeing a driver change in the last place, Aston Martin. Manriquez now able to catch up to the back of Loash. About 6 seconds the gap right now as Thomas Jack leaves the pits. Jürgen Zescheisen. He's leaving the. Oh, he's not even leaving the pits.
He's not entered his box yet.
I think Tom Jack. I think Zescheisen maybe should have elected to stay out for another lap if he could have afforded it. Enriquez retakes P6 as Loash pits. I think Manriquez still needs to pit. Maybe not. Oh, they pitted not too long ago, actually. Yeah, he's only 8 minutes into his stint.
There was a yellow flag for Withell there. I'm not quite sure what for. I think I went a little bit deep into pit pad, but keeps it out of the gravel quite well. As Dizon looks to be going slowly as well. But actually that's probably because they still have damage. Trying to bring it back to the pit.
Excuse me. Yeah. Hazard lights flashing there. Not entirely sure what happened. Increasing heavy rain in 5 minutes. So, look for Dizon to enter the pits right now. Ballin actually only 14 seconds behind Manriquez. Oh man, Dizon might actually find himself.
We've actually got a battle at the GT4s right now. Twisted Packet and Valentino Rossi absolutely going for it.
On the same lap, this is for position as well. Side by side.
One of each for a while.
I know.
As they come up to Stabilo.
Camaro gets the move done.
The inside. Yeah. Can he do a switchback? And the Porsche GT4 is not as down on power as its GT3 counterpart compared to its contemporaries.
That's right.
And it also, I remember we were talking earlier, it doesn't actually have a rear engine, the Porsche GT4, it has a mid-engine.
Mid-engine, that's right. And the Camaro pulling out a second already on Twisted Packet, second and a half. He has to navigate his way through the backmarker GT4. And this is the battle for P4 in class, as Ein Bandit has made his way back up into P3. Dizon in the pits for seemingly a pretty long time. I want to point out a Damsky last lap, a 2:41, while a Scheisen's last lap, a 47.
As Lovac appears to have met with the puddle again, as many cars now have.
Very tough. Oh yeah. That's the scariest thing about the puddle, and we saw it earlier, of course, is that if you go off here, nobody's going to see you until the exact last second, so it's really quite crucial that you make the rejoin as safe as possible.
Oosthuizen goes deep at the bus stop, and on trying to get re-entry, he spins himself to a pirouette. You might want to go back and watch that, because that was looked quite interesting.
Here he is after Blanchimont, on his way up to the bus stop.
I think he got too eager on the power, and he's flashing someone to let him by.
Yeah, he gets balling.
Just misses himself, and then goes to take it and just pirouettes completely around. And oddly, instead of taking that little bit there, he decides to go. I mean, at that point, you might as well just take that re-entry.
Yeah.
You've already lost enough time.
Scheisen lost himself about 25 seconds or so.
As Lovac is round at Piff Path, there was a few cars around him. I don't know whether there was any contact there.
Not sure there was. He's lost
No.
it. Yeah, just lost it on the braking again.
Yeah, when I came onto him around here, I didn't know if he'd had anything, as he also now meets up with Fletch in the KTM, who was off track after Stavilo, and just gets past him.
Nice.
As the conditions are looking like they will be flooded once again very shortly. And then come back down again immediately just to annoy everyone.
So balling.
Whoa, Wivel almost.
Balling's lost it as well, yeah.
Wivel almost got caught out by the puddle, but again, practice has paid off and saved it for this lap.
I was literally just about to say Ballin was the fastest car last lap around, and then as soon as I switched to him, that happened. We've got Yannick Cooper's the GT3 car, last place GT3 car, almost getting overtaken by Jacob Alacia there in the mystery machine.
Unlapping himself.
Yes,
On
yeah.
the same lap.
No.
They have been on the same lap, but not at this particular moment. As Adamski, he goes off, it looks like up by Rouge, and hits the dividing line barriers.
I'm gonna say, I think that's Loash right behind. Oh, be careful, lads.
Oof. Not through the puddle.
Loash unlapping himself from Adamski. Everything ironing itself out quite nicely right now. Lots of people.
As Dizon gets loose through Blanchimont, I think that the flooded track, that was what I was saying about earlier, there is standing water around this entire section of track going through Blanchimont from Paul Frere, and it can just catch you out massively if you get onto it.
Oh yeah. Oof.
Yep.
Big impact too. Really big
I
impact.
think he's struggling, I think, with damage. You're going to have to come back and repair. I did see a brief yellow flag there for Jürgen Schweizen, but I don't see what it's for. And Manriquez is around at Le Com. That Ferrari is not enjoying these conditions
No.
in anyone's hands.
Ooh, watch the rejoin there. You see a Schweizen going through. A ball in takes the position.
And someone else is off around them. Who? I can't see who that is. I saw a white dot on the map.
Oh, interesting.
I didn't see a yellow flag to go with it.
All in trying to find his way back to Fox, but would need to. Oh, and he almost loses it into the exit of Pouon. But he's trying to find his way onto the rear of Fox to try and unlap himself.
Yeah, but it looks like he's got Schweizen right behind him, looking to lap him again.
Yeah, and a couple GT4s up there for good measure. I don't even know.
Yeah.
I just need to hear it, and I can tell that that's the Maserati. Is it? Yes. Oh, very loose.
Mystery machine, very loose. Oh, as Victor, that was... Okay, you're going to have to go back and watch that. Victor is in the wall now. He made a very interesting move on the GT4 Porsche. I'm not quite sure what he was trying to do. You might want to watch that from the helicam because... Well, I couldn't really tell what he was trying to do there. He was clearly trying to force something, it just wasn't going to go.
Trying to pass the GT4. It looks like he's being patient. GT4 not really giving him the space, forces him onto the grass.
That's true. I didn't see him being on the tarmac before the grass starts. That is not necessarily the best courtesy from the lapped car. So Victor now with damage once again gets past the mystery machine, but has been lapped once again by Jürgen Schweizen. As Fletch, the KTM of Fletch, is off at Le Com. And Tiggy in the Audi 147 car is off at the exit of Pouon.
Cars off everywhere.
Cars beat off. Oh,
yeah.
he's really struggling to get back on power.
Yeah.
The standing, I mean, the exit of Pouon is bumpy enough on the good day. The standing water there in the flooded track must be absolutely horrible to try and recover a car on. As that also means Tiggy gets overtaken by Levas for 8th place.
Track has clicked back over to flooded as we speak. Okay. My OBS is being weird. It's like disconnecting and then reconnecting, but I think it's okay.
Technical issues for everyone today.
Yeah.
As Lovats is off and around again. That standing water through through Paul Frere and the exit of then moving on to that is Paul Frere, isn't it? That main curb.
Yes.
I always forget. So I've literally seen track maps which have different
That's
names
what-
placed in different places.
That's what I was saying.
I mean, everyone knows about Spa having multiple names for corners, but I've seen a track match which has Paul Frere as the final one, which is sometimes Stavolo and sometimes not. And then I've seen the other one where it's Paul Frere beyond that.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's quite certain where all these corners are.
Well, Bruxelles is sometimes called Rivage.
Beau Rivage.
Yeah.
Sometimes Beau Rivage, sometimes Beau Rivage.
Yeah. Oh, then there's
corner,
Speaker's
Jackie X,
Corner.
no name.
No name, Jackie X. And then Peef Paf or Campus or Le Fagna. There's too many.
See, Piff Paff is the reason I can't say anything about that, because the S's at Kielami I also call Piff Paff,
Yes.
but in a South African accent. Oh, Victor he was yellow flagged. I don't know what actually happened to him there. If anything.
Goes very deep at bus stop once again.
As I receive a ping to tell me a ticket has been put in. At the moment, we've only actually had 3 tickets.
Interesting.
Which tells you something about the ability of the stewards in
Yeah.
live stewarding to see instances they come in. It also tells you that there hasn't actually been all that much happening ticketable in this race. As Yannick is off at the top of Radion. I think he got loose on the right hand side and then moved over and hit the wall on the left as it curves back in. And Fletch is forced to slow down for that.
Staying with this battle as Loash is actually onto the rear of the.
Yannick is literally facing the wrong way, and that was. And he gets collected by Ushlos who just can't stop. I think you need to watch that one back because the KTM did very well to avoid that, and Jürgen's less so.
There's the KTM getting past Yannick after La Source.
Yeah, Yannick has not had a moment up here, but then after that, he's still trying to rejoin right now. And as we are watching this, Lovac is having a pirouette of his own through Pivpaf and is overtaken by Tiggy for 8th.
That was heavy contact for Yannick. And I don't think we're going to get to see what happens to Shizen.
It should be its own contact if you can get to it.
Oh yeah.
The GT4 had to slow down massively and
there
make
you
its
go.
way past.
Yeah, nothing Cookie could do there. Bit of a shame.
It is, but at the same time, he has 2 laps on the rest of the field, and is sitting still quite comfortably in 2nd place, but still an hour and 34 minutes to go. To dare to quote, anything can happen.
Yeah.
And it usually does.
It usually does, that's right. Yannick then struggling on speed right now. Looks like his front end has some substantial damage. Meanwhile, Loash still out on track. Still trying to chase down the rear of the Audi, as I was saying before Yannick had that big off. And we'll actually take another quick look. Oops. Wasn't the best camera angle. But yeah, you just see Cookie had nowhere to go. Yeah, car just right there. Nowhere to go. And Yannick into the pits, I assume, for repairs. Probably be quite a safe bet.
You would hope so,
Yeah.
given the severity of the damage they got just through one. It was all on the Camel. There was like 15 things that happened to them.
Yeah. Wonder if there'll be any stewarding calls on that. Quite hard one to call.
Personally, I don't think so. I think they lost it on their own for the most part, but
Yeah.
you can't penalise someone for losing control of the car. This is something so stupid. Generally speaking, as Twisted Packet seems to have gone off at Blanchimont and had to slowly turn his way around, losing him more time to cars ahead, although he still has quite a gap to the Aston, which has it's one of these GT4s that we see in almost every one of these races, which you have to give a lot of credit to, because they have not had a good race at Aston Martin, the number 10 car, and they are still going, and I think they will make it to the end.
Definitely. Yeah, they'll make it to the end. Their lap times aren't even that bad, to be honest. Last lap, or was their out lap, so I can't really compare it to anything.
But their best lap is 4 seconds quicker than every... 2 seconds quicker than the Porsche,
Yeah.
4 seconds quicker than almost every other car, apart from Jaker and the Maserati and the Porsche.
Yeah. I mean, they've done all right. They'll finish. They'll definitely finish. They're not carrying a huge amount of damage right now. It looks like
They haven't had the comparative luck that Victor Borden seems to have ended up having in this race.
Yeah, speaking of Victor Borden, he does have Manriquez behind him. About 10 seconds or so is the gap, and Loas still trying to get past Tiggy in that no big scare Audi, which has had a couple big scares already. Let's see. Thomas Jack, definitely fastest man on track last lap around with a 49.5. Track still flooded. Rain decreasing within the next 5 minutes and stopping in 15. So whether we'll see...
Oh, okay, never mind. That's Yannick has left the pits. He's got Daniel Fox right behind him looking to make the overtake. He almost loses it.
Yeah, he does.
It's in the... Oh!
Scraping the wall, yeah.
After repair, as Thomas Jack has gone off. I don't know if he hit a wall there, but he definitely had a moment.
I think he's had a moment coming out of Puon, it looks like. Oh!
Oh. He keeps it out of the wall. I remember having raced with Thomas Jack for quite some time now in an old F1 league we used to do. I remember because he's always been a very quick driver, as you will know.
Yeah.
And I remember looking at one of his laps once and thinking he's not actually that consistent at times, but he's too quick.
He's too quick.
he has a knack to making mistakes, but also still maintaining pace, which is kind of what you need at that time.
Yeah, especially in a 6-hour race.
As Manriquez and Fletch going slow. I don't know if they've come together or had an issue on the Camel.
Probably just trying to avoid each other, I would imagine.
There is a contact on the list. I'm going to have a look at that. I think they might have hit each other from the puddle. Yes. Yep.
Ooh.
He gets caught up in the
safety
puddle.
pun, yeah.
Nothing
they can
I
do.
don't think that should be a penalty, to be honest. But,
Racing incident. Definitely a racing incident. Nothing either of them could do.
Weather incident.
Yes.
WWI.
Loash taking a couple seconds out of Tiggy, especially that last lap. Taking 2.9 seconds out of Tiggy on that last lap, to be precise. Whoops. So yeah, definitely catching up. We'll want to make a move soon. Got a little while until pit stops become a thing. Oh, and just losing it on the run up to bus stop. I think we might have caught a puddle there.
Yeah, this is where this standing water comes to play. As Thomas Jack is around at Lecombe, he spins the car around, gets back in the right direction with a lovely little clutch dump. But yeah, he is now starting to himself suffer a bit in these conditions, which will get drier. But solo driver, you know, almost 5 hours into this race.
Yeah.
You know, 4.5 hours into this race, starting to feel it a bit maybe. Also, knowing the people in the voice chat with him, they're probably trying to put him off as much as possible.
Yeah.
Considering he is currently sitting in the voice chat with Jürgen Deschoysen in second, Daniel Fox in fourth, and Victor Borden in fifth.
Yeah. Yeah. Fox actually doing okay up in P4. A couple seconds a lap faster last time around than Adamski ahead, so maybe some of Adamski's pace dropping off a little bit. But yeah, slowly but surely catching up to him is Fox. But Adamski does have that repaired damage, so maybe an anomaly was that last somewhat slow lap time of a 53.2.
Oh, as Lovats appears to have also brought out a yellow flag again.
No.
Oh, he's gone at Purcell, and I think he's hit the wall there as well.
Here at Almaty and then Rafage. Just loses the entry. Maybe not. Didn't get to see it that time. Wah.
What happened? We
need to know. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything contact-wise on the log. Oh, and Lovash around again at Puon.
Oh,
Really, really struggling with these conditions. Struggling to get it back on the track. That was a shame because he was actually gaining on Tiggy quite well. Track still flooded. Less rain in 5 minutes, rain to stop in 15. Oh, Daniel Fox still pulling out a couple seconds every lap to Adamski ahead, so battle for the final podium spot not sewn up yet. Last lap, Adamski had a 52.6, 51.0 for Fox, so expect those guys to come to blows once again. 3:25 AM in sim time, in game time, whatever you want to call it. But, sun like
track time.
Yeah, track time. There you go.
Local time. Oh,
Local
Thomas
time.
Jack goes wide at Brazil. Loses a bit more time there. He is not having the best last few laps of this stint.
Quite a while left on this stint, I believe. Yeah, Tom Jack only 24 minutes into his stint.
That's true, but they will likely pit before the end because the track is going to dry out.
Yes.
With any luck.
Someone who does need to pit within the next 5 minutes is Adamski. Their stint timer currently at 1 hour and 10 minutes. Obviously a 75-minute stint timer. They're going to have to come in. I would expect maybe to see them come in this lap. Might see them come out. Maybe just behind Manriquez or so. They were to pit on this lap. Fletch actually chasing down the rear of Jacob Alacia 6 seconds up the road.
Why do I fear that we're getting to that point of the race where people are now used to these conditions, so it's going to change again?
Yeah.
That seems to be what happened last night. Never mind. Daniel Fox, yellow flag. He's off at Puon.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is off at the exit of Puon.
Just lost it. Seems like you can't turn and brake at this track in these conditions right now.
Yep, and that is going to allow Victor Borden to get close to him, but Victor Borden is currently a lap down. So we'll need to pass him twice if he wants to take 4th place.
Yeah.
Which, with 1 hour and 23 minutes remaining, is certainly
Tall
possible.
order. Well, it's a tall order. It's
Well,
possible, but it'll be difficult to say the least. And yeah, Adamski makes the pit stop.
As Fletch is off, I think he got caught out by the puddle, the KTM.
Yeah. Chris B. Sorry, I should say Dizon.
What does the B stand for?
Don't know.
All I can think of is that, what was that show called? You know the Goes Wrong show? Did you ever watch that?
Which one?
It was made by the people that made the play that goes wrong.
No,
It was quite a popular play from a few years back.
I don't think I've seen that.
They did the whole thing. They put on performances which deliberately are made to look like real plays that go really wrong.
Okay.
They even did like a Peter Pan thing for Christmas, which had David Suchet in it. And anyway, well, the director, the fake director in that is called Chris Bean, and that's what I can think of every time that I see Chris B.
Yeah, it's him. So Ballin looking like he actually might unlap himself here. Got Fox and Adamski to unlap.
As Jacob Alacia just had a moment, I think up into Biv Path. as did Wivell next to them, and has lost a bit of time there. As we've got yellow flags from Borlin and Sartov. Now, Borlin is around in the middle of the 24-hour start-finish straight, I guess you'd call it. The starting straight.
Oh, just collect some standing water, I think, and that is probably the worst spot you could be stopped on the track.
Yeah, not much choice for the cars trying to pass. You either go on the grass or you hit a wall. It's yeah, you don't want to be sideways through there.
All in. Shame he lost it on this lap, because he's fighting now to put himself on the same lap as Fox and Adamski. Adamski leaves the pits. Yeah.
Fox is in the pit, but Borlin needs to... Borlin definitely will not get out as Fox leaves his box. As Lovat is just went deep into Lacombe and has just managed to return back to track.
Gosh, a good far away, a good amount behind Tiggy now, in that Audi ahead. Mark Dizon. You lose time? Yeah, I think you lost a little bit of time. I thought they'd pitted, but I am mistaken. Thomas Jack still the fastest car on track right now into the 46s. We've got rain.
He has a gap of 1 minute and 15 seconds to Cookie behind Jurgens Huysen. They are still on the same lap ostensibly, even though it says they're a lap down as Cookie is about to start his 105th lap. Meanwhile, Vendel behind in third place is on lap 101. Which obviously that big crash through the Kemmel really separated the top two even further than they already had been.
And,
as Wibble is off at Pouon, he went off to the inside that time.
I was going to say, Jack and Escheisen have only pitted 4 times so far, whereas Wendell and Fox have pitted 6 times. The Voodoo Boys cars also pitted 6 times. And these guys, the FPRL McLaren, fought in a little battle with, I think that's Cookie there on the inside. Please make this safe, guys.
Oh, he backs out of it. But it looks like the McLaren goes deep. Yep, I think he said the other McLaren was Cookie's not driving the McLaren. And Jurgens gets past with probably more reason he thought he was going to have to do it when he backed out.
Yeah, maybe a bit of mind punting going on there.
Mind punt.
Yeah.
That's the Brundleism. I think he just ran out of talent.
Ran out of talent. Yep, as Thomas Jack goes past Daniel Fox.
That is, yep. That is lapping again the person who's only in 4th place.
I know.
Daniel Fox, who very much likes that number 1 McLaren.
Yeah.
Usually you say that people driving that particular car you want to be wary of, but Daniel's made it his own really in RP, in Racing Pals.
And I think today he's driven really well too, and again another solo driver, keeping it mostly together on the track. Obviously keeping it together enough to have 4th place.
I think we need to take a moment to really respect the abilities of the current 2 leaders in just not losing it, essentially.
Yeah, and you know, both of Tom Jack and Jürgen Escheisen not driving cars that they normally drive.
That's certainly true.
So, as you were saying, Escheisen only deciding to race in this event a couple days ago, and Tom Jack obviously is known for a while that he wants to race this event, but still keeping it relatively chill on the practice front, I believe. And again, driving
Well,
probably one of the most difficult cars to drive.
Well, the interesting story about Tom and Porsche is actually I think he entered his first RP Series race in the Porsche.
Yeah.
But he wanted to drive it a lot more earlier on. He was going to drive it for the 4 hours of Paul Ricard last November, but ended up not doing it because the 1.8 update came out, and it was ruined.
Rubbish.
Ostensibly, for a little while. And so he stuck to the McLaren. But that's what this livery is actually a year old. He just hasn't really had a chance to properly drive it.
Use it, yeah. Makes sense. As Fox now closes the gap to Wendell ahead to only around 11 seconds. And I'm very glad to
Wendell,
see.
we have a yellow flag. Wendell is cutting some grass.
Ooh.
Can he keep it out of that? He can. Oh, thank God.
Fox is
Tom,
going to
now the
overtake.
leader, is actually coming past. He's going to get lapped again. Third place is now lapped. Fox has pipped him to the post. And he comes back on track. Oh, actually, no.
Ooh.
Fox hasn't got him. He managed to get back out ahead.
That could have been a very dangerous rejoin.
That rejoin there smacked to desperation. There's Lovac.
Yeah.
Also, top of Radion has just done another pirouette of his own. This is a very interesting camera view you've chosen.
I know, I don't know why it's doing that.
Can you
Why
get out of
is
it?
Yeah, I can. These guys right on top of each other. Who will survive the puddle? Both of them do.
They're going wheel to wheel, but Daniel gets out ahead.
Think.
Yeah, that was Wendell just lost it there.
Think he might want to put his brake bias forward a little bit. Looks like the rear's locked up on the downshift there. Sent the rear end spinning.
I think he just stamped on the loud pedal.
Yeah. Also, not
I
something
wonder how many
to do.
blunderisms I can take through this.
Yeah. And Fletch, 2 laps behind Alacia, but only 9 seconds. 2-track position as the puddle almost catches him out. Good save there.
We need to count the amount of times you've called it the pedal.
The pedal, I know. Oh, because it's like the camel puddle.
The camel pedal.
Wendell trying to get back into the groove of things as soon as possible. Dizon in the pits. Last stint only about half an hour, so maybe they want to just get a car out on track for the final 75 minutes. Sorry, 75 minutes.
The problem is they are. I fear they might have to. I mean, I think by the timing they should be alright if they go on the wet tires.
Yeah.
But if the weather changes again, they're gonna have to come in
They
anyway.
have to come in anyway. That's right. Potentially taking a gamble here, as they are released from their box. Or potentially taking a gamble on whether the wet conditions will hold. You have more rain in 15 minutes. Track temperature's also warming up a little bit. Won't be very long until the sun starts to peek up over the hills. It might pay off for them. Everybody ahead of them, I think, still to pit for their final pit stop. Yeah, see, the thing is with Fox and Wendell having pitted about 10 minutes ago, they won't reach the end of the race without having to stop again.
As we have another yellow flag from Lovac at the top of Radion.
Oh yeah, it's just gone around up the hill, and Tom Jack actually did really well there to avoid Loash in the middle of the road. Tom Jack keeping it together quite nicely.
Yep, and maintaining a gap of 1 minute 20 seconds to Jurgen's behind.
Both leaders of both classes putting on a pretty dominant display. The Mystery Machine Maserati squad has a 2-lap advantage on the car behind. And Thomas Jack, as we just talked about, has a bit of an advantage over Shizen.
It's a shame, really, because if it wasn't for the issues of the Kovacs slower car, it would have been a much more, I think, interesting battle for that lead. Unfortunately, due to technical issues, they had to retire only 2 hours into the race.
Yeah.
But were definitely, I think they were faster, to be honest, than Tom in the conditions we were in at that point in time.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. It would have been very close come this point of the race as well. Would have been pretty much down to who can time their pit stop and who gambles correctly on the weather. Yeah,
it's just a shame there's no Porsche of Pierre Moreno.
Yeah.
As Tom, watching along him, he sitting behind a KTM, he is struggling for traction.
Yeah.
Through Paul Frere. You want to go back and watch that a little bit, because he was really on the edge there.
Gonna hop on right here.
He gets to the rear end, but has to sort of back out of it and just has no grip. As a certain someone might call it ambition ahead of adhesion.
Yeah. Did really well to keep it together, because those tank slappers, you know, they can last a very long time.
Especially when the tank portion of the Porsche is located entirely within the ash.
You know, yeah. That's also, you know, why I'm not interested in driving the Porsche, because it is just a pendulum.
I drove the Porsche with Husky at Hungary, and it's very stable there, but I've driven it other places, and no thank you.
Yeah, precisely. It is just a moving pendulum with 500 horsepower.
It wouldn't be so bad if it was front-wheel drive.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
That's the day when Bacon flies back to England and starts taking part in ACC is when they introduce a front-wheel drive GT car. Where is it? Give it to us. Nissan used to make something like that.
Yeah, or a front-wheel drive Skyline would be his cup of tea.
Well, maybe they can make a Suzuki Alto GT3.
Yeah, there you go. Do you think they could homologate Suzuki Alto to GT3 regulations?
I think the engine would be sticking out the back.
Yeah, be like one of those Abarth touring cars. And Wendell going very deep. Loash ahead of him, but Wendell was within about 4 seconds of Fox. The battle for P3 is very much alive still. Oh, Fox forcing the issue up past one of the KTMs into Puon. Looks like that could have gotten out of hand quite quickly as Bolin invalidates a lap.
It's a classic GT3 trying to get past back markers, GT4s. We've done it from both sides. Sometimes as a GT3 you have to force it, and sometimes as a GT4 you have to tell them to, stop.
Shizen had the fastest wet lap that lap time around, 42.6.
That's probably very much affected by Tom's wiggles.
Yeah. Withall catching up to the back of Loash slowly but surely. I feel like Withall and Loash both having traction issues today.
Yep, as Thomas Jack just about to cross the line to start the 110th lap of the race.
Oh.
He does a 2:39.9.
Oh, okay.
I think that's put a little bit of heed to the pretensions of Mr. Oosthuizen.
Yeah. Shizen actually lost about 5 seconds that last lap to Jack ahead. So, Thomas Jack really amping things up now, time-wise. wants to give himself a good buffer as pit window is well and truly open once again. Track still wet. Rain has stopped, but it's going to start again in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think we're not likely to get any more dry weather running until, well, after the race is finished.
Yeah. With all doing slightly better lap times than Loash ahead. A good 6 seconds or so. That is the current gap. Loash just above there, making his way through Malmedy. Remember, Matthew Marlowe just ahead of him has that long pit stop, kind of timed it really well, where this last pit stop they've just completed will be their last of the day, should the weather continue to be wet, which is looking like it will be. So look for Matthew Marlowe to gain a couple more places in the last hour of this race. A little further back, this has been going on for a while now, but Stewart has been around the 9-second mark to Rossi ahead. Does have to unlap himself. As Rossi goes into the pits. There you see Stewart moving through. So last pit stops I feel like are finally beginning to happen. Wendell still about 10 seconds back from Fox, but on the same lap.
Yep, as Wivell continues to try and make gains on the last, and at the moment it's coming up to lap the GT4 of Arndt in the KTM, looking to do it into the bus stop.
A lot of spray there, rain ending in 15 minutes.
If he makes this move, it'll be one hell of a dive. No, I think he's thought better of it. He's
Ooh.
almost makes contact with the GT4 as Lovas has gone off at the bus stop himself, putting Wivell very much in contention very, very shortly. But still with that GT4 to pass first. As Tiggy also goes off at the at Stavolo. As Wivell there gets past the GT4. Now can see immediately ahead of him the car he needs to overtake for 9th place.
Both of them wiggling over the puddle. With all actually losing a little bit of time through Eau Rouge. Loash goes a little bit deep there. Thomas Jack's last lap in the 39s again. So not
he
letting
has
up.
gained 5 seconds to Jurgens in the since the last time we mentioned it. Now 1:25 is the gap.
Pulling out a lot of time. Who the car behind is Thomas Jack, now on lap 111. Well, Keith Withall.
Keith Wivell or the Withell Wizard.
Coming up on Les Fagnes. Audi looks like it has a bit better mid-corner traction.
Yeah, but Wivell still gaining now of him 0.4, 0.5. Okay, he's lost a bit there. I think they're going to gain it back again. Got to be wary. Oh, the twitching of the Audi through those bits of standing water on the exit. McLaren keeps it together. And gains on the Audi. Or he loses a bit around Blanchimont and loses some time to the Audi.
Had to have a big lift there. I'm sure he might have even tapped the brakes as he tries to settle the car.
Oh, he
Very
really goes
deep.
deep. I was surprised at how much both of them ran the green tarmac at Blanchimont. He goes into the pits. He goes to the pit lane to try and take his final, I assume, pit stop.
Yeah. Most of these drivers will hope they don't have to stop any more times than they need to. So we've seen the undercut be powerful here before in previous pit stops, so we'll really put it to the test now, as I'm sure Loash will want to come into the pits relatively
Meanwhile,
soon.
Alex Wendell, still trying to gain on Daniel Fox, has put in a couple of seconds faster lap time than Fox on the previous lap. I believe has been generally gaining across the course of the last few laps, but not too quickly.
Fox's
it's
last
ball
lap.
in yellow flagged.
Oh,
Not sure what that's for. He is off. I'm not quite sure what that is.
Oops.
Is that Blanchimont? Yes.
Blanchimont, and he's alongside Jacob Alacia. Looks like he just took the inside. Couldn't get the steering done in time, it seems, for Blanchimont with Jacob Alacia right there.
As Jacob Alacia also goes deep, which is going to give ball in. I hope that he can get past him as soon as possible.
I was just checking on where Loash was. I want to see if he can overtake or keep the position ahead of Withall after that little spat they had. Tom Jack's still the fastest car out on track, so no matter what the conditions, Thomas Jack consistently the fastest car on the track. Rush now coming up to Stavolo. Will still in the pits. As you were saying, Wendell slowly catching up to Fox ahead.
Yep, 7 seconds now between them two. It's now just decreased a bit, as it always does when we decide to point these out. But yeah, roughly around 7 seconds remaining between Wendell and Fox for the battle for P3.
Yeah, the traction control really being quite invasive on the throttle there, but probably very helpful. The Mercedes, both GT3 and GT4, have great electronics. One of the best in the game, actually. Very good in the rain of these cars. Wendell actually putting in similar times to a Shizen right now. Although not looking like much of an issue for the Mercedes.
Meanwhile, one car that does not have to worry or have the hope of traction control is Jacob Alacia in the Maserati, about to lap the number 10 Aston Martin once again, coming through Stavolo. And makes the move there quite well. Oh, the Aston moves across slightly into the path of the GT3 McLaren of Satov. Almost causing an incident there, but doesn't, thankfully.
Interestingly enough, Alacia now 7 laps ahead of that number 10 Aston Martin GT4.
Yeah, and Jacob read that very well there.
Yeah.
He was clearly letting the inside go if the McLaren wanted it, but the McLaren made it very clear he didn't. and Jacob knew not to go too wide for it, 'cause that can always. That's something that always annoyed me as a GT4 is when a car goes to make a move, you leave them enough space and then they don't take it, and you're like, oh, now
Yeah.
we're both out.
Yeah. Start off finally a lap ahead of Alacia after that move. It was Sarthoff lapping Jacob Alacia.
Lapping him, but they are, in terms of actual position, 11th and 12th respectively.
Yes. Wendell's lost
As
a little bit of
Lovats-
time.
Lovas has gone round again at Stavilo. He's going to have to try and get that point in the right direction and off on his way again.
So frustrating when it happens in slow motion like that. You should be able to save it, but it's actually very difficult to do so.
Also, again, I'm very impressed that we still have 17 cars in the running, somewhere between 30 and 40 drivers amongst them. We've only lost 2 cars from the start of this race, which is
impressive.
considering the number of incidents and considering that we know one of those for definite was, well, 2 of them really were issues with equipment.
Yeah. Wendell still trying to make up time to Fox ahead. He's beginning to bleed some time a little bit. I think we'll see pit stops from Paulin Manriquez very soon.
As Vendel has dropped off
Yeah.
quite a bit, sadly. Now we're going to see in a couple of minutes' time, once again, a weakening of the weather, and we'll see if it stays that way. If it does, we could be in some very interesting drives from people we know to be quick and dry, balling amongst them.
Yeah. Be interesting indeed. It also might invalidate the strategy of Matthew Marlowe, who came in early on the previous stint, as there's a yellow flag somewhere.
I believe that is for Arndt, who is spinning at Radion in the Camel Puddle.
He wants to be careful here
Not
because
Radion.
say there's the Camaro of Valentino Rossi.
And Valentino Rossi unlaps himself. For now, at least.
For now. Back up with Wendell. He gaining a bit of that time back. Seems to be a constant back and forth balance of consistency between Fox and Wendell.
As Thomas Jack is being let by into Kemmel by Jacob Alacia, who's then looked like they were trying to let by Withel, but Withel didn't seem to want to take it. Not Withel, sorry, Manriquez. For their very different characteristics, from a distance, the McLaren and the Ferrari look way too similar.
Yeah.
When you can't see the little round lights in the back, it could be either one.
Right. Wendell
Thomas Jack.
seems. I was about to say, it seems Wendell is having a real amount of trouble.
Lovat's just had a big off. Not quite sure where on track that is. I believe that was at Blanchimont, and had a big spin and hit right into the his rear end, right into the wall.
Yeah. Ouch.
That's going to be damage that needs repairing. Thankfully, we're in a pit cycle.
Well,
As
works
Jürgen
out.
Disposen overtakes him as he peels off into the pits.
As I was,
As I was going to say, I'm going to just say Thomas Jack is currently now 1.132 in front of Jürgen Disposen.
pretty commanding lead. It's about half a lap or so. 2/3 of a lap, really. But as I was saying earlier, Wendell seeming like he's having a lot of trouble getting the gap down, despite being quicker
Ooh,
in the lap.
sorry, as I'm not quite sure who, I can't remember that car. The mystery machine of Jacob Lacey gets overtaken and is not very happy about that unlapping by Marlowe. Was flashing him as he overtook through Stabilo.
Maybe saying hi, or yeah, maybe you're
No,
right.
I caught the early bit of it. It was not a happy flash.
Yeah.
I believe he made a move that was deemed to be a little bit unsafe by Jacob.
A good judge of whether it's safe or not is Jacob Alacia. Works hard on the stewards team. He's not racing. Same with Bingus McBongus, actually. For that matter.
Bingus McRonaldus works hard in every way
Yes.
for racing pals.
Yes. Indeed.
And it pays off once a year when he's allowed to absolutely dominate everyone here
Yeah. In seemingly
in a Maserati.
Yeah, in seemingly the worst car to pick. I'm surprised more people. I'm surprised we didn't see more GT4 Maserati entries, as Loash has been in the pits for quite some time. All times stopped has been 37 seconds and counting.
Well, I'll be accounting for the damage then, as he. It hasn't left yet. It looked like he was with the magnetic helicam.
Yeah.
I think it's other people. Oh, Tiggy just had a moment in Piff Bath. I think though, other people who have. I mean, we know that. I can't remember his name now. Not Lee Taylor. Who was it at?
Licton. Mr. Licton.
Yes, Lucas
yes.
Licton. That's the you know who I'm on about.
Yes.
Lucas Licton, for example, is also very well known to be good in the Maserati.
Yes.
He won in the Maserati quite dominantly against Muscle himself, being his bonus in the Maserati at
Watkins
Watkins
Glen.
Glen.
Yeah, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, and not to downplay Lucas Licton's Watkins Glen victory, but if I'm not mistaken, Bingus McBongus was, shall we say, muscled out of the race. I believe he got caught up in some.
There were a few issues with that. That was actually the last endurance race I commentated on, and I know Lucas had a very, very strong performance in that car, and has a very strong performance in any car, as we have learned much to our fear and detriment in the Wednesday Race and Chill series. Race and Chill, I was going to be saying.
Is he racing
every time he... I don't think so. I'm not sure. If he's running GT4, I wouldn't notice, because I'm not GT4 this season.
Okay, that's why.
I can cross-check. Oh, as Lovas goes off at the Le Chicane and has a pirouette, trying to get back on the throttle, struggling to get back on traction.
Yeah, that's scary. Not a place you want to end up in stationary. Thankfully, with the field so spread out, don't have anybody coming up behind him. With all kind of almost catching back up to Marlowe, about 11 seconds is that gap. So last 45 minutes of the race. Trying to look at people's stint timers.
And it appears that Lucas Licton has not signed up for RP
Okay.
But certainly, every time we see his name pop up in AC Race and Geo, we have fear in our hearts.
Yeah, quick. He is very quick. About to say, all in Manriquez, Tiggy, all over an hour, as well as Thomas Jack, Jürgens Eisen, all over an hour for their current stint timers. For GT4, Jacob Alacia and Fletch, all above an hour.
I think, given the weather forecast, most of them are going to wait and see if the track dries out.
Yeah.
If it gets too damp or greasy, I could see some of them trying the dry tyre to see if they can get to the end safer. I mean, if you're Jürgen Zussweiser, for example, what have you got to lose?
Right, exactly. Let's say the number 10 Aston doing a bit of off-roading there. I think that's all.
Oh, Lovats has gotten off again at Blanchimont. Doesn't seem to have any major issues, but was passed by back marker on the way around. Or a front marker, I guess, actually. Oh, as Will Stewart is in the wall up at Radion. He seemed to hit that pretty heftily.
We'll check that out.
Yep, as Victor Borlin also seems to have had a little spin at the bus stop chicane.
Oh, that's a shunt and a half. Meeting the barrier head on
No, you're
directly.
getting on with the Brundleisms.
Yeah.
Oh, and he's gone into the river, it looks like, as well. And it's just sitting there.
Cars coming up the hill. You can hear them.
His brake lights are off. He looks ready to go, but waiting.
Oh.
Okay, he pulls over. He knows what he's doing now. I think that's sensible. I could hear you going. I knew what he was trying to do there. Yeah, I think he had to restart the car and waited for the first car to come by and then moved over as soon as he could.
Point out that Wendell's actually gotten the gap down to 3.5 seconds to Fox ahead. Both of them have been in the car for 35 minutes. So we're hoping for maybe the track to dry up. Their final pit stop in. 2 seconds now is the gap. We'll leave you with Wendell here as I will return in just 1 second.
Well, as we see, Wendell 2 seconds to Daniel Fox ahead on the last lap. Did a 2:41.2 to Fox's 2:48. Fox's lap being invalid. I say 2 seconds, it's now dropped to 1 second to Daniel Fox. I think whilst Daniel tries to get around the mystery machine of Bingus McBongus, currently driven by Jacob Alacia, Wendell has brought that gap down to less than a second going into the comp. As it's now within 0.7. He gets past the mystery machine much nicer than Daniel was able to, and will want that for third place. This is the battle for third.
Yeah, good to see another battle in the final hour of a long endurance race.
It's always the case. Endurance racing is always quite funny. It's like when we were saying earlier that you've got an hour and a half to go, and you're like, well, it could be a push, it could be a stretch for Jürgens.
Yeah.
It's a bit like, I think it might have been Hungaroring or another one where someone was complaining after the race. If only we had one more lap.
Yeah.
We could have made a position. It's like, you've been racing for 4 hours, and still, it's always one more lap.
Yeah.
We would have had it.
You always need just one more. Excuse me. Wendell actually lost a little bit of time there on the last half of the first sector, but managed to claw it back.
Enriquez is off. Is he off, or did he come out the pits?
He's come out the pits.
Oh, okay, okay, he's been overtaken by Tigger. I thought he was off for a second
Yeah.
there, as it came up as he was being caught very quickly.
So the battle for P6 still happening, as well as the battle for P3. And everybody's pit strategy really coming into play now. I think the sun is actually rising.
The sun's coming up, so everybody get this party started. Try to not get us copyright strike, we're changing a little bit.
Sing it backwards and it sounds like the devil's talking to you.
If you sing it backwards, it says that Paul McCartney died years ago.
Ooh.
I always love that conspiracy theory.
No, my favorite conspiracy theory about the Beatles is that John Lennon died before he was assassinated, and the Beatle album, the album cover for Help, and they're all doing the nautical signs. Well, the signs that they're actually doing is NUJV, and the conspiracy, the conspiracy theory is that it actually stands for New Unknown John Vocalist. So that John Lennon passed away and was replaced by a secret John Lennon lookalike for their last however many albums, and I think that's just
I would
completely
hope if they
absurd.
If they were putting a secret code in to tell everyone, they would make it much more plain than new unknown John vocalist. Just say, John Lennon's dead, here's a new guy, done.
Right.
Why are there 2 conspiracy theories about members of the Beatles dying?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Because we all know Paul McCartney's dead and was replaced years ago.
No, I think
By
I
animatronics.
yeah, I think I've said this on stream before. But I once saw Paul McCartney live, and he played Hey Jude twice.
It's his favourite song, isn't it? He wrote it.
Clearly.
Well, he wrote it, didn't he? He wrote it for John Lennon's son.
Yeah, but why do you only play it? You don't need to play it twice.
It's his song, he can do what he wants with it. As Lovats goes off after Stabilo and is now back on track in 10th place.
Wendell still chasing down the rear of Fox.
Yeah, as Victor Baldwin comes into the pits, I think he has seen that we're going to have more rain in 15 minutes and has decided to take his new set of wets.
Hopefully.
As Kyle Busch has just had a moment at the top of Radion.
Sun definitely coming up now. Nowhere near as dark as it has been. So being able to spot the puddles will be helpful for sure.
Yeah, as things continue, the race should end around 6-ish local time.
Just after, maybe.
Oh yeah, because of the formation lap.
Fox and Wendell both still need to pit. Shizen and
Wendell
Jack.
has just come into the pits as Daniel Fox stays out.
That'll be a pit to overtake attempt. In the Bing Chilling Racing Mercedes.
As we ride on board with Thomas Jack, well not on board, but you know, we ride watching Thomas Jack, whose gap is now 1 minute 39 seconds to Jürgen's behind.
Yeah. Pretty dominant, I would say. It's a shame. It's a shame that Tom Jack. Oh, he did get pole, didn't he? I was thinking, did Kovac? No, Kovac's got pole.
I believe Kovac's got power. I can't quite properly remember. Oh, as Baldwin comes out of the pits and immediately hits one more and then the other.
Wow.
And he returns the pits to take another tow.
Ugh.
That is going to drop him considerably down the order in these last closing 38 minutes of this 6-hour race.
That also kind of looks like the NSX in the dry, and Thomas Jack coming into the pits. His last pit stop. I wonder if, I mean, I think Shizen is just too far back to do anything about it now.
Lovats does the same as Victor and gets puddled.
Get puddled.
My favourite thing about the NSX is always watching the one actual NSX anyone's ever bothered to race. The Acura in GT America. And it looks like the most unstable thing you have ever seen in your life in dry conditions. I don't know how anyone drives it.
No, I totally get that. Have a look. Wendell coming out of the pits. So with Fox staying out, Fox is actually up on his way through Blanchimont right now.
Wendell just caught a little yellow flag. I'm not sure whether it was just for the pit exit.
Probably for the pit.
I think it might have been. I didn't know. The problem with the pit exit is it leads you right into the puddle.
Yeah,
he
that's
did.
true.
He got caught by the puddle a little bit, managed to save it.
Go away, Steam. I don't want you. So yeah, Tiggy and Ballin both in the pits. Ballin's picked himself up a stop-go 30. Whether that's the stewards or the in-game, not quite sure.
There is nothing from the stewards thus far.
Shizen now coming up towards Blanchimont. Taking a lot of curb there. More rain in 15 minutes. And Shizen into the pits as well. Quite happy to follow Tom Jack's strategy. I think it's pretty obvious that Tom Jack will come out ahead of a Shizen. Interesting to see where Fox ends up after this shuffle, whether Wendell can be able to be close enough to try and make a move. Try and sew up P3. We also had that battle for P6 going on. I think that changed up a little bit after Ballin's teleport to pits.
So it turns out that about 10 minutes ago I was sent a message request from the former driver of the 805 car to have an interview. I said to them to join the waiting room if they want one. I haven't heard back yet or seen them there, but if they're still watching the stream, they want to come and do an interview, join the waiting room, which there is now a link in the Enduro chat if you cannot find it.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it wouldn't be visible on Discord, but oh well.
It's probably locked behind some silly role. It should be open to join for anyone because that's the purpose for it. If you can't see it, it will be in the voice channel section, not the sim racing voice channel section. That might be why people miss it. And here is Chris B. I'll bring him in now.
Cool. Chris, hello.
Hello.
How goes it?
Hey guys, not too bad. How about yourself?
Yeah, not too bad. Last half an hour or so, but it looks like you guys have had an eventful afternoon so far. Well, I should say night.
It's been a series of recovery drives, I think, is what we've had.
Yeah.
Yeah. So no, it's been good though. I mean, you promised changeable conditions, and that's definitely what we've had. So that's been a challenge, especially in the Honda.
Yeah.
We normally drive the BMW, but wanted something different for this race. Give ourselves a fright as well.
And you guys have driven that the Audi before as well, haven't you? Because that's what I'm
correct.
That's what I'm most used to seeing you guys.
Yeah, We're normally under the Fly Boys, but we thought we'd go for Voodoo Boys for this Halloween special.
Yeah, I like the livery too. Just the right amount of weeb in it for me. So good. Hats off to you boys.
Absolutely. No, it's been a fun race. We qualified fairly decent. Could have been a bit better, but could have been worse. Tried to just keep it clean for the first stint and pick up on other people's mistakes. And I think it was came out P4 after the first stint, close to P3 maybe. And then things started to go wrong. So
yeah, I think the darkness came, and so too did the difficulty. Just real quick, did you guys, the last stint, did you pit early to try and have just one more stop kind of thing? To try and extend the last stint?
That's exactly right. We pitted right when we thought we could just do one full stint until the end and hope the weather didn't change too much. And it looks like we might get lucky with that, with the rain coming again in 15 minutes.
Yeah, I think all you really need the track to do is just to stay wet at this point, and I think really even once the track ticks over to greasy, I think wet tyres are still the choice to make. So it's been fun to watch you guys on the track. You've kind of been everywhere, it seems. So
no, that's right. We've been racing in every sector of the field at some point. I mean, our pace overall has been pretty good. We've been lapping at similar lap times to the leaders generally when we've had clean laps, but in endurance races it takes more than just being quick.
Yeah, definitely. As we've seen with Victor Borlin, who actually has the fastest lap right now, but has endured some really bad luck. And funnily enough,
for sure.
the second fastest car back when it was dry was actually you guys, about 6/10 off. So, yeah, no small amount of luck needed for a race like this, but I guess that's kind of why it makes these events so much fun.
Absolutely. And you guys plan a great event, you know, with the commentary that you guys do, with the live stewarding. I mean, it's we really enjoy racing with you guys.
Yeah, and we appreciate you having you too. It's good to see, you know, a returning team, not just, you know, the same new people every time. It's good to see like some familiar faces and to see all three of you in the car too. It's super nice.
Yeah.
So, thanks for coming.
No, thanks a lot. And like I say, let's what we got 30 minutes left. Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
We're having an event-free last 30 minutes. Well, for us, maybe not for you. You want to see some action, but we'd like a nice smooth run to the finish from there.
Yeah, I will say you're catching to the car ahead slowly but surely. So maybe a battle still to come from you guys.
That'd be great. Something to watch in the last 5 or 10 minutes, maybe.
Yeah, perfect. I love it. Always love seeing
Awesome.
last lap stuff in multi-hour races. It's always good. So, but yeah, thanks again for coming along into the interview room, and thanks along for coming to the event too. So always good to see the Flyboys, boys out here. So yeah, cool. Thanks. Oh, real quick, Chris, what's the B stand for? We were debating earlier.
That's Bruno.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Yeah, we're having a little bit of a debate about it earlier, so. All right, pal.
No problem.
Well, let you get back to your team to enjoy their company. So, cheers,
awesome.
man.
Thanks a lot.
That was Chris B. The other drivers. 805, yeah, the Voodoo Boys. Normally Fly Boys, but changing it up, as they said, for Halloween. Gained about a second on Kyle Busch. Interestingly enough, to see Kyle Busch in P5.
We have a yellow flag for Victor Borlin after what appears to be Pippa.
Oh yeah, he's actually just lost it on the exit there.
Yeah, that is unfortunate for him. Again, just a race marred by incidents of losing so much as Thomas Jack once again laps him. For what must be almost coming up to the 6th or 7th.
It's
the 9th time.
Yeah, 9th time.
The 9th or 8th time.
And obviously, Borlin still has a stop-go 30.
The problem, I think there is some of it that Borlin has decided to tow on a number of occasions.
Yeah. And still,
lost him more time than he wouldn't as he goes deep now into the bus stop. And is now sitting, waiting for a spot to rejoin. And he goes into the pits. He's going to serve his stop-go, I assume, and hope to finish this race without losing too much more time or position. Oh, he slows a lot into the pits. I am worried he might get another penalty for that. He hasn't got a disqualification, so maybe not, but he slowed a lot entering the pit lane after crossing the pit board.
Yeah, he saw it there.
Yeah,
interesting.
Unless he was just being overly cautious to not get disqualified, because once you get a stop go 30, I'm pretty sure that's generally it. You know, you get another one and you're out. And there's nothing the stewards can do about that.
Yeah.
Oh, as we see the weather going back to dry after a spell of rain in a short while.
So I just wanted to point out, since we got off the horn, as it were, with Chris B, his teammate Matthew Marlowe has pulled out about 2 seconds to Kyle Busch in 5th place. And Kyle Busch, another driver we've seen pointing the wrong way many times in this race, in an astounding 5th place currently, up 4 positions from their qualifying start of P9. And then Daniel Fox is up 7 positions, started the race in 10th, now in 3rd.
Daniel is having raced against him a few times, he's a driver who is not necessarily amongst the quickest that we have in RP series and in RP in general, but he is consistent.
Yes.
And if you give him a chart race like this, where it comes down so much to just keeping it clean, he will be one of those who'll be up there.
Yeah, I feel like Spa, Bathurst, where else? Probably Suzuka, maybe. Tracks where it really rewards consistency, especially Spa in the wet.
Especially in the wet.
Yeah.
Oh, as we have another little weather change, so light rain now, and a little bit more rain coming shortly, followed by no rain. How that will affect the end of the race might be interesting.
I don't think the track will have enough time to tick over to a dry state. So it'll be wet running for the rest of this race. Ballin actually lost 2 seconds to Withall just on the Kemmel Straight alone. Maybe carrying a fair amount of damage. Still hemorrhaging time to Withall ahead. Marlowe still slowly gaining on Bush. So Bush heading through Stavelo, Marlowe heading through Campus. Gaining still. See, about 2 seconds a lap faster than Kyle Busch is Matthew Marlowe. So this battle could come down to the very last lap. Now everybody else is fairly well spread apart. Have a suspicious feeling this car has retired. Maybe. Maybe not.
So. Baldwin has a yellow flag again. I'm not sure what that's for. I don't think so. He's been sitting there for at least 15 seconds, and if you're gonna retire, you usually just quit out.
Baldwin just lost it at Puan.
The number 10 Aston Martin is coming out of the pits.
Okay.
For I hope will be their last time.
That was weird. Ballin just lost it standing on the brakes.
We now have another change to the weather pattern, which is an increasing rain.
Oh my goodness.
Followed by an immediate dry.
And it's 15 minutes away with around 25 minutes left to go. And 2 minutes, give or take a couple seconds, is the gap now from Thomas Jack to Jürgen Zerscheisen. As Thomas Jack makes his way past Daniel Fox to put himself 4 laps clear of the McLaren.
As he has to now contend with the mystery machine.
Bingus McBongus closing up proceedings here. Stellar drive from this team once again. Thomas Jack flashing, letting him know he's there.
Yep, capable and respectful driver as he is.
Yeah, both of them.
At least to those who he likes.
Yeah.
Well, at least, sorry, no, actually, it's more likely that he's worse to those he likes and knows.
That's true. Gonna hop on board.
Oh, we're doing the thing again.
I don't know why it's doing that.
I love it.
It's not supposed to be like that.
What camera are you selected for that?
It says interior, and then this one's passenger, but it should be like pointed towards the middle.
Yeah, it should be. I think I had a problem with it not too long ago, where those 3 gave me like a more exterior view. I think you're gonna have to change something in your.
I think I have to like legit restart my game for it to pick up. Like even the driver one, like
config files and delete certain files in mine.
Even the driver camera, it's just got a mind of its own today. And that's the wing camera. Anyway, enough camera experimentation. Marlowe now if Kyle Busch had an incident or something, but Marlowe's taken out another second on Kyle Busch.
And Victor Borlin is leaving the pits.
Finally. There is DC Spud in the the 850 KTM.
DC Spud is his name. According to this. For low fuel racing.
And Loash actually
Oh, no,
about to
Victor.
pass Borlin.
He just came out of the pits, and has he actually hit something, or is it just
Let's find
getting
out.
out of the way?
Oh,
Oh,
is
the
it
puddle.
there goes the Flyboy's car. And
DC Spud with a
Loash
yellow flag on the exit of Lacombe.
Oh,
There he
he's-
is.
must have had an incident, but Loash trying to having to defend from Borlin now. Borlin caught right back up.
It is somewhat amazing the amount of times that Borlin has come out of the pit lane and immediately, like, at some point,
Yeah.
you think the practice would pay off.
Right. I feel like we've just watched Borlin crash a lot today. And I know he's a good driver. He is a good driver. He can be quick. He can be
But
really
he
quick.
still holds the fastest lap.
I know,
That's all
yeah.
He holds it to the end of this race. He has, I think, in my opinion, he has had some very unfortunate incidents which he just
Yeah.
has replicated a few times. I think very importantly, he has made what I'd say was probably the wrong choice to tow to pits,
Yeah, every
when
single
he could
time, yeah.
drive around,
Yeah.
because it puts you, driving around might lose you 4 minutes if you have a very early crash, but towing will lose you
10
up to,
minutes,
6, 7,
Yeah.
8 minutes, depending.
And,
And not only do you lose that time, you also then lose that because you lose a whole lap because
yeah.
you don't get to pass go.
Oh, collect 200. Collect 200
just
wheel
go
horsepower.
It is Monopoly. You don't pass go. You don't collect £100. You go straight to jail.
Yeah.
You get put in jail for about 2, 3, 4 minutes. I've worked it out. ACC is just Monopoly. Also, Jaker in the chat has described your special interior cam as
yeah, cockpit
passenger
cam.
cam 2.0.
See, now it's
advanced
working.
AI technology. It's like IndyCar, they got
Yeah.
the movable,
The gyro cam.
the gyro cams. Those things that make you feel slightly sick every time you use them.
Borlin almost losing it again through the camel puddle.
I think I can understand why you got confused between the Honda and the Audi. They are very similar shaped.
They are, yeah.
It's a bit like moving the Ferrari and the McLaren from a distance. They are very similarly shaped.
So
From
yeah,
the
once
front,
you
you
see
probably would
it's only
notice
once
a
you
bit
see
more
the
of that.
details do you begin to differentiate between them.
Gets a little wiggle on the exit there of Malmedy.
Oh, had to go straight a little bit there to avoid the Audi.
He's going to try and get a good exit on him though, but he's still got Speaker's Corner to contend with.
Looks like he's getting a good exit.
He's got a run, but the Audi moves to block a little bit. That's a bit too much perhaps.
It was one clear move. I think he's okay. Oh, and
And
more
there's
contact.
Contact, and
I think
and the,
Borlin's going to wait at this point.
I think Borlin is, but from my perspective on that, I think he's gone. At some point, you have to. Oh, no, he moves up.
He's still waiting.
Just say go. Yeah, he's waiting. I'm going to be honest. From my perspective, there, whilst obviously Borlin made the contact, the Audi was not being the nicest sort of front-running cars to him.
Yeah, the Audi just kind of went wide there. Didn't really leave
Maybe
Borlin with
the
anywhere
immediate
to
incident
go.
there was probably on Borlin, but that move earlier on was so close to the edge that it's a bit more Lance Stroll from last week than fair racing in certain terms.
Yeah.
But Borland has kept it up and it's back on him again.
Borland will probably try it on the brakes into bus stop, but that hasn't always worked out for him in the past.
Also, with the waiting and the fact that neither of them have really actually lost anything from that.
Yeah, oh, very deep.
I wonder what the stewards do as Borland goes massively deep. I think at this point, Borland just wants a fun fight to the end of the race.
Yeah.
As Peter Hurtle is off at the speaker's corner.
Yeah.
He gets passed by Bingus McBongus, obviously not for position.
Borland looking like he wants to maximize the exit here. Has to slow down because there's a slower Audi in the way, and Matthew Marlowe now has the gap to Kyle Busch down to under 10 seconds. 15 minutes left of the race.
And at the very end of this race, we're going to see more rain. Who'd have guessed it? I think we can say that we will be happy. We're happy with how the weather went.
Yeah. Oh, Lovash has lost it at
he gets puddled. Borland is waiting. He's slowing down.
I think, like you said, he just wants a battle at this point.
I think he does. I genuinely think he does. He lets through the, I think, is that the McLaren or Whittle?
Yeah, that's Whittle. Oh, this is funny. So Borland actually takes up position behind Lovash too.
That was definitely the puddle. There was no contact going into that.
No, I think he just wants the fight.
He's spoiling for one.
And in the eternal words of Lightning McQueen, the racing is the reward.
If you feel Lovash right now, you got to feel a little bit patronised.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, and Lovash is no slouch himself. Quite a quick driver. His best.
Not as Victor goes to make the move, and this is the question: if he was waiting for him for a fight, is he just gonna go off now?
Maybe. Ooh, four-wheel drift there through Pouon. Matthew Marlowe gap now to Kyle Busch is well, it was 9 seconds. He just lost a second on the entry to Blanchimont and gained it back on the run down to bus stop. For Kyle Busch's last lap, a 37.1 as he crosses the line just now. Matthew Marlowe, his
Turtle has just had a moment at Kemmel. Nothing too major though. They seem to have carried on. He kept it out of the wall, just caught a bit of the grass and managed to carry on.
Nice. A good save from him. As Borland, that's actually 9 seconds or so behind Whittle.
And 2 laps.
And 2 laps. But, you know, Borland will probably gloss over that, so we should too, right? Kyle Busch makes his way down the Kemmel Straight. And Matthew Marlowe in hot pursuit. Under 8 seconds.
Just gets past Lovatz, overlapping him. Which has obviously meant that Lovatz himself has lost time. No, wait, what is... Borland is waiting. I think he is. I mean, he's going much slower than he usually would be. I did not see any yellow flags come out for him unless he missed the bus stop. No, he just slowed down.
So it's only Bongus's car that's doing this. Crazy camera.
That's why they call it the mystery machine.
Yeah, it's busted.
As Jacob says in the chat, the Lovatz Borland battle continues, whether it deserves to or not. Borland clearly thinks it does.
I mean, Ashaizen is so far up there now. Oh, and Borland actually gets very sideways through Malmedy. More four-wheel drifting, and I think he might let Ashaizen go here.
I think I know what's happened. I think Victor has decided to wait, but he's realised that Cookie is in the chat with him and on the track with him, and said, well, we're not fighting each other, and let's be honest, you're probably not catching Tom.
Yeah.
And they're probably having a little battle of their own. It'd be interesting to see if the stewards want to say anything about it, but...
Oh no, Cookie's car's doing it too. Okay. Some cars,
green cars.
some
It's green
cars, yeah, it's green cars.
As Marlowe doing a massive slide through
Oh
Blanchimont.
no, he was about to catch up to Kyle Busch.
He's got to get back out before, almost then hitting the wall.
Oh, just goes off there. A complete loss of control through the fastest corner on the track. Only being able to make his way down to bus stop.
Oh, Victor just a second there through Stavilo, doing another nice little drift whilst trying to stay behind Cookie.
Ah. Ballin looks like he wants to move through Blanchimont.
Borden's just living his best life right now.
That's a GT4 gone into the pits just ahead.
I think very few drivers on this track have been in as many different positions as him over the course of this race, as Peter Hurtle brings out the yellow flag, not sure what for. I think he might have got loose on Speaker's corner. Yes, he did, and had to correct himself.
Heartbreak for Marlowe, I think, because I think he would have caught Kyle Busch by the end of the race, and based on his pace, definitely would have had the speed to overtake, netting himself P5, which I believe, Matthew Marlowe, well, the Flyboys car, actually qualifying P5.
But Victor goes very wide.
It's the NASCAR line.
Top of Radion.
Ooh.
He makes it through the puddle. The puddle is probably much drier than it was a few laps ago now.
So no more rain, so we might see a greasy track by the end of the race.
Victor is racing for the fans. There is, on mine, there's more race predicted, but not, I guess, within the next... It depends. AC can be very fickle about when it decides to put the actual timer in. If you have the app ACC Drive, I believe you can work out exactly how long it's meant to be until the next rain shower, as I'm sure Tom is driving with and knows. But it doesn't necessarily want to tell you properly in the weather app in the actual game itself, which is probably for the benefit of us here. Don't want to be too specific with it.
I don't think so.
Just one more lap and we would have had full wet.
Yeah. Oh, a bit twitchy there through Pouan. Oh, and he's lost it again.
He's destroyed. Oh, he's going to keep out the wall, keep out the wall. Yes, he does. Victor was racing for the fans.
So, Lovash actually under attack right now from Thomas Jack.
That also tells you a hell of a lot about the positioning of this race, is that that means that Thomas Jack is not very far off of Jürgens on track.
Yeah, it might actually. I don't think he'll have enough time to lap him, unless Cookie spins again, which I hope he doesn't.
Yeah, Jürgens currently going around Blanchimont. Thomas Jack coming through curve, Savilo, curve pull Frere. As Victor Borden is off again.
It was very wide through Blanchimont.
Blanchimont very. Whenever you call it wide, if his car is facing a different direction to the actual direction of travel.
I wonder what does Ballin normally drive the Honda? I thought they were a McLaren, Chad.
I think Borden is flexible.
Okay.
I've got a feeling that him driving the Honda is probably some agreement between him and Robin Moe.
Yeah.
Who is sadly not racing here today.
Biggest McBongus just getting passed by Mika Tsartov. Biggest McBongus, actually, for crying out fucking loud. Biggest McBongus close to fending off the McLaren, the Ferrari there.
Victor just decides to ignore Eau Radion entirely and drift instead.
Oh, he's on the grass.
He's iRacing.
Yeah, he's
going faster.
He's tyre dipping. Biggest McBongus actually catching up to the GT3's ahead.
Sartov is being held up somewhat by... Oh, sorry, he's not. He's holding up, sorry.
It's Kyle Busch.
Kyle Busch, yes. And Bingus McBongus is eating it up.
Is that Camaro ahead?
It is a shame. I don't think we're going to see any battles.
Any
for
last lap
position.
battles, unless
But
Ballin spins
we are
again.
certainly seeing some battles, not for position.
Yeah. Like this one.
So,
Bongus actually only 1.3 seconds behind.
Oh, as
Sartov.
Victor spins into Puon. He is giving the fans a good show. So we come to the end of this race. Who is your driver of the 6 hours?
I'm gonna have to go out on a limb and say it's Jürgen Zerscheisen. You know, qualified third, hasn't really practiced at all. Let's just say that he's one of my drivers. I can't have one driver of the 6 hours because I have a couple.
No, it sounds awfully like, well, don't want to give it to Tom. He's going to win anyway.
Yeah. Well, Tom's done really well. He's definitely up there for me. I'm really sad to see that Kovacs and company couldn't continue the race. I definitely think they would have given Tom a run for his money. You know, in the first half I would have said ball in, but the second half for him has not gone his way at all. But I think if we were just going off of like pure numbers, I would have to say Daniel Fox is probably my number one driver of the 6 hours. Very consistent solo driver. Started 10th and is looking like he might finish 3rd. Does have Wendell about 8 seconds behind him right now.
Yeah, I think this is one of those races where everyone in those top 3, especially, and to be honest, everyone in the top 4,
Yeah.
is there because they just have kept out of trouble.
Yeah, for the most part.
Which, I don't know if it's Carl Busch, but I can't exactly give that Ferrari. I don't really put that on the drivers. That
Yeah.
Ferrari itself has not been the cleanest of cars in some of these conditions. I know that it's a feature of that particular model. I've got to give a lot of credit to Marlowe as well and the 805 team. They have run a race which has really been marred by things that have not been down to them.
Yeah, definitely things out of their control have happened to them to knock them down a couple of positions.
I also want to give something to DC Spud just because he's called DC Spud. And that is fantastic.
Yeah. Bingus McBongus and Jacob Alacia, of course, wrestling that car around, yeah. Being that dominant with that car. No traction control, no ABS. Just pure driver inputs. Can end very quickly.
Is spinning again after Speaker's Corner.
Yeah. Yeah, as I was saying, second half for him not really working out as he would like. But Bingus McBongus finishing up the race rather. 3 minutes and 40 seconds left to go.
And this is second in a row for them.
Yeah.
I would say let's not jinx it. It's more fun if we do.
Right.
Second win in a row for the mystery machine of Bingus McBongus and Jacob Alacia driving the Maserati through the night and rain. They are definitely going to win this race.
They also have, let me just check, 2 laps difference. But for both the KTMs as well to finish on the podium in their class. I think that's a great achievement, even though you've got the Porsche, which you could say is kind of similar, carrying a lot of damage there, as you can see. And then the Aston Martin, which Aston Martin actually has the fastest GT4 lap. 36.
Yeah, they are a bit similar to Borden in that they clearly had the pace, but just have had some issues that have not gone away. And once you have a few issues, sometimes even if they're not your fault, it compounds and you make silly mistakes. And it is very easy. It'd be very easy for them right now to just not care and just give up. But they have kept going, which is always a good thing to do. Good habit to get into, as we're on with the special cameras. And as you say, I've also got to give a lot of credit to Jürgen Soyson, who I think most importantly, and this is how I view, even though they are obviously very, very much closer than they have been all race, is still on the same lap as Thomas Peck, ostensibly. I mean, it currently says a lap down, but that's only because one's crossed the line and the other hasn't yet. But they are on the same lap. They will finish on the same lap if nothing too bad happens to Soyson until then. and that is an incredibly impressive thing to say, considering how dominant Thomas Jack has been. He has lapped every other car on this track,
apart from
multiple times.
Jürgen's a Scheissent.
And over the course of 6 hours.
Yeah.
And Jürgens has not had the cleanest race today. There have been 1 or 2 incidents. He hasn't had any major damage. There have been 1 or 2 bits where he has spun or gone off. But he's kept it clean for the most part.
Given
and
that
will hopefully finish second. I don't want to jinx this.
Fingers crossed, yeah. Hopefully.
Honda's coming in to win the second.
Yes. I was just going to say, with Tom Jack now going through campus, looking like the next lap will be the final lap. Excuse me. As Wendell now has the gap to less than 4 seconds to Fox just ahead, and those guys are on the same lap. Fox crosses the line, puts in a 36.6. Wendell crosses the line, puts in a 33.9. And now they're actually in the same stretch of track. You could see there is the Camaro ahead of Valentino Rossi.
The one thing I'd have to note is, if you were Jürgen's poison right now, with the conditions ramping up, you kind of want to slow down.
Yeah.
You want to let Thomas Jack lap you and finish the race a lap early. But I don't think he will.
Yeah. They're a bit too far away, so Thomas Jack starts the final lap of this race, and Wendell and Fox already ahead of him. Under 3 seconds now is the gap, so this podium, this third place spot, still could go to Wendell, could go to Fox, depending on this lap. I'm not sure if they get 2 more laps, or 1 more lap. I think it's just 1. Maybe 2. Not entirely sure, but Wendell still managing to catch up.
Everyone currently on a lap who is behind Lecombe will finish on this lap.
Okay.
Or on the next lap, depending where they are. Tom is currently coming up to Bruxelles as we speak. Anyone in front of him will have to do 2 laps. Anyone behind him will have to do 1. I guess it doesn't work for a circuit, but you get the point.
Yeah, Wendell actually having to push his way through Bingus McBongus there, as he could smell the blood. There is Fox right ahead, only 2.5 seconds now.
Marlowe, yellow flags. Not sure what happened to him there. He's going very slowly as Daniel Fox gets past.
Puncture, maybe?
I am concerned about that.
Wendell follows through.
Same lap as Peter Hurtle. As Borlin goes off, and that's going to give a lot of hope to Akos Lavas, who is only 4 seconds behind on the last lap of this race. Oh! As the Marlowe car going slow, Jürgens Huizen almost plows into the back of him.
Interesting.
I don't know if you can watch that back.
Oh, just see it there, yeah.
As Jürgens now coming around the bus stop, about to start his final lap. That could have really affected... Well, it wouldn't have affected this race, to be honest, but it could have certainly not made his last lap very happy.
The final lap then.
Oh no, it's still going slowly. Is he waiting for Tom? I think he is.
Well, there goes Tom. Oh, I see, so he doesn't have to do another lap.
He did the sensible thing that he knew how much time was behind him.
The rain's really picked up here for this final lap.
It's not necessarily the most exciting thing, but in these conditions...
Yeah,
it can certainly tend to be sensible. And Thomas Jack then has won.
Thomas Jack
Victor Borlin gets past. Victor Borlin has gone off at Stavolo and has been passed for 9th place by Lavat.
By Lavat. Just want to keep on this battle because it can come to fruition as Fox goes very deep into Ravage. So too does Wendell. Thomas Jack then, and Thomas Jack, your winner, GT3 winner of...
Look at the conditions of this
Yeah,
final lap.
it's insane.
It has really picked up within not much time at all. As Victor Borland's still having trouble. He's really struggling, and at this point Satov, who's still on the same lap as him, he just does not seem to be in control of that car at all. Does Victor Borland.
Yeah, Biggest McBongus looking like he's making his way through Puan right now.
As the Vats has gone wide at the bus stop, I don't know what he's doing. He needs to get a move on, and Victor is going to overtake him. Is he waiting for Victor?
I think maybe he's waiting, but Wendell now has the gap to under a second as there's a GT4 car ahead.
Is in the runoff, he is doing donuts
Okay.
in the runoff of the bus stop chicane. I'm not even joking.
Yeah.
He is doing donuts.
So you can see Loesch trying to wait, perhaps.
As
Sarthoff goes to meet him.
This is an interesting end to
Yeah.
a very interesting race.
So Wendell not able to make the move on Fox for the last podium position.
Wendell-
And just lost it.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
Yeah, and the hood pops up.
Well, it's only a short run to the end.
That's right.
As we pass Victor doing his donuts, you'd think he won the race.
There you go.
Which, I guess if there were 10 fewer cars, he had.
Here is Bingus McBongus to cross the line to take the GT4 victory. Jürgen Zescheisen and Victor Borlin all covering the line all at the same time.
And that is our race.
That's it. 6 hours of Spa over.
136 laps for the leader.
Wow. Mental. I thought Wendell could have closed the gap a little bit more, but perhaps not, as only managing to get himself 4th place, but still a great race from him.
Also should note, we have it. That's an all-solo driver podium.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, and just look at the rain now as the race ends. Wollendorf getting himself a drive-through. Not that it matters, because the race is indeed over.
I'm not sure what the what ACC converts a drive-through to at Spa. Does it upgrade it, or is it still 30 seconds?
I don't know. I think it's 30 seconds, which if they left that, then that would be...
problematic.
Yes.
Certainly up Kunos' avenue. We know two things about Kunos. We know they make a fantastic simulation.
Yes.
But
Rubbish
everything
UI.
else could
Yeah.
design leaves a lot to be desired.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, let's. I think we'll end it there. I don't actually have time to do post-race
shame.
interviews. Actually, I might do. Yeah.
We can just do the 2 leaders if you have time.
Yes. Let's do that. Let's do the winners of each class. I'm just gonna go ahead and pull Tom into.
So
I'm just gonna pull him straight in. This will be funny. Hey Tom.
no.
Hi Tom.
Oh, hello.
Hey, sorry.
You're
I just dragged you. Sorry. I have to be kind of quick.
Yeah.
But congratulations on the win.
Thank you. I am in pain.
I bet. How was 6 hours solo at Spa? How did that go for you?
It was actually a lot of fun.
Yeah.
The constant changing of rain and dry and trying to guess, because we only got 15 minutes warning.
Yeah.
So having to guess whether or not it was gonna stay dry or stay wet was very, very exciting. But yeah. Didn't really have time to drink at any point. So.
Even on the massive pit lane. I mean, pit delta was about a minute and a half, so.
I spent that pit lane during my setup, my pit stop. To be fair, so.
Oh, fair enough. Well, a good start to the race for you, and it's a little bit of a shame that the Bentley team actually ended up having a disconnect problem and a wheel connection problem.
Yeah.
They had to leave, but I think they could have given you a good run for your money.
I think I couldn't even have competed against them. They were rapid.
They were really, really quick. A shame to see drop out, but there was times where Shizen was actually lapping a little bit quicker than you, especially in the dry.
Yes.
Looks like you kept it together. The classic livery, which I love. I didn't notice the wing until about halfway through the race.
It's a shame someone got the 13 number before I did, so I was running 2 numbers for the race too.
Oh yeah. Could run 2 flags as well, but yeah, man, congratulations. Good solid win for you. Very dominant display. Shame. Did you get pole position? I can't remember. Let's have a look.
Yes.
Yeah, you did.
Barely.
Yeah, that's right. You got it on the last lap. That's right.
Yeah.
And 6 hours. 6 hours ago
lap.
seems like yesterday. You know. It's been so long. But yeah, congrats again, and thank you for joining us in Halloween Special 2. Can't wait for the next one. Next year we're gonna do the same thing. So yeah, you can. I bet. There you go. Maybe you can steward the next one then.
Might be a shout.
There you go. But yeah, do you yourself have any regrets about choosing the Porsche, or is that are you glad you picked the Porsche? You seem to be struggling with the traction quite a bit at some points in the race. So I know.
I'm still very new to the car, so I don't really know what to do.
Yeah.
So I'm just sort of driving sort of improvising as I go, but it worked for this race. So.
Well, super nice and good to see you on the top row of the podium, top step.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, man. Congrats again, and we'll hopefully see you for the next endurance race.
Oh, for sure.
All right, man. You take it easy.
All right. See ya. Thanks to you guys.
Bye.
Bye.
So that was GT3 winner Thomas Jack. Now let's get in the Mystery Machine lads. Can drag them into the booth and talk to your GT4 winners. Muscle, Jacob, congrats on the GT4 win. I believe that's 2 in a row now for Halloween special.
It is. Thank you.
Nice. Congrats. Keeping it in the director family. So last stint for you, Bingus McBongus was definitely, I mean, it seemed to be quite a very level-headed race for you. Not really much to contend with past the first stint.
Surprisingly so. I mean, given how difficult this car is to drive on a good day.
Yeah.
When we're dealing with this much rain, I thought it was going to be just hell, but it was honestly not bad at all.
Yeah. This year we actually saw the track tick over to flooded a couple times actually during the race, so that's the first time that happened. Is there a big difference between flooded and wet at Spa?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it goes with wet. It goes for wet too, but you really, especially in this car, you really have to know where all the puddles are.
Yeah.
I mean, if I had a map, I could tell you exactly where every single puddle is because you have to know where they all are. So you have to lift every time you go through one.
Yeah.
And one of the strange things with it being flooded, it makes your perception of time really change. I felt like I was in the car for an hour when I was only 20 minutes into my second stint when it was flooded. It just makes everything go so slow.
Wow. Pretty sure that's just an effect of endurance racing. Honestly, every endurance race I do, I'm like, oh man, I've been in this car for hours, and I look and it's only been like 15 minutes or something. iRacing especially does that to me. I don't know about you guys. Maybe it was just because we did Le Mans together. But that track especially is like, oh, I feel like I've been in here for hours.
Yeah.
And it's been like half a lap.
I was going to say the last 6 hours was a hell of a week.
Yeah. Makes sense. But yeah, congrats again on the GT4 win. Had a pretty good GT4 field today. It's always nice to see some more. But yeah, I feel like today's turnout was pretty good. and we saw a good amount of battles, not necessarily for you guys because you've just been so dominant. And I can't remember, did you have pole position?
Missed pole position by
That's right.
0.063.
That's right, yeah.
By half a tenth.
That's right. We had the KTM ahead of you, which surprised everyone, really. I didn't expect the KTM to be able to keep up with the Maserati. So,
I would have had pole position, but I entered Lake Holm sideways.
Yeah, okay. It looked like the exit of bus stop. You maybe spun the rears a little bit too and slowed you down.
Yeah, I ran over the curb and I just could not get any power to the ground.
Yeah, that's sounds about right. Especially dry Spa. That exit curb will get you.
Yeah.
So, well, congrats again, guys, and thanks for coming in for the interview, and to Jaker again for giving us that mid-race update, especially on the track condition. So it's always good to hear from the drivers how the track is doing. And yeah, big thank you to both of you really, as well as others that put on these endurance races. All the stewards, the organizers, and my co-host James Andrews. So thanks to everyone, and yeah, congrats on the second in a row GT4. When you're gonna try and make it 3 in a row next year with the mystery machine.
I think that's the idea.
Hard to say no.
Hard to say no. Yeah, you got some defending to do. So yeah, hopefully see you again next year, and well, I know we'll see one or both of you in the next event too.
Muscle, do you want to make an announcement for what that is, or has that already been revealed?
I talked about it in the driver's briefing, but I can talk about it again. The next event we have planned is for, I believe, November 19th, and
Yes.
it will be 4 hours of Suzuka.
Yeah, Suzuka. And that one actually is looking like it might be streamed by our old favorite commentator, Shouty Man Husky.
With possibly a surprise appearance by Darkius.
I know.
Ooh.
That will be very, very interesting to watch.
A surprise appearance that I know about a month in advance.
Yeah. Also gives me a chance to perhaps race Suzuka, which is one of my all-time favorite tracks. So hopefully that can happen, and we can have a bit of role reversal and see myself on the racetrack for once. So, but thanks again, Jaker and Muscle. I'll let you get back to whatever it was you were doing, and close out the stream here. So those were your GT4 winners, Jacob Alacia and Bingus McBongus. James, just want to thank you once again for joining me in the commentary booth.
It's been fun, and thank you obviously for being the person that actually did the stream. Obviously, I think we needed a stream for the anniversary.
Yes.
Of the YouTube channel, the anniversary of the first Halloween special.
Definitely.
So definitely big props to you for agreeing to stream and getting up at very early hours of your morning in the American West Coast to
definitely
speak to us, speak to people.
Yeah. And yeah, maybe, who knows, maybe we'll see James on the track next time for that Suzuka race that McBongus just mentioned.
I doubt it.
Oh, he doubts it.
I like Suzuka, but I'll probably steward that one if we need stewards.
Okay, fair enough. Well, I'm going to try and race it, so if you want to see me race it, this channel is the place to go. This is Racing Pals. If you're not familiar with us, we do host casual events, leagues, and special one-off endurance races like you've just watched today. If you're not a member of the Discord, the link's down below. I don't have a webcam, but you see me pointing down with both hands because that's where the description is. Link to the Discord's in the description, as well as once you get through to the Discord channel, you can kind of view our calendars for all of our events. And talking of events, I'll be back on the microphone tomorrow, actually. Gonna be hosting round 2 of Formula Pals Championship Season 4. We'll be doing
Donington Park National.
National. Emphasis on national because it is the better layout. I will.
It's also
Don't at
somehow
me.
a whole mile shorter, and I still don't know how.
I know, isn't it crazy? It's a whole mile, and it's
How
literally
long is that?
2 corners. It's like 2 corners difference. But anyway, we're going to do 45 laps at Donington National. So that's longer than a BTCC race. So
Still be over in about 45
I know,
minutes. so it'll
I
be a good race.
know. But that will be streaming right here by yours truly. Looking forward to that one. That one will be lots of fun. So
I'm looking forward to driving it, as terrifying as those
yes.
cars are around there.
yes, I'm excited to see some sideways action through Coppice and the old hairpin as well.
Be going sideways.
So thanks again, James, for joining me in the commentary booth, and thanks for everyone who organised the stream and the event. And then thank you, of course, mostly to all of those that tuned in for today's event. As I was saying, 1 year anniversary of the channel. So if you're not a subscriber to the channel, make sure you do subscribe to catch endurance streams, custom single-seater racing, and of course RP series streamed by Gons, as you may have caught last week.
Gons and crime.
Gons and crime. I kind of missed Gons today. I thought he'd signed up in today's race.
He had, but obviously I think he just couldn't do it in the end.
6 hours is a lot. It's
It is
understandable.
a long time to be doing on your own, and he obviously he got his podium last year, so
There you
doesn't
go.
need to prove anything to anyone.
Exactly. Anyway, thanks again for watching, everybody. We'll see you next time on the Racing Pals YouTube channel. 1 year old today.
Yep. From me, it's good night, and from Deep, it's good afternoon. I
Good
guess.
afternoon. Yeah, it's 20 to 4. 25 to 4. Good afternoon. Could be evening, but I suppose it could be early evening.
Maybe.
All right. Well, cheers, everyone.